Chapter 1. The Golden Finger of Another World, Beep. The Lord System has been bound. Identity Fusion. Lena Moreland, age, 16. Politics, 50. Maximum value 100. Health, 95. Current territory buildings, none. Current reputation, none. Current subordinates, none. Current titles, none. Current military, 60 armed soldiers, 20 archers. Current territory, Moreland Castle. Current family, Moreland, distributing newbie benefits. Imperial Standard Gold Coins 5-inch, Crimson Griffin Knights 5, high-quality cold climate wheat seeds 10 bags, high-quality war horses 5, Watermill Blueprint 1. Esteemed Lord, may you enjoy your game. Should you have any questions, please refer to the system tutorial. A tumult of confusion enveloped Diane's mind, but a sudden wave of clarity swept over him, rousing his senses and prompting him to open his heavy eyelids. He rubbed his still-throbbing head and murmured, somewhat dazed, "What a strange dream. Why does my head hurt so much?" The discomfort in his body left him perplexed. Could it be that I died while gaming? As a seasoned gamer, he often burned the midnight oil in pursuit of his passion. Although the thought of sudden death terrified him, he could not resist the allure of gaming. Squinting through half-closed eyes, he approached the door, oblivious to the fact that his surroundings had completely transformed. With a creak, a grating sound pierced the air, sending shivers down Diane's spine. His eyes, unaccustomed to sunlight after a prolonged absence, squinted painfully as he gradually acclimated to the brightness outside. Though he had yet to fully open his eyes, it was evident that the scene before him was far from familiar. Instead of the cluttered hallway he had expected, he found himself on a stone terrace. Bathed in warm sunlight in the distance, fields of pale yellow wheat, tinged with green, stretched out before him, interspersed with lush patches of grass. Occasionally, cows wandered by the riverbank, leaving behind droppings as they leisurely meandered. Nearby, a flock of approximately 100 white sheep grazed under the guidance of a shepherd. Just then, 2 armored figures turned towards him, their faces lighting up with joy as they exclaimed, "Thank the Holy Father! Praise the Holy Father! Baron, you have finally awakened. Those scoundrels destined for hell will one day be hanged by your hand." Gazing at these 2 individuals, Diane felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Rad. Bell? Yes, my lord. I shall immediately spread the word of your awakening to everyone, so they may pray to the Holy Father in gratitude. With that, the 2 figures dashed away from the terrace, as Diane watched their retreating forms. Fragments of scattered memories began to resurface alongside the lingering ache in his head. Lena Moreland, he muttered to himself, could it be that I have crossed over? A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. As a steadfast male and avid gamer, he cherished the world of gaming, particularly single-player experiences. He was enamored with medieval series, Roman series, Age of Empires, Stronghold, Attila, Mountblade, Kingdom Come, Deliverance, and even the niche titles from Paradox Interactive. As an orphan with little social interaction, he devoted his earnings primarily to gaming, having no qualms about spending his salary after covering rent and utilities. Coupled with his extensive reading of novels, he harbored a profound yearning for the fantastical notion of transmigration, with all signs pointing to it. Diane. No, Lena was convinced that he had indeed crossed over. He felt no attachment to his previous world. Rather, he was filled with anticipation for life in this realm. So, the voice I heard was not a mere illusion? Lena's heart raced. If it were not an illusion, it meant he truly possessed the system's golden finger akin to the protagonists in transmigration novels. With such a remarkable boon, could I possibly remain ordinary? Lena pondered. System? He tentatively called out. If this entity truly existed, he would become an invincible force. Yes, esteemed lord, please issue your commands. A mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in Lena's mind. He struck the solid stone wall with his hand, biting down on his teeth to stifle his elation, which threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. Why am I here? Suppressing the urge to cheer, Lena inquired, eager to understand the circumstances of his arrival. A multi-dimensional explosion resulted in your game data materializing, which is how I came to be E.My mission is to assist you in becoming a powerful lord in this world, and to forge your own legacy. What can I do now? Lena nodded, his excitement mounting. Report, my lord. You currently possess the following items to materialize. As he beheld the series of text and accompanying images, a fierce flame ignited within him. Containing his excitement, he spoke to the system with a trembling voice. In 3 days, materialize 5 Crimson Griffin Knights. At your command, my lord. 5 Crimson Griffin Knights will join your ranks in 3 days with a reasonable explanation. The system's emotionless voice responded. Wait. Lena suddenly realized that he appeared to have been unconscious due to human intervention. Was there some hidden truth he was unaware of? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed as several individuals ascended the terrace. Leading the group was a man in regular attire, bearing a resemblance to Lena, presumably a relative. Following him were a boy of about 13 or 14, a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and several lightly armored knights. Praise the Holy Father. Little Lena, you have finally awakened. The woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable. From the memories of his predecessor, Lena recognized her as the mother of this body. Excellent. It's good that you are awake. I shall lead our troops to eradicate those damned bandits. The middle-aged man approached Lena, placing a broad hand on his shoulder as he spoke with a tone of exasperation. Before softening his demeanor to scrutinize his nephew, who had ventured out to explore the world since the age of 12, now grown nearly to his height, asked Lena's father's brother. After the untimely death of his father, he had taken on some responsibilities in managing the territory alongside Lena's mother. His loyalty to the Moreland family was unwavering, and Lena retained some memories of his honorable uncle, thus he did not reject the presence of this near stranger. Brother Lena, you have finally awakened. I thought something terrible had happened to you. The small boy behind them wiped his tears, revealing a deep affection for this body. Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Lena ruffled his own hair, noting the dull ache at the back of his head. But you, little Winder, have you practiced your swordsmanship during my absence? Of course. One day, I shall become a qualified knight, he declared, his voice wavering but resolute. The moment he finished speaking, the nearby knights burst into laughter, while Lena's mother wiped her tears away, affectionately tousling his hair as she said, Little Winder will become the best knight for your brother. Won't he? This was Lena's biological brother, born of the same mother and father. Meanwhile, the little girl beside them watched the scene with timid curiosity. Recognizing her, Lena, despite the lingering weakness in his limbs, mustered the strength to rise from the bed and approach the girl. Gently stroking her head as he spoke softly, You must be our little Efiana. Do you remember your brother, Lena? As Lena's memories grew clearer, he realized he was 16 years old, having left home at 12, meaning he had been away for 4 years. Back then, Fianna was merely 4 years old, making it difficult for her to feel a strong connection to him. Fianna gazed at the familiar yet strange figure before her, cautiously nodding as she replied in a sweet, childlike voice, I remember. Chapter 2. The Crimson Griffin. Listening to Fianna's tender voice, Lena couldn't help but smile. Although the primary consciousness of this body remained that of Li Dian from the Celestial Empire, his heart was undeniably influenced by Lena's essence. Thus, he felt an inexplicable sense of belonging to this family. That very day, Lena's uncle, Keed Moreland, convened a banquet in Lena's name. Having secured his consent, he invited 10 knights, 6 apprentice knights serving in the castle, and several minor nobles to partake in the gathering. The banquet's provisions were rather modest, similar to Lena's recollections. Fowl, cured meats, eggs, cabbage, and boiled apples comprised the fare, accompanied by a peculiar brew of malt liquor, floating with some sediment and emanating an odd aroma. The scene was set for a noble banquet under the dimly lit ambience. The food laid before Rainer was overwhelmingly salty, to the point of being unpalatable. Faced with the meager offerings of this era, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Resources were notably scarce, yet during a feast, one must not skimp on salt, lest the rustic nobility presume he was treating them with contempt. Rainer had long been mentally prepared for such circumstances, having been well acquainted with the medieval period through various games and literature, which depicted it as an age of low productivity and scarcity. He had no particular demands regarding food and thus adapted seamlessly to this reality. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate the return of my dear nephew from his travels and his awakening from unconsciousness. This is the grace of the Holy Father. May my nephew grow ever stronger, maturing into a man capable of shouldering the burdens of a baron, Rainer proclaimed with a smile, rising from his chair, prompting the others in attendance to do the same. Sir Code beamed at his nephew, fully aware of his responsibilities and status, as ethics and morals were deeply ingrained in him. After downing the contents of his cup, Raynor turned to the speaker and said, "Thank you for your blessings. My dearest uncle, your words remind me of my father's earnest teachings. Upon my awakening, he regaled me with tales of your past, and I have faith that my brother Rumbear and I shall emulate you." He cast a glance at Rumbear, one of the knights who had accompanied Raynor's parents to the terrace that day, and his previous memories lent him a vivid impression of Rumbear's character. That evening, the knights pledged their fealty to Raynor, the newly appointed Baron of the Moorland family, transferring their loyalty from Raynor's unseen father to him. "Since you have sworn allegiance to me, I too shall safeguard your rightful entitlements. You shall possess the utmost rights over your fiefs until the day you cease to be my knights or pass away." Thus, the banquet concluded, leaving all families linked to the Moorland lineage astonished by the return of their new baron and his erudition, humility, and grace. Having engaged in numerous games of intrigue, Raynor understood the vital importance of demeanor for a ruler. Therefore, he deliberately cultivated these admirable traits. Though he was merely a baron now, he had the support of the lordship system and insights that span millennia, leaving him resolute in his belief that he could achieve great feats. After a few days, Raynor sifted through the memories of his predecessor, gaining a general understanding of his surroundings. The territory belonging to the Moorland family lay in the northern frontier of the Redka Empire, with the cold wilderness of the Clade barbarians just a few dozen kilometers to the north, where survival hinged on hunting the game of the frigid forests and plains. The northern border, however, presented a stark contrast. A mere 100 kilometers felt like a different latitude entirely, with two wholly distinct environments. Although the moorland lands were also quite frigid, they enjoyed distinct seasons. While the soil was not particularly fertile, it was nonetheless a rare and valuable arable land. As a unified empire, the Redka Empire was exceptionally powerful, organizing annual campaigns to thwart the marauding nomadic tribes from advancing westward, and under the empire's dominion. Conflicts among the continent's numerous kingdoms and principalities had become scarce since the onset of peace 2 decades prior. The Moorland family's territory could be described as relatively flat, with scarcely any surrounding hills, making it an ideal location for cavalry warfare. Yet, the forest to the southwest was somewhat of an eyesore. Theoretically, the entire expanse of forest spanning several kilometers belonged to the Moorland family. But its dense foliage made it exceedingly difficult to establish control. Even the former Baron Code had permitted the thousands of residents to fell trees and hunt within it each year. Yet they could not effectively convert the forest into arable land. The northern snowlands, on the other hand, were shrouded in snow for 5 to 6 months each year, rendering any agricultural endeavor futile, which left the Clade barbarians impoverished and compelled to encroach upon the empire's northern borders in search of sustenance and supplies to survive the winter. After the banquet, Raynor lay on his soft bed in his chamber, eagerly opening the system shop to contemplate his future path. The shop interface dazzled him with its offerings. Blueprint for Milan's full plate armor with hydraulic stamping technology, value, 30,000 merit points. Hybrid high-yield rice, 80,000 merit points. Each of these items was a formidable asset in this era, yet the exorbitant prices made it clear that they were far beyond his reach. There were 3 methods to acquire merit points. One could exchange gold coins, with 1 coin yielding a single merit point, through warfare, where each enemy slain by his troops would grant 1 merit point. And finally, a certain score would be awarded for each victorious battle, which could also be converted into merit points. After fruitlessly seeking alternatives, Raynor felt a sense of helplessness. Despite the system's power, it was not omnipotent. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the castle windows, warming Raynor's eyelids as he groggily opened his eyes. After lying in bed for a while, he finally rose from his mattress, which was swathed in layers of burlap and wool at that moment. The castle's old steward, Sir Lanny, entered Raynor's room. Esteemed Lord Raynor, 5 fully armored individuals claiming to be the Blood Griffin Knights wish to meet you outside the castle. They profess their desire to offer you their lives and loyalty. Upon hearing this, Raynor instantly recognized that the manifested Blood Griffin Knights had come to serve under him. He hastily donned his attire and exited the castle. The Blood Griffin Knights were among the highest tier of units available for purchase within the system, requiring 20 merit points for a single individual, In terms of overall attributes, no heavy cavalry could rival them. According to the unit description, the Blood Griffin Knights were stationed in the Blood Plains, suppressing the savage orc and wolf cavalry, having infused their very essence with the blood of griffins, granting them more than double the strength of ordinary human soldiers, and subduing the entire orc tribe for 50 years. A testament to their formidable combat prowess, Rainer stepped outside the castle. 5 figures clad in red armor atop imposing warhorses appeared before him. Their armor was coated in crimson, adorned with golden griffin motifs on their arm and breastplates. And their 5-meter-long weighted lances lent them an imposing presence. Esteemed Lord Rainer, do you remember us? Your illustrious bearing left an indelible impression, prompting us to journey from the distant northern lands to pledge our loyalty to you. One knight removed his helmet, revealing a mane of chestnut-red hair. Speaking earnestly, Rainer nodded, acknowledging the knight's words. This rationale was indeed quite reasonable, integrating his past travels into the narrative, thus avoiding any suspicion of fabrication. Chapter 3. The Earl's Envoy, of course. Dear Sir Valas, I am most willing to accept your fealty, Rainer replied with a smile. However, he was acutely aware that such immense combat prowess did not come without a price. In return, he would need to provide them with 2 silver coins in monthly wages. Should Rainer wish to maintain 100 Blood Griffin Knights, he would have to allocate 240 gold coins annually. In truth, the annual income of the Moorland family's territory amounted to only a handful of gold coins, meaning that sustaining 100 Blood Griffin Knights would require the family to forego sustenance for over a decade to accumulate the necessary funds, underscoring the financial burden of such a military unit. Currently, the Moorland family boasted only a dozen knights and over 60 armed guards, and while this might not constitute a powerful force for a baronial household, it was certainly not insignificant. The arrival of these 5 knights, who required only salaries rather than fiefs, was a timely boon for Rainer, especially since the Moorland family had few villages to distribute. Their presence significantly augmented the family's strength in Rainer's eyes. These 5 knights represented the most advantageous aspect of his new beginnings. He believed that these 5, clad in such fine armor and renowned as battle-hardened elites, would easily dispatch dozens of infantry from this era. Oh, dear nephew, who are these individuals? They appear to be of noble lineage. Are they friends from your travels? Sir Code, Rainer's uncle, inquired as he stepped out of the castle, concerned that these outsiders might pose a threat to his brother's domain. With his keen insight, he discerned their uncommon height, robust physiques, and extraordinary aura, immediately recognizing them as formidable knights. This was evident from their armaments. And Code had no doubts about their combat capabilities. Rather, he was apprehensive about their intentions. Though the opposing force comprises merely 5 individuals, their combat prowess is formidable. Should they harbor ulterior motives? It would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for this barony. Therefore, Sir Cord, a traditional knight, remains exceedingly vigilant towards these visitors. Indeed, my lord, we encountered Lord Rainer during his travels in the frigid forests. We originally belonged to the Scarlet Griffin Order. Engaging the Abul barbarians in the snowy plains, they are a fearsome tribe. Our ancestors established a camp there 4 centuries ago to escape the purges of a usurping pretender. The Abuli frequently launched assaults against us. We possess fertile lands and superior equipment. And after centuries of development, our numbers have grown to tens of thousands. They covet all that we have, leading to repeated clashes. Sir Valas, though humble towards Rainer, exhibits little reverence for those outside his lord's circle. His words are imbued with immense pride, recalling a time when they suppressed orcs for 50 years, an impressive feat indeed. Even in this world, where truth may be obscured, the genuine pride he carries cannot be concealed. They are of towering stature and robust build. Even the most rudimentary weapons wielded by them can unleash tremendous force. During an ambush by the enemy, our lands were breached, and our knights and army were nearly annihilated. At that critical moment, Lord Rainer led his retinue to assault the enemy's heart, slaying their chieftain, thus securing our salvation. His tone now conveys sincerity, as one ought to honor their own lord. Though we were subsequently defeated by the Abuli due to insufficient reinforcements, we cannot forget Lord Rainer's gallant figure. Therefore, after the fall of our order, we hastened southward to seek refuge with Lord Rainer. Sir Valas proudly recounted, while the other 4 knights of the Scarlet Griffin raised their helmets slightly, the crimson feathers atop them fluttering gently in the breeze. Cord's gaze shifted to Raynor, nodding to his father. Indeed, my dear uncle, that was how we first met. Raynor then turned to the knights, expressing his regret. I had not anticipated that so soon after our parting, such circumstances would arise. Did your comrades perish in that conflict? Raynor inquired. No, we were routed, and many were separated from their fellows. I estimate at least 400 or 500 managed to escape and are now wandering. What a pity. It is truly lamentable that valiant knights, gathered in the name of the Holy Father and faith, should encounter such misfortune. Rest assured, you shall pledge your loyalty under my banner, and I will guarantee your safety and well-being. Upon this declaration, all 5 knights dismounted, removed their helmets, knelt on one knee, and raised their long swords with both hands toward Raynor, proclaiming, My lord, please accept our fealty. The direction your sword points is the path we shall charge forth. We are willing to shed our last drop of blood for you, to offer our very hearts. Excellent. Raynor nodded, then solemnly declared, Since you and your families wish to pledge loyalty to me and my lineage, I shall ensure that you and your kin are treated with kindness. I accept your oath. I will safeguard your interests and rights, provided you remain steadfastly loyal to me. I swear before the Holy Father that we shall uphold your interests, your dignity, and the welfare of your descendants with our very lives. After the oath was taken, Raynor helped each of them to their feet and, after consulting with Baron Cord, arranged for their accommodation within the castle. Although the Morin family castle is modest, being merely a low stone structure, it is still considerably superior to many makeshift fortifications crafted from mud and timber. Moreover, the castle houses not only soldiers but also male and female servants, along with cooks, and there are ample rooms available to host guests, making it more than sufficient to accommodate the additional 5 individuals. In the days that followed, nearly every family associated with the Morin lineage learned of the return of the eldest son. And in this realm, where primogeniture reigns supreme, Raynor, upon concluding his travels, inherited the baronial title of his late father, whom he had never met. While Raynor was fervently practicing his swordplay in the training yard, a guard suddenly approached him, stating, My Lord Baron, there is an outsider claiming to be a knight in the service of Baron Redmara, who wishes to see you regarding a matter of great importance. Baron Redmara? Raynor raised an eyebrow slightly. The noble families in the vicinity were well documented in the Morin family archives. Yet he had not encountered the name of Baron Redmara during his recent studies, indicating that he was an outsider. What could he want from me? Raynor pondered, feeling a sense of unease given the absence of any prior connection. Being newly arrived in his territory and still unfamiliar with its full governance, he exercised caution. However, to ascertain the intent of this visitor, he instructed the guard, Allow him entry and take him to my study. With that, he donned a tunic draped nearby, setting down the wooden sword as he made his way to his study. Chapter 4. The kidnapped Count the Morin family castle is a small stone fortification, its outer walls towering approximately 3 meters high, allowing soldiers to repel external threats from above. Flanking the structure are 2 timber and earth towers, each around 5 meters in height, where archers can rain arrows upon enemies outside the walls. Seated in his study, Raynor casually perused a nightly novel when a knock echoed at the door. My Lord Baron, the Count's emissary has arrived. Come in, Raynor replied, and the door swung open. The guard bowed before closing the door and standing vigil outside. A knight approached, clad in somewhat tattered armor, with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. His disheveled appearance struck Raynor as peculiar. Why would the Viscount's emissary present himself in such a state? Dear emissary, what could have transpired to leave you in this condition? Raynor inquired. Esteemed Lord Baron, the knight replied, his expression pained. In truth, I should have given my life for my lord's safety, yet I was forced to flee in disgrace, hoping only for my master's salvation. What occurred? Please take your time, Raynor urged, his demeanor and speech mirroring that of his predecessor. I beg you, my lord, save my master. It may be a band of nefarious brigands from your territory. You are my sole recourse. If my master hadn't attended Viscount Mora's banquet, this would not have happened. Though his words were somewhat jumbled, the essence of his message was clear. Raynor pondered for a moment before instructing the guard outside, Fetch Sir Cord. I have matters to discuss with him." Shortly thereafter, Sir Cord entered the study. Upon seeing the bedraggled knight, he cast a questioning glance at Raynor. After a brief explanation, Sir Cord's expression turned to one of anger. "Damn it! This must be the work of the Red Dwarves. There are about 40 of them. Poorly equipped, yet my lord's retinue consisted of only 6 knights, myself included, along with a few attendants. They launched a surprise attack while we were unarmored, causing significant losses. Only I managed to escape on a warhorse." His account was now much clearer, allowing Raynor to grasp the enemy's strength. Noticing the puzzled expressions on both men, Sir Cord elaborated, "In recent years, a detestable band of robbers has emerged in the territory, seemingly migrating from elsewhere. Many merchant caravans passing through have been pillaged or extorted, leading to a considerable decline in the territory's income. Although we have attempted to muster troops to eradicate them, they always manage to slip into the forest." Sir Cord's ire intensified as he continued, "And your recent incapacitation was caused by these wretched scoundrels. They saw you accompanied by only 2 attendants and set their sights on you, resulting in your head being struck by a stone and leaving you unconscious. Fortunately, I had received word of your impending return and led a few knights to escort you, thus preventing your demise." "I see," Raynor exclaimed, finally understanding the reason behind his earlier unconsciousness. He had been curious about it for some time, and now he learned that such outlaws lurked within his own domain. However, he noticed a fleeting glimmer of concealed amusement in the eyes of the Count's emissary after hearing this revelation. Yet, he dismissed it, attributing it to the emissary's relief at the prospect of his master's salvation. 40 of them. Raynor squinted, silently contemplating the fact that this troop posed little challenge to him. Not to mention, Raynor's greatest asset lay in the 5 Crimson Griffin Knights, regarded as one of the elite units within the system. With just 200 of these formidable warriors at his disposal, he would dare to confront an army of 10,000. In truth, Raynor had ample reason to believe that the Crimson Griffin Knights could decimate their foes without sustaining injuries, for their armor surpassed the limitations of their era. The plate-chain composite armor was certainly beyond the capabilities of mere brigands wielding inferior iron weaponry. Ding. Mission issued. Exterminate the lawbreakers within your territory. As the lord of this domain, you must not permit situations beyond your control to arise within your lands. Eradicate them. Mission rewards: 2 junior blacksmiths, exquisite recurve bows 15. Upon witnessing the system template appear before him, Raynor smiled faintly. Indeed, despite the rudimentary nature of his system, it still possessed the capability to issue missions. Perhaps due to it being his first task, the rewards were particularly generous. 15 exquisite recurve bows were impressive enough. But the addition of 2 junior blacksmiths greatly pleased Raynor. The northern frontier of the empire was rich in iron ore, with countless mines scattered throughout. The royal family alone had established and operated no fewer than 5 large-scale iron mines. And even the territory of the Moreland family housed a small mine, where a dozen miners toiled daily, consolidating their efforts for smelting. This was also the reason why even the ordinary guards of the Moreland family could don a combination of leather and chain armor. The 2 junior blacksmiths possessed quite commendable attributes. Raynor had browsed through numerous items within the system, discovering that a junior blacksmith required 10 merit points for exchange. This already accounted for half the price of a Crimson Griffin Knight. As it was a skilled position, and such a steep price was entirely justifiable, a junior blacksmith could produce 5 high-quality longswords or 15 spearheads daily, while a complete set of chain armor could be crafted every 10 days. This was an impressive rate, especially when considering that the 4 blacksmiths currently under the Moreland family required over 20 days to assemble a full set of chain armor. Gazing at these rewards further solidified Raynor's resolve. He promptly addressed the others. "Rest assured, I shall not stand idly by. I believe that any noble with a conscience would not allow a fellow noble to be humiliated by base lawbreakers. Thank you ever so much. Esteemed Baron, the safety of my lord depends entirely on you." Raynor led the fleeing knight out of the hall and towards the center of the castle, after issuing the command to assemble the troops. By the following morning, all had gathered. At this moment, within the castle's center, soldiers had congregated. 60 armed guards clad in leather-chain composite armor wielding 2.5-meter-long spears, alongside 20 archers with hunting bows. Moreover, 11 knights mounted on warhorses had also arrived, those knights from their fief having ridden their steeds to Moorland Fortress within a mere 2 hours. Each of them donned a full suit of 4-ring chain armor. And particularly, the torso section was reinforced with scale armor vests, greatly enhancing their protective capabilities. After all, the Moorland family territory boasted iron mines, and any noble would be keen to enhance the equipment of their knights. Additionally, there were the imposing Crimson Griffin Knights, whose formation was impeccably organized. Though only 5 in number, they resembled a well-disciplined army. All soldiers were aware that these 5 knights, clad in exceptionally fine armor and exuding an aura of strength, were under the command of Lord Raynor, earning them deep respect. Raynor surveyed the assembled troops, casting a glance at the Crimson Griffin Knights, his face clearly expressing satisfaction. He proclaimed in a booming voice, "Befitting the tone of this age, soldiers, lawbreakers rampage across our territory. The dignity of the Moorland family has been challenged, and just recently, yet another esteemed count has been abducted by them. Now is the time for us to cleanse our domain of this filth. Exterminate them. Soldiers shall receive 40% of the spoils. Now, march with me." Chapter 5. The sudden ambush following Raynor's impassioned speech. The soldiers erupted into loud cheers. In this era, soldiers bore no illusions of loyalty to their lord. Being part of the Moorland family's army was merely a result of their decent physical prowess, leading to their selection by the family. This profession served as a means to fill their bellies. Raynor had no doubt that if someone were to offer them a handsome sum, they would abandon their original lord without hesitation for a new master. This was understandable, as the majority of armies and soldiers were shaped by the constraints of their time. Raynor was acutely aware of this, hence the words he had just spoken. The troop, while appearing modest in size, saw Raynor mounted atop a grand warhorse, a gift from the system's novice package. A red-bannered lion flag was held aloft by one knight, signifying the identity of this army. Along the way, they encountered clusters of farmers tending to their fields. Upon spotting the Moorland family army, they promptly removed their felt hats in salute. Though unaware of the reason for the Baron's army's presence, their respect for the troops was heartfelt. As Raynor traversed the road, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the squire behind him, a figure he recognized all too well. "Winder?" Raynor's voice, filled with both astonishment and irritation, rang out. "I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you are here, amidst a marching army?" Dismounting, he approached Winder with a stern gaze. It is often said that an elder brother is akin to a father, although no such adage existed in this world. Winder held a significant reverence for his older sibling. Meeting Raynor's eyes, Winder hurriedly explained, "Brother, I am already 13 years old. Many of the soldiers are no match for me. I am certain I can achieve great deeds on the battlefield. Please, do not send me back." Observing his stubborn younger sibling, Raynor felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. He recognized that every boy at this age harbored similar aspirations, believing they had matured and yearning to prove themselves. Sighing, he replied, "I may not send you back, but you must remain by my side. You are still too young for the rigors of battle." "Wonderful, thank you, brother," Winder exclaimed, elated. For him, merely experiencing the battlefield once would suffice. He did not wish for more. The Moorland family territory, though not extensive by Raynor's previous standards, was considerable for an army predominantly composed of infantry. After traveling for over 2 hours, they had yet to reach the location where the Viscount had been captured. "Are we not there yet?" "Dear sir, we are nearing the borders of the Moorland family's territory," Raynor inquired of the knight responsible for navigation. "We shall arrive shortly, my lord. Just ahead lies the site of my lord's abduction. Perhaps they have already fled? But I firmly believe you will annihilate them all." Raynor could only nod. At this point, he was like an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Thus, the troop continued its steady advance. Just as Raynor pondered the absence of any signs of combat, a volley of arrows suddenly erupted from the dense underbrush. With cries of agony, 4 or 5 soldiers fell victim to the onslaught, despite their armored protection, for there remained vulnerable points. Raynor swiftly reacted, yanking the bewildered Winder to his side and dismounting to shield him with his own body, raising his shield for protection. "Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" Several knights responded immediately, shouting commands while urging the soldiers to act. A rain of arrows briefly threw the Moorland soldiers into disarray, yet true to their status as seasoned veterans of the Dark Age, they swiftly regained composure, raising their shields resolutely before them. Several soldiers banded together, forming a defensive formation and remaining vigilant against further arrows. However, the next sounds they heard were not arrows, but a horde of ragtag, armed marauders, clad in animal hides or coarse linen, some even charging naked, wielding wooden clubs as they rushed towards the soldiers. Their numbers appeared overwhelming, perhaps exceeding 100. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, as the soldiers tightened their grips on their spears and shields, steeling themselves for the impending conflict. "Form up around me," Raynor shouted, recognizing that the soldiers were not yet closely aligned and could easily be picked off one by the enemy. Thus, he issued the command to regroup. The enemy surged toward Raynor's position, their archers running alongside, drawing bows to provide cover for the advancing brigands. "Archers, return fire," Raynor commanded, brandishing his longsword, issuing his second order beneath the protection of the 5 Crimson Griffin Knights. At this moment, the soldiers had nearly completed their formation, clustering around Lena to form a circular defense against external threats, while the archers had drawn their bows within the protective circle. "Fire!" Lena shouted loudly. The synchronized whoosh of arrows filled the air as the archers of the Milan family unleashed a volley of projectiles. Unlike the bandits, the archers of the Milan family were selected from legitimate hunters within their territory and had undergone extensive training. Their shooting prowess far surpassing that of their adversaries, who were mere amateurs. In this initial barrage, 7 or 8 of the enemy fell, and this was only due to their rapid movement and sparse formation. Had they been more organized, the number of casualties would have easily reached 10. "Soldiers, hold your ground. For now, Captain Baraf leads. Knights, assemble." Lena shouted again, and the knights gathered behind him, 11 from the Milan family and 5 from the Crimson Griffin Order. At that moment, Lena noticed that the knight who had previously guided him had mysteriously vanished. It dawned on him that he had been deceived and ensnared in a trap. Nevertheless, the forces of the Milan family had not been put at a disadvantage. The ambush tactic relies on the element of surprise, yet due to the relatively small size of the Milan territory, the troops had not stored their weapons and armor on the wagons to lighten their load during the march. Thus, it could be said that the Milan forces were fully prepared, while the enemy had missed their prime opportunity by failing to charge immediately after the volley, granting the troops precious moments to react. This encounter could hardly be classified as an ambush. The 5 Crimson Griffin Knights trailed closely behind Lena, with the 11 Milan Knights following sequentially. Lena's steed seemed to sense its rider's emotions, snorting loudly and beginning to stomp its hooves, ready to charge and trample the enemy beneath its feet. "For the Milan family, charge!" Lena roared, his voice muffled by his full-face helmet, yet it conveyed his unwavering determination. He had spent the past few days training according to the memories of his body's original owner. He was uncertain whether he could unleash his full potential, but as a man of valor, how could he cower in the rear in such a situation? The warhorse began to gallop, raising its lance high, while Lena gradually loosened his grip on the reins and positioned his shield in front of him, adopting the classic charging stance. "For the Milan family," the knights echoed, their battle cries rising in unison. As the speed of the horses increased, the sound of their hooves grew more urgent, resonating across the battlefield. The once ferocious bandits, in that fleeting moment, recalled the fate that befell their comrades at the hands of knights, and in an instant, their morale crumbled. Yet at that point, Lena had not yet led the knights to slay a single bandit. "Damn it! You cowards, spineless groundhogs! Any who dares to flee shall have their entrails ripped out," one armored bandit shouted angrily as he struck down a fleeing comrade. Chapter 6. The rescue of Count Riedmar. Lena leaned forward in his saddle, directing his lance straight ahead, an inexplicable state enveloping him. Despite his brief time in this world, the lance felt as though it were an extension of his own body. The steed beneath him moved as if it were an extension of his will, synchronized with his every breath. "Thank you," Lena whispered softly within himself, fully aware that his few days of practice could not account for such a sensation. It was the muscle memory left by the original owner of this body. The 16 knights surged forward behind Lena, charging like an unstoppable tide, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust, making them appear as demons emerging from the depths of dark clouds. They penetrated the enemy ranks like wolves among sheep, thrusting their lances into the bodies of foes, and began to unleash a savage slaughter, blood splattering everywhere, blooming on the ground like exquisite flowers, vibrant and beautiful, yet concealing the brutality of massacre and the extinguishing of lives. The bandits, who usually appeared as ferocious as wolves, now resembled helpless little rabbits, pursued and slaughtered at will by the knights. Though their movements were feeble, the blood that gushed forth was vigorous, resembling countless miniature fountains erupting with crimson. The formidable combat prowess of the Crimson Griffin Knights was not fully displayed. Against such fragile foes, neither the knights of the Moland family nor the Crimson Griffin Knights felt any challenge. However, their dazzling performance did not go unnoticed by the other knights, whose clean and decisive strikes, along with their brutal actions, made it clear that their opponents were far from ordinary. At that moment, the infantry also sprang into action. Seeing that the knights had shattered the enemy's morale, they brandished their spears, pursuing the fleeing foes like hunters chasing the weakest prey. Young Wind wished to seize a longsword and engage the enemy, but he was thwarted by two retainers beside him, as Lena had previously ordered them to keep a close watch on Wind and prevent him from joining the fray. Lena soon spotted the bandit leader, who appeared to be in charge, and immediately turned his horse towards him. The reality struck him that this matter was far from simple. Upon seeing the approaching cadre of knights, the bandit leader froze. For even as the leader of the bandits, he had never faced such a terrifying onslaught. Having once been an ordinary serf, he was not equipped to withstand such a fearsome attack. The battle quickly concluded. Under the knights' relentless charge, the band of miscreants, which could almost be described as a rabble, collapsed in disarray. The infantry seized the opportunity to begin their slaughter, with nearly all bandits being killed, save for a few who managed to escape. The ground lay strewn with corpses, all slain by the knights and infantry, some having even perished from infighting. Lena spared the bandit leader's life for reasons unknown. The knight who had guided them had vanished mysteriously, and the ambush they encountered clearly indicated that the enemy had been well prepared. Among the dozen knights, not a single one was injured as they surrounded the bandit leader. Lena, mounted on his horse, with only his eyes visible through his sealed helmet, coldly addressed the bandit leader. "Tell me, where is Count Riedmara?" "My lord, Count Riedmara is within our stronghold," the bandit leader stammered, cowering before Lena. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Lena raised his voice in inquiry. "I swear, my lord, by the name of the Holy Father, I would never dare to deceive you." "That is best. If you lie to me, I shall rip your entrails out and feed them to the dogs." He removed his helmet, fixing a piercing gaze upon the bandit leader. At that moment, the system's task completion notification finally chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Exquisite Recurve Bow 15, Junior Blacksmith 2. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. Task reward: Junior Cavalry Soul, increasing the combat power and attributes of your cavalry by 5%. Lena knew that this situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. How could an ordinary bandit possibly command such manpower and have the audacity to ambush a noble's regular army? It was evident that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. What pleased Lena even more was that this task's rewards were rather substantial. The military soul was a feature provided specifically by the system for the host. The junior cavalry soul would grant a 5% increase to the mounted troops, enhancing morale, skills, attributes, endurance, and even the impact of their steeds. Thus, the injured were left behind, with a portion of soldiers to guard them while he continued leading the main force toward the stronghold to search for the kidnapped Count Riedmara. In truth, Lena had never heard of the name Count Riedmara, indicating that he was evidently not a lord of the northern territories. However, for the sake of the Moland family's reputation, rescuing a noble was indeed imperative. How impressive! Wind, protected by his retainers, looked up at his brother with admiration, filled with envy at the sight. After clearing the battlefield and collecting the spoils of war, they began their march toward the bandits' hideout, escorting the bandit leader along the way. "Is this truly your hideout?" Lena inquired, tilting his head towards the bound bandit leader walking alongside his steed. "Yes, my lord. We have been hiding here for 2 years," the bandit leader replied tremulously. It was a concealed location, nestled within the forests southwest of the Moland family's territory, using the dense foliage to obscure their position. Furthermore, due to their familiarity with the terrain, each time the Molander family attempted to encircle them, they merely needed to conceal themselves to evade the military's sweeping assaults. It would be wise not to attempt any tricks. Your fate is entirely in my hands, Raynor declared in a menacing tone. As the knights nearby cast predatory glances at their adversary, instilling a profound sense of dread in the bandit leader. Rest assured, my lord, I would never dare to conceal anything. The Viscount Redmara is within, given the dense foliage of the forest. The knights were compelled to dismount to advance, yet even without their steeds, their training and armaments ensured Raynor's absolute safety in this locale. Moreover, Raynor had fully embraced the memories of his predecessor, gradually assimilating the combat skills, and he was confident that his formidable prowess would soon be restored. You remain here, while the knights accompany me inside, Raynor instructed as he turned. Upon entering the cavern, they found it exceedingly narrow, barely allowing passage for a single person, with some areas necessitating the knights to stoop. The flickering torches cast intermittent light within the cave, and after approximately 3 or 4 minutes, the tunnel suddenly widened. There, a nobleman, appearing both opulent yet utterly disheveled, was bound and seated upon the ground. Upon noticing their presence, he began to struggle, muffled sounds emanating from his gagged mouth. His eyes brimmed with desperation, as he longed to escape this wretched place. As a man of noble birth, he had never endured such humiliation. Chapter 7. The royalist Count. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the feeble glow of the torches, preventing anyone from becoming blind within its depths. Raynor observed the disheveled Viscount Redmara, who appeared to be in his 20s, with tousled light brown hair and a gaze filled with longing and hope directed towards him. Approaching, Raynor removed the rag that had once been used to stifle his cries and began to untie the ropes binding the Viscount. Thank you, dear fellow noble. Had it not been for you, I might still be suffering indignities at the hands of those wretched bandits, the Viscount exclaimed as he rose, adjusting his somewhat tattered noble garments. You are too kind. As a noble, I cannot stand idly by while another noble suffers indignity. It is my duty. Raynor swiftly adapted to his newfound identity, leveraging the memories of his predecessor to transform himself into an unequivocal nobleman. May I inquire your esteemed name? I must forever remember the name of my benefactor. Raynor. Raynor Molander. I am the lord of this territory, the master of Molander Castle. A knight who claimed to be in your service visited my castle and informed me of your plight, hence our meeting. That must be the treacherous Carl. He has betrayed me. How could he commit such an act? Upon hearing this, Viscount Redmara erupted in fury, clearly incensed by the revelation. Raynor, observing his reaction, felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that I have completed the task of uncovering the mastermind behind this treachery? Suppressing his elation, he inquired with concern, what exactly transpired? Which Sir Carl vanished after I vanquished our foes, and what did he do? It was he. Were it not for his collusion with the bandits, I would never have fallen victim to this rabble. We were utterly unprepared. 3 of my knights, unarmed, were slain by the enemy, while he led his retainers to attack us. Raynor shook his head in sorrow, responding, what a lamentable turn of events. However, as a knight sworn to your service, why would he betray you at such a critical juncture? It must have been their doing. Viscount Redmara replied, incensed. Who? Raynor pressed, as he neared the acquisition of the cavalry spirit. The Viscount hesitated briefly before continuing. It is those ambitious lords. Ever since His Imperial Majesty fell from his horse during the Eastern campaign against the nomads 3 years ago, his health has deteriorated, and for the past 2 years, he has languished in sickness. Many lords who once pledged their allegiance during his reign have reignited their ambitions, seeking to usurp the Molander family's dominion, whether to carve out their own principalities, establish their own dynasties, or merely to profit from the ensuing turmoil. Raynor was taken aback by the Viscount's words. He had long been aware that the Molander family was a distant branch of the current royal line. Yet he had been oblivious to the current precarious state of the monarchy. However, this was understandable, for it is challenging for lesser nobles to grasp the broader political landscape of the realm, especially when situated in the remote northern territories of the empire. Viscount Redmara continued, and I, Polas Redmara, remain a loyal supporter of the Molander royal family. Under the royal banner, we resolutely oppose those lords who seek to fragment the empire and replace the monarchy. Naturally, they view us as a thorn in their side. Many loyalists have already suffered persecution at their hands, that I am not the first, nor shall I be the last. By the way, I noticed your surname is Molander. Do you have any relation to the royal family? The Viscount finally inquired about Raynor's surname. Oh, indeed, Raynor chuckled. My great-grandfather was a prince of the royal family, though due to a lack of prominence, he was granted a barony here. Oh, I see. So you are indeed of royal blood, Viscount Redmara realized, pondering for a moment before asking, what are your thoughts on the royal family's current predicament? Raynor considered the question, understanding the underlying implication. The Viscount sought his involvement in the ongoing conflict. However, Raynor had no particular sentiments regarding this matter. Although he had traversed into this realm and possessed a system, he was acutely aware of his position as a minor baron in such turbulent times. Should he become embroiled in the conflict, he would surely be consumed without a trace. What thoughts could I possibly have? My territory is so impoverished that this winter, I must also guard against the incursions of the Clade people. Alas, this is the lament of a minor lord, a sentiment that someone of your stature cannot comprehend. Raynor sought to deflect the topic and politely decline. Unexpectedly, Viscount Redmara seemed unperturbed, saying meaningfully, who knows? However, should you manage to unify the entire northern region, you might reap greater rewards in this conflict. Without waiting for Raynor's response, the Viscount continued, nonetheless, I must thank you for your rescue. I shall reward you appropriately. He produced a ring from his pocket and handed it to Raynor, saying, should you change your mind or encounter insurmountable troubles, you may write to me, sealing your letter with this ring, and I shall understand your intent. After a moment's hesitation, Raynor accepted the ring, although he wished to remain uninvolved in the current turmoil. Forging a connection with a high-ranking noble could prove advantageous. Thus, within that cavern, Raynor discovered additional captured knights and attendants. However, he remained puzzled as to why an inland count would lead such weak forces to this desolate northern region. Without further inquiry from the Viscount, Raynor felt it inappropriate to press the matter. Once the final captive was freed, an electronic voice echoed in Raynor's mind. Congratulations, Baron, on completing the task. Investigate the mastermind behind the treachery. Reward acquired, Junior Cavalry Spirit. Swift as the wind. Your cavalry's combat strength has increased by 5%. Listening to the system's notification, Raynor dismissed his previous concerns. After all, he possessed an extraordinary advantage, the system. What was there to worry about? After ordering his soldiers to loot the cave of all its treasures, Raynor commanded their return. My lord, why not spend some time at my castle? I deeply regret that you encountered such misfortune within my domain. I shall host a grand banquet in your honor. Raynor proposed. Alas, Viscount Redmara declined. The state of the empire is dire. I must return to my territory swiftly to prepare. Forgive me, but I cannot attend the banquet. Chapter 8. The onset of winter. After rescuing Viscount Redmara, he hastily departed with his retainers, while Raynor managed to loot approximately 10 gold coins worth of valuables from the bandits' cave. Though it may seem a modest sum, 10 gold coins represented half a year's expenses for the Molander family, an impressive accumulation for a group of bandits who had pillaged for years. Moreover, Raynor was elated to have earned 75 merit points from this skirmish, enabling him to redeem 3 Bloodline Griffin Knights from the system if he so desired. However, Raynor preferred to conserve his merit points for future contingencies. In the ensuing days, Raynor devoted his energies entirely to managing his territory and its affairs. He found himself reveling in the decadent lifestyle of the feudal aristocracy, having utterly betrayed his own class and forgotten the exemplary education he received under the Crimson Banner. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its warm rays through the window and illuminating the room, where 2 comely maids stood with wooden basins for washing and soft, finely woven linen towels, awaiting their master's awakening. Raynor hummed unconsciously as he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the 2 maids standing nearby before gradually sitting up. The maids, seeing this, hurried forward to attend to him. One held a damp towel drawn from warm water, gently wiping Raynor's face, while the other held his clothes, ready to assist him in dressing. What a decadent existence! Raynor mused inwardly after enjoying the maid service. The maid with the towel stepped back, while the one with the clothes approached to help Raynor dress. As he fully lifted his cotton blankets, the physiological effects of mourning inevitably presented themselves before the young maid. Nevertheless, the 2 continued to serve Raynor with utmost diligence, their flushed cheeks revealing their embarrassment. Staring at the two lovely maidens before him, his heart inexplicably fluttered. As a model youth of the new century, he had, of course, no intimate and beautiful relationship with the opposite sex, though he yearned for such connections. His own circumstances rendered them unattainable. Yet, upon entering this world, he had become a member of the exalted nobility, a high-ranking landowner under the feudal system. Having two maids was hardly a matter of significance. Indeed, he had already sought opportunities to bring these two charming maids into his quarters, and after sharing a kiss with each, he felt invigorated as he stepped out of the room at this moment. Early autumn had arrived, bringing a slight chill, particularly in the northern region of Milan Castle, which was growing increasingly cold. The seeds sown in spring had now matured, golden waves of wheat rustling in the autumn breeze. As serfs and a few freemen harvested their share of grain from the fields, serfs and freemen were distinct. The former were the property of their lord, Reiner himself, obligated to pay taxes that consumed a staggering 70 to 80% of their yield. In contrast, freemen were required to remit only 2 to 3% of their income, enjoying more favorable living conditions that contributed to their robust physiques, much like the majority of Reiner's troops, who were predominantly freemen. Upon entering the dining hall, he found a pot of meat soup and passable white bread laid out on the table, accompanied by an array of fruits that adorned the setting quite nicely. However, this white bread was not the soft, tangy, and fragrant bread he remembered. Rather, it resembled an unleavened flatbread made from unfermented flour, stiff and dry, akin to the leavened bread he had eaten in his rural past. This, nonetheless, was considered a rare delicacy in this era, as the common freemen still dined on black bread, while serfs were fortunate to even acquire the inferior black bread often mixed with sawdust or sandy soil. Most subsisted on a meager porridge made from cheap, low-quality wild oats boiled with bitter weeds, which contributed to the notably short stature of Reiner's subjects. He was determined to ameliorate this dismal state of affairs. Becoming a lord and earning the loyalty of his subjects was one thing, but having a cadre of tall and healthy soldiers was another worthy pursuit. However, such improvements would not materialize overnight. It would take years, if not decades, to effect genuine change at the dining table. Besides Reiner, sat his uncle, Sir Code, along with his eldest son, a seasoned squire, and Reiner's cousin, Rumbert. His full-blooded brother, Winder, and sister, Fianna, were also present, as was the nominal lady of the house, Lady Milan. Two guards, clad in cloak and leather armor, wielding short spears and adorned with long swords, stood watch at the door, while the castle's cook and 2 kitchen maids attended to the table. The castle's scribe, Basil, stood respectfully beside the wooden chair at the head of the long table, Reiner's designated seat. Once occupied by his father, several maids also stood by, dutifully serving the family during their meal. The guards offered a respectful bow to Reiner as he entered through the great door and took his place at the table. Since this was merely a family meal, no formal greetings were exchanged beyond a casual acknowledgement. During the meal, Reiner casually inquired of Sir Code, "Dear uncle, has there been any news from the territory of late?" Having recently traversed into this world, he had yet to establish a solid grip over his domain and was not well informed, lacking an intelligence network of his own. He needed to gather information from various sources about the state of his territory, but he planned to cultivate a loyal force of his own in the future. "Nothing of note has transpired. All is tranquil in the territory," Sir Code replied. That day, Reiner began assessing the state of his lands in his study. According to the latest statistics, the combined number of serfs and freemen in the Milan region totaled over 2,100, not including the fugitive serfs who had fled to evade taxes. The Milan family's arable land amounted to approximately 1,500 acres, while the entire Milan castle estate comprised nearly 3,000 acres, as a noble family granted land within the past century. The Milan family maintained a relatively concentrated domain. Additionally, there were 120 sheep, 10 oxen, 15 plow horses, 7 mills, 20 draft horses, and 5 war horses. The daily food consumption exceeded that of Reiner's own troops. Yet their significant output made this arrangement quite profitable. After tallying these assets, Reiner finally gained a clearer understanding of his holdings. Days passed in succession, and winter gradually approached. Chapter 9. Initial reforms of the army. Reiner lay in his chamber, the flames in the fireplace dancing energetically, devouring the wood that fueled them while crackling audibly, a sound that symbolized warmth to those of this era. System, Commenced the monthly lottery. Reiner commanded internally, for the system automatically granted him a chance to draw once a month. Known as the monthly lottery, the array of available prizes was extensive, though to Reiner's perspective, most were of little use. In the 3 months since his arrival, the best item he had drawn was merely a finely crafted half-sword valued at 10 merit points. However, adhering to the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Reiner participated in the lottery each month, holding out hope for a stroke of luck. At your command, Your Excellency, the monthly lottery begins. Reiner's gaze remained fixed upon the spinning wheel of fortune, and despite repeated disappointments, he still harbored a flicker of hope for a fortunate draw. Congratulations! You have drawn the hero character, Logan, the head spy for the Balth Empire in the Reza region, who has aided the Balth Empire in stealing intelligence and successfully defeating enemy forces with superior numbers. Loyalty, 95. Personality, brutal. Overall evaluation, 4 stars. Would you like to materialize him? Reiner felt a surge of elation as he beheld the system interface before him. The overwhelming joy nearly compelled him to leap from his seat. A 4-star character of this caliber was indeed a rare find in the system's marketplace. Each hero character was of considerable value, with even the most inexpensive 1-star heroes costing thousands of merit points. Not to mention a 4-star hero who had orchestrated notable events. Though he was unaware of what the Balth Empire entailed, anyone capable of serving as a regional spy chief for a nation could not be an ordinary figure. For some time, Reiner had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, perhaps due to his foreign surroundings. He always sensed an inability to grasp the larger picture. While other nobles faced similar circumstances, his unease remained. However, with the acquisition of this spy chief, he felt a measure of relief. It would be a waste not to utilize such a heroic figure. Establishing a spy or intelligence organization was essential for him. He needed a Jinui to monitor his territory. Materialize him immediately, Reiner commanded. Yes, Your Excellency, Logan has appeared outside your castle. Please receive him promptly, came the mechanical voice of the system. Reiner opened the door to his chamber and addressed the guards at the entrance. There is someone waiting outside the castle. Please bring him to me. The guards, though curious about Reiner's command, dutifully complied. Soon, Logan stood before Reiner. May you vanquish all foes and emerge victorious, my dear and illustrious master. Your most humble servant, Logan, bestows upon you his blessings. Logan declared extravagantly, leaving Reiner somewhat bashful. He was merely a lowly baron, unworthy of such grand accolades. Very well, Logan. From this day forth, you shall be my head spy and assist me in establishing a formidable intelligence organization. However, regrettably, my finances are somewhat strained at present. So you will need to help me manage the territory without financial support for the time being. As Reiner spoke these words, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. He felt akin to those unscrupulous landlords of his past life, wishing for the horses to gallop swiftly while withholding their fodder. Yet, he was left with no choice. The financial state of his domain was indeed far from optimistic. Although the taxes from the territory had been collected, they amounted merely to physical goods. Fortunately, the knights under his command did not require salaries, as they possessed the fiefs granted by the Emerland family. However, the common soldiers and the livestock within the castle needed sustenance, particularly the war horses, which demanded high-quality feed, occasionally mixed with minced meat and eggs to ensure their strength. Coupled with the occasional feasts, the finances of the Emerland family were somewhat strained. If it were not for the annual trade of iron materials to the mainland of the empire, they would have been in a dire situation. Reiner had previously manifested 2 junior blacksmiths, who had been diligently crafting iron chainmail. Chainmail was quite valuable. In the empire's inland, a complete set would cost no less than 5 gold coins. With the current tension in the empire and the lords eyeing the royal family with hostility, the price of armor had surged dramatically. Nevertheless, Reiner did not intend to sell the chainmail, as winter had already set in. The lords of the northern frontier were compelled to guard against the incursions of the Clade barbarians each year. The climate within the frigid forests was exceedingly harsh. Though only 100 kilometers from the northern frontier, the temperature could differ by several degrees. For half the year, the frosty woods were incapable of supporting agriculture or livestock. Thus, every winter, the Clade would descend to plunder the northern territories of the empire. If they could seize food, their survival through the winter would be assured. If not, the casualties would merely reduce the weaker population of their tribe, saving some provisions. In 3 months, the 2 junior blacksmiths, alongside 2 ordinary blacksmiths from the castle, had forged 18 complete suits of chainmail. Rainer organized a competition among the guards of the Immerland family, allowing the 18 victors to don the chainmail. The Immerland army, already equipped with leather armor due to their proximity to the forest and the abundance of animal pelts, now had over a third of their 60 armed guards outfitted with iron armor. During these past 3 months, Rainer had not been idle. Streamlining the organization was imperative. He divided the 60 soldiers into 4 squads of 15, further subdividing each squad into 3 combat teams. Although the leaders of the teams had yet to be appointed, they had undergone 3 months of collaborative combat training. To facilitate this, Rainer had expended a significant cost, using 15 merits to purchase a junior infantry combat manual. Aimed at enhancing their coordination and teamwork. By now, they had mastered various combat techniques and formations, albeit at a rudimentary level. Further refinement would require additional training time. With the army still modest in size, they could continue to operate independently. However, as their numbers grew, Rainer would need to mix the various troop types. To ensure their nutrition kept pace with the training demands, Rainer organized daily hunting expeditions for the archers, both to hone their shooting skills and to procure meat for the soldiers' sustenance. Otherwise, maintaining a daily diet of 3 meals of meat was simply beyond Rainer's means. What further vexed Rainer was that the system had rewarded him with only 15 exquisite recurve bows, while he had 20 archers, compelling him to expend an additional 20 merits to procure the necessary equipment. He began to suspect that the system was engaging in a form of bundled consumption. Chapter 10. The Barbarian Raid Incident. Host: Rainer Immerland. Age: 16. Politics: 50. Max value 100. Health: 95. Current territory buildings: none. Current reputation: none. Current subordinates: Valas, Logan. Current title: none. Current army: armed soldiers 60, archers 20. Current territory: Immerland Fortress. Current family: Immerland family. Upon accessing the system interface, a series of attributes appeared before Rainer's eyes. Aside from the addition of 2 subordinates, everything remained unchanged from 3 months prior. Recently, Rainer had set his sights on a highly productive farm, spanning 200 acres, which could significantly enhance grain output. The data indicated that it would yield bountiful harvests regardless of whether it was situated on barren or fertile land. However, the price was exorbitantly high, although a 200-acre farm could sustain the entire population of his territory for a year. The cost of 100 merits was daunting. Thus, he was left with no choice but to wait. Many such construction goods existed. The most expensive Rainer had encountered thus far was a level 5 barracks, which could transform ordinary soldiers into the most elite warriors of this era within a year, albeit limited to 500 transformations annually, at a staggering price of 20,000 merits, a figure Rainer could scarcely fathom. The Blooded Griffin Knights had been relentlessly sparring with Rainer's knights over the past 3 months, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The Blooded Griffin Knights were a human knightly order, embodying the fusion of the Griffin bloodline, staunchly defending the Blooded Plains, perpetually engaged in battles against the Orcish wolf riders and formidable orc champions, representing the pinnacle of human capability. Naturally, the world Rainer inhabited lacked such fantastical beings as orcs. Their only adversaries were fellow humans, with whom they had fought before, thus their combat strength was impressive. Rainer was currently mobilizing the serfs to develop arable land, as the low productivity stemmed from insufficient tools and limited farmland. Cultivating new fields required both time and money, and the impoverished serfs lacked the financial means or rights to undertake such endeavors. After all, from both a legal and practical standpoint, they were merely the private property of Rainer. The noble, unlike the freeman, who needed to submit applications and pay a fee to Rainer for the right to cultivate land for a specified period, all land within Immerland Fortress fundamentally belonged to Rainer. Rainer dispatched all plow oxen, draft horses, and cultivators, purchasing numerous advanced farming tools, including the Spanish heavy plow, with the gold coins gifted in the novice package. Rainer estimated that by the end of this winter, his private arable land could expand from 1,500 acres to approximately 2,500 acres, incurring the cost of providing each participating serf with a meal. When spring arrived next year, it would be the time for the cold climate wheat seeds obtained from the novice package to flourish, and he believed these specially cultivated seeds would undoubtedly thrive in the northern territories. Smoke wafted gently from the chimneys as November's chill settled in, with a thick layer of snow blanketing the ground. After a long day of labor in the forest, the villagers were finally able to return home to rest. To Rainer, this village seemed modest in scale, with barely 100 inhabitants, though this perception was merely his own. The villagers, after offering their prayers before the hearth, would soon partake in their most significant meal of the day, dinner. Alan, a serf around 30 years of age, bore a name meaning meat in the language of the empire, perhaps reflecting his parents' hopes for him to enjoy a meat-filled existence. Today, he had spent the entire day foraging for firewood and roots in the forest. The benevolent baron permitted them to forage, or else surviving the winter would be even more arduous. The knights had recently been training in the baron's castle, taking their son along, leaving only a few knights' retainers to guard the village. After completing a sincere prayer to the Holy Father in front of the fire, Alan added, "May the reign of the Emerald family endure for ages." He was acutely aware that he lived a relatively comfortable life among the serfs. The pot simmering on the fire contained a thin soup of vegetables and a scant amount of meat. In a winter of scarcity, being able to consume meat, enjoy warmth, and ensure his two sons did not go hungry was a considerable blessing compared to the plight of serfs in other territories. He harbored no grand ambitions. He was profoundly grateful for his current existence, fully aware that it was the benevolent rule of the Emerald family that afforded him this life. Hence his prayers. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams erupted from outside. Such disturbances were unheard of in their typically peaceful village. Confused, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Oh, my holy father! They have come again!" Alan exclaimed in horror at the scene before him. "Cursing, cursed, damn Clade! You shall rot in hell!" Grabbing the pitchfork beside the door, he charged forward, drawing upon his experience as a serf conscripted into battle on several occasions. His fury was ignited for a simple reason. The Clade, enduring hunger, could no longer restrain themselves and were advancing southward to raid the lands of the empire. Before him stood 3 ragged Clade barbarians, clad in animal skins, their faces marred by frostbite. Having kicked open the door of Alan's neighbor's home to seize their provisions. However, it seems that Alan's neighbor was also injured by the wooden spear in the other party's hand. In such an era, neighbors inevitably need to warm each other, which is why he was so enraged by this incident. The 3 Cladian men, upon seeing Alan and several villagers charging at them like wolves with pitchforks, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Despite their reputation as barbarians, it is not that they possess formidable physical prowess. Rather, their extreme poverty and low productivity have prevented any semblance of civilization from emerging. In fact, their physical constitution is so diminished that it pales in comparison to the inhabitants of the empire. In a 1-on-1 confrontation, there is a 70% chance that an imperial citizen would emerge victorious, barring those warriors specifically trained for battle within the tribes. Hence, these 3 Cladian men, clearly lacking in cohesion, dared not confront the villagers and swiftly fled with the sacks of grain in hand. After a brief chase, they managed to escape. "Damn it!" The villagers' furious shouts echoed across the desolate snowfield, yet the barbarians vanished without a trace. Upon their return to the village, the retainers hurriedly arrived. "We must report this to the Lord, and it is imperative that the Baron be informed as well. Perhaps the Cladian marauders are gearing up for another offensive." Chapter 11. Repelling the enemy beyond our borders at this moment in Moorland Castle. Rainer gazed out the window at the feathery snowflakes drifting down, a sense of unease settling within him. The magnitude of this snowfall was unprecedented in his lifetime. Even in the memories of the original owner of this body, such a heavy snowfall had never occurred. There is a saying in the Celestial Empire, "A timely snow heralds a bountiful year," suggesting that plentiful snow is a good omen. However, as with all things, too much can lead to disaster, and excessive snowfall can result in catastrophic snowstorms. Due to the heavy snow, Rainer's sources of intelligence from the north were effectively sealed within the castle. For safety's sake, he would have to wait until the snow ceased before dispatching troops to assess the state of the territory. However, given the collapsed state of the stables within the castle, it was likely that the inhabitants of his domain were faring no better. Their homes were constructed of inferior quality compared to the stables, and under such heavy snowfall, they would be hard-pressed to endure. "My Lord Baron, 3 days ago, Sir Melon's fief was raided by Cladians. Though their numbers were few, he wishes to report this matter to you in person." Recently, all the knights under Rainer's command had gathered within the castle, So upon receiving the messenger's report, he promptly came to Reiner's chamber to relay the news. "The Cladians plundered your village?" Reiner inquired, looking at the messenger clad in leather armor. "Indeed, my dear Lord. 3 Cladian men suddenly appeared in our village, stole the grain from a farmer's household, and then fled. I perceive this as an omen. The time for Cladians to descend upon us and pillage may be drawing near. I hope the Baron remains vigilant against the marauders." Sir Melon conveyed to Reiner. "Task issued. Resist the invasion of the barbarians. As the Lord of Moorland Castle, you have the duty to protect your subjects from the ravages of the barbarians. Mission rewards: 300 acres of fertile land. 1 heroic lottery draw. Failure penalty: 10 years off your lifespan." This, Reiner gazed at the task issued by the system, somewhat speechless. This mission was undeniably compulsory. 10 years of life was something no one would willingly forfeit. Initially, Reiner had intended to safely relocate all the residents and assets of his territory to the castle to weather the winter. However, with the issuance of this task carrying a penalty for failure, all his plans were dashed, and he could only reluctantly accept it. "Well, so it is," Reiner pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he wiped his lips with his hand. "Very well, I understand. I shall remain vigilant. After the snow ceases, we will establish a defensive line along the northern border of our territory to hold our ground throughout the winter. Your plan is commendable, my lord, but it appears we lack sufficient manpower to execute it. Our northern border stretches for over 10 kilometers, yet we have only a few dozen soldiers. Even if your subordinates bring some soldiers, we cannot defend the entire border." "I am well aware." Reiner silently screamed within. Wishing he were not compelled to act, however, he could sense from Sir Melon's demeanor and tone a lack of trust in him. Given that Reiner had not managed the territory for long, the old vassals from his father's time had yet to fully accept him. Although they had sworn fealty to Reiner, it was inevitable that his youth would lead them to regard him with some disdain. Even after Reiner had returned and won a decisive battle, it had not significantly altered their perceptions. "Rest assured, Sir Melon, I possess a solution to this predicament. Please trust in your lord, I, Reiner Moorland, the legitimate ruler of Moorland Castle." Reiner felt a surge of indignation. Even though he was reluctant, it was disheartening to face contempt and distrust after issuing a command. Initially, he believed that time would earn him their respect, but 3 months had passed, and while they did not dare openly defy him, they frequently questioned his orders or mocked him in private. Thus, he reiterated his full identity to convey to Sir Melon who the true master of this land was. Sir Melon was somewhat better off. His family had served the Moorland family for 3 generations. Those knights who had pledged loyalty to the Moorland family since Reiner's father's era were particularly arrogant. Though they did not dare to oppose or ridicule Reiner openly, they nonetheless held him in contempt. "Very well, my lord. In light of my family's service to the Moorland family for 3 generations, please do not let us suffer too greatly in this calamity," Sir Melon pleaded. The northern nobles faced Cladian raids annually, and hunger could unleash extraordinary strength from their otherwise frail bodies. During a raid 3 years prior, even a baron had perished in the enemy's attack, and his territory was predictably left desolate, with only a few hundred inhabitants remaining. This was the predicament that the northern lords had to confront each year. Defending against enemy incursions had always been an arduous task, and considering this year's heavy snowfall, the risk of Cladians descending southward to pillage was even greater. Sir Melon favored consolidating all the grain and residents within the castle or other hidden locations, while leading the troops to defend the castle. Although Moorland Castle was not an impregnable fortress, its stone structure represented an insurmountable stronghold to the Cladians, who remained in a primitive tribal state. They could not possibly breach such a bastion. What they needed to do was invade the territory of the northern lord, either to pillage in groups or to crush the noble's army, subsequently plundering food from farmers and freemen to survive the winter. In this respect, hiding the residents and grain was indeed the best course of action. However, Reiner had not accrued merit points in quite some time, and he was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. It was not that Reiner was cold-blooded. Rather, from another perspective, resisting the Cladians beyond his territory was the superior choice. At present, Reiner's own prestige was insufficient to instill fear in others. Moreover, repelling the enemy would enhance the trust and support of the territory's inhabitants towards him. and other lords would recognize a baron who successfully held the enemy at bay, significantly bolstering his reputation. For the nobility, while both territory and military might were important, the greatest legacy a noble could leave for their descendants was a good reputation. Some families were renowned for their bravery, a reputation earned through generations of bloodshed, while others were famous for their loyalty, a testament to their unwavering fidelity. Each form of reputation represented the largest wealth of a family. A good reputation instilled pride in family members, compelling them to risk their lives to uphold the family's honor. Conversely, a poor family reputation would drive others away, and no esteemed family would wish to ally through marriage. Their family members would become objects of disdain. Moreover, aside from the tribal warriors, the individual combat prowess of the Cladians was inferior to even Reiner's somewhat trained common soldiers. Their sheer numbers rendered them a perennial disaster for the northern realm. But historically, the greatest number of invaders had never exceeded 3,000. However, in the context of the medieval cultural sphere resembling Reiner's former life, this was a considerable figure, especially since Moorland Castle housed only a little over 2,000 inhabitants. With even fewer soldiers, given the opportunity to confront an enemy that was relatively easy to deal with and could provide merit, Reiner would certainly not let it pass. Thus, he resolved to establish a defensive line along the edge of his territory. Once this plan was disseminated, the entire region erupted in discussion. While it could not be said that panic ensued, there was certainly unrest among the populace, and even the knights under Reiner's command expressed their doubts. Chapter 12. Mobilization of the army. Nevertheless, the Moorland family commanded a great deal of respect. Both Reiner's father and grandfather had been trustworthy lords, and the knights, along with the inhabitants of the territory, held the Moorland family in high regard. Moreover, Reiner wielded the unwavering support of 5 staunch allies, the blood-red Griffin Knights, whose formidable prowess in battle had already been heralded following their previous encounter with the Red Dwarfs. In addition, the Moorland family boasted numerous relatives, including Reiner's own paternal uncle and his household, who stood firmly by his side. Thus, while Reiner may not have absolute dominion over his territory, he faced no one daring to defy his commands. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? The snowfall this year has been unprecedented, and the raiding Cladrins will undoubtedly be far more numerous than in previous years. This is beyond our capacity to withstand. We must rely on Moorland Castle, our family's protector. Sir Code urged Reiner, fully aware of their respective standings. Though he was Reiner's uncle, he was also his vassal, thus he chose his words with great care. I understand, uncle. However, please trust me. With the knights' retinues and infantry combined, our Moorland family can mobilize over 200 troops. I have devised a method to assemble our forces swiftly to launch an offensive against the scattered invaders, while also ensuring we can detect any foes entering our territory from various directions. Reiner replied to Sir Code. He had already thought of a solution. The legendary signal fires. Of course, Reiner was unaware of the precise method of their creation, but he had attempted to replicate it a few times and had managed to establish a way to detect intruders within a 2-kilometer radius. The entire border of Moorland Castle was only about 7 or 8 kilometers adjacent to the frigid forest, and with 3 or 4 signal fires, he could adequately cover the area. A single fire could be ignited by just 1 or 2 soldiers, making this method quite effective for a border of such limited expanse. After explaining his plan to Sir Code, Reiner noted that while the latter still harbored some doubts, he was no longer as anxious as before. The knights under Reiner's command dared not oppose their lord. They feared both Reiner's martial strength and the stigma of being labeled disloyal. Therefore, regardless of their skepticism regarding the upcoming battle and the potential for loss in this conflict with the savages, they chose to obey their lord's orders. The heavy snowfall had ceased for 5 days, and Reiner had issued a mobilization order as soon as the storm abated. Now, all the knights, accompanied by their soldiers and retinues, had gathered at Moorland Castle. The assembly comprised over 200 soldiers. As Moorland Castle was primarily a military fortress rather than a town, the only residents, aside from Reiner's family, were the troops belonging to the Moorland family. The sudden influx of personnel did not overcrowd the fortress, but it certainly brought a lively atmosphere. The soldiers and knights brought their own provisions, relieving Reiner of any financial burden, as it was their obligation to supply their lord. Once the gathering was complete, Reiner hosted a temporary feast for the knights before leading the assembled forces northward to the border. The northern frontier lay merely 10 kilometers from the castle, a journey that would take approximately 4 hours to reach the vicinity of the cold forest. Some women of ill repute from the territory sought to accompany the army to the front lines, unaware of when the Cladrons might strike. Thus the troops could be stationed for over a month. If more than a month elapsed, the likelihood of a Cladron incursion would significantly diminish. Will this truly be effective? Not only Sir Code, but also other knights in Raynor's retinue felt a sense of trepidation. Though the blood-red Griffin Knights harbored no such concerns. Despite having manifested with independent personas and emotions, they held an unwavering trust in Raynor. That evening, Raynor instructed his soldiers to prepare 4 signal fires at the border of their territory. Should the Cladrons appear, they would ignite the fires to signal an immediate response, employing swift maneuvering tactics to annihilate the enemy. Typically, the raiding Cladrons were not from a single tribe. The barren cold forest could not sustain a large tribe exceeding 10,000. Even tribes of over 5,000 were exceedingly rare. Thus, these marauders were generally scattered, lacking the organization and training to rival a regular army. Raynor felt confident that as long as he did not face an overwhelming force of over 1,000 enemies, victory was within reach. The need to relocate wealth annually stemmed from the unpredictability of enemy incursions. Even patrolling knights on horseback proved ineffective, as both men and steeds are not machines and can tire. Moreover, even if the enemy was detected, many could slip through unnoticed. Raynor intended to engage in a decisive battle to eliminate a significant number of foes, while urging the residents of nearby villages to remain vigilant and eliminate any Cladrons who might escape. Indeed, Raynor was currently organizing a large-scale reclamation effort, utilizing months of human and animal waste that had been fermenting in a large pit. This would serve as organic fertilizer for the fields come spring. As well-fermented manure is highly effective for enriching soil, Raynor even stored bone meal, uncertain of its efficacy, in preparation for application in the fields. The Moreland family's annual income barely sufficed to stave off hunger and yield a modest surplus. When accounting for the substantial expenses of soldier wages, armor replacements, and other costs, the financial burden became immense. Without the significant profits from the iron mines within the territory, the family would have long since faltered. Thus, Raynor's immediate priority was to resolve the issue of sustenance for his domain. If the annual harvest did not yield self-sufficiency and substantial surplus, he could hardly find peace of mind. This preoccupation stemmed from the inherent traits of his lineage, which persisted even in a new world embodied as such. He could not permit the Cladrons to rampage through his lands with impunity, beyond considerations of reputation. This was a substantial motivator. Meanwhile, within the adjacent Renter Castle, Baron Waydrim gazed into the distance from his chamber. The land lay cloaked in a silvery shroud, a pure white expanse punctuated only by a few scattered objects. With the northern cold forest being the only area to display any color, where a calamity of immense proportions brewed for the entire northern region. All the inhabitants of Renter Castle, numbering around 2,000, had been relocated within its walls, along with all food supplies and valuables. However, due to limited mobilization capacity, perhaps over 100 individuals still wandered outside the castle. Waydrim was acutely aware that he could not predict when the Cladrons would cross the border to pillage and slaughter, leaving him reluctant to act rashly. Ha! Foolish! I once thought he would exhibit the composure of his father, but it seems he is merely an arrogant simpleton. Defeating the enemy? Humph! Who does he think he is? The embodiment of the Holy Father's battle prowess. Chapter 13. Another hero after several days, news of Raynor's intention to resist the Cladrons at the edge of his territory spread throughout much of the northern region. Some admired his actions, yet many remained skeptical of his tactics. Others deemed the newly minted noble, having just inherited his title, exceedingly foolish. Although the Cladrons were formidable, the adage, "many ants can kill an elephant," though not a part of imperial proverbs, was universally understood. If numbers were comparable, the well-equipped northern lords, bolstered by their iron mines, would naturally be unafraid. Yet, the enemy's numbers had swelled to a point where equipment and training could not bridge the gap, forcing them to choose avoidance over confrontation. Raynor? He is quite brave, but I shall be even braver. A young noble rapped his knuckles on the table within the castle, eager to establish his own reputation after recently inheriting his father's title. His expansive territory was far more complex than that of Moreland Castle. Do not be rash, Con. We will exhaust our forces in this war. There are too many eyes upon us, and we cannot afford such a drain on our strength. A middle-aged knight cautioned Con. Recently elevated to his title, he felt insecure in his position, prompting his aggressive stance. He He sought to prove his capabilities to all. Do not counsel me. I must swiftly gain their respect. They may listen to me now, but I cannot guarantee that will last. Khan's expression darkened, the recent rumors circulating in the territory troubling him greatly, and the disdain from some individuals ignited his fury. Currently, all are gathered within the castle. If I mobilize some free men, we could exceed 400 in number. I refuse to believe that the invading Cladrons will truly surpass 1,000. Khan declared emphatically. Meanwhile, the knight continued to implore him. This year's snowfall has been far heavier than usual. The game in the cold forest will undoubtedly diminish, resulting in even more Cladrons crossing into our lands. We must proceed with caution. I have made my decision. Do not dissuade me further. Immediately order the troops to assemble, and let the free men take up arms. I shall crush them before they breach our territory, Baron Khan proclaimed with conviction. The knight gazed at the young lord before him, resignedly responding, Yes, my lord, I shall convey your orders at once. Once the command was issued, it stirred a considerable uproar among his vassals, who expressed their dissatisfaction with the decree. Yet, bound by their oaths of loyalty, they found themselves unable to disobey. The same holds true for the freemen, some of whom even refused to serve and opt instead to support him with provisions. While freemen do have an obligation to serve their lords, this duty can indeed be substituted with food. After all, they can be considered part of the affluent peasant class, capable of producing a suit of armor and a pickaxe or a spear. Their decent sustenance also grants them physical advantages over the average serf, making them the most formidable force outside the regular army and knights maintained by their lords. However, freemen, or rather self-sufficient farmers, are still fearful of death. They resemble higher-status citizens who, despite their obligations, possess considerable rights. Furthermore, they wield significant military power, which typically deters nobles from acting excessively against them. Nevertheless, as the empire has enjoyed prolonged peace, the status of freemen has gradually diminished, with many being forced out by their lords into bankruptcy. Their lands consolidated, rendering them serfs. Thus, he led over 200 soldiers and freemen in a grand procession towards the edge of his territory. Unlike previous military campaigns, this time, the accompanying merchants and women of ill repute had no intention of following. Khan's idea was deemed excessively risky, and the inhabitants of the barony were skeptical of this battle. Consequently, for safety's sake, these individuals refrained from joining the army. The Clade people, unlike the empire's denizens, viewed the world through a lens of food and women, and upon encountering enemies, they would unleash a brutal massacre. Meanwhile, to the north of Baron Khan's domain, another barony had completely fallen, with starving Clade people having brutally breached the castle walls, plundering everything within before setting the wooden structure ablaze. As for the inhabitants, they were all annihilated, with only a handful of fortunate souls escaping the Clade's wrath, mostly women of childbearing age and young children. All others perished at their hands. While there had been instances of castles falling to the Clade in the past, they were indeed rare, with only 3 breached in the last 20 years. Gradually, a trickle of refugees from the north brought this harrowing news to Baron Khan. After listening to their accounts, his expression grew increasingly grave. Over 1,000 had assaulted the castle, a scenario he had not foreseen. Regret began to creep into his thoughts, for the enemy's numbers had surpassed those of previous years. The Clade had typically retained a portion of their forces in the north, resulting in fewer reaching his territory, primarily raiding those wandering inhabitants who had not made it into the castle. However, this time was drastically different. His northern neighbor had been completely exterminated, and after plundering, the vast enemy horde continued their march southward. My lord, the enemy is expected to enter our territory by tomorrow. If we return to the castle now, we may still have time, urged the advisor who had been persistently counseling Baron Khan. Anxiety gnawed at Khan's heart. He too wished to retreat, yet he felt compelled to press forward, having recently inherited the barony and defied the odds to confront the enemy in a bid to elevate his own standing. To falter now would render him a laughingstock among his vassals and subjects, inviting mockery from other lords. His reputation would plummet, leading to a myriad of troubles, destabilizing his rule. Thus, retreat was no longer an option, and he could only harden his resolve to continue. Silence, old fool. Should you utter such demoralizing words again, I shall revoke your fief. His inner turmoil intensified, and in a moment of ire, he lashed out at his steadfast supporter. The middle-aged knight stared at Baron Khan in stunned silence, ultimately bowing his head to conceal his expression, softly replying, "Yes, my lord, I shall fight for you until my dying breath." Baron Khan, consumed by agitation, failed to perceive the underlying message in his words and commanded the troops to remain vigilant, instructing the knights to patrol the area to prevent any stealthy incursions by the Clade. Meanwhile, at Moorland Fortress, as Reiner led the troops through the icy terrain, after more than half a month of waiting, they finally witnessed the first plume of smoke rising towards the heavens. Chapter 14. Barbarians breached the border in the frigid expanse of the icy wilderness. The weather was exceedingly cold. The sun had lost its summer fervor, reduced to a mere pale orb, feebly emitting a pitiful warmth. The daylight, shrouded by winter's gloom, cast a dreary pall over the surroundings, dampening the spirits of those who beheld it. Clad in a thick cotton coat, Reiner wore an additional layer of heavy linen armor previously lined with chainmail and a leather jerkin, all intended for warmth. Yet, in such biting cold, he could still feel the icy wind piercing through. The tents they had brought proved somewhat effective, yet even so, the frigid gusts managed to seep through, chilling everyone inside. This was one of the reasons why no one wished to venture into battle during the winter months. Reiner estimated the temperature to be around -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. A resounding trumpet call echoed, signaling the assembly of Moorland Fortress. Not only could the soldiers under Reiner's command recognize it, but even the troops of the knights could discern its significance. Despite being a soul hailing from the northeastern regions of the Celestial Empire, he found it challenging to endure such harsh cold, let alone the even more frigid climate of the boreal forests. The soldiers were similarly attired in thick cotton coats and leather armor, although half of them were equipped with chainmail. Enduring such weather was undoubtedly torturous. The iron armor became excruciatingly cold, making it undesirable to wear unless absolutely necessary. However, the time for hesitation had passed. Under Reiner's rigorous training over the past 3 months, they had developed the discipline to follow orders without question. While they may not rival the well-disciplined armies of later eras, they were certainly among the most formidable of their time. They swiftly donned their armor, seized their spears, strapped their swords to their waists, and donned their helmets, charging out of the tents to form ranks. Their formation was impressively orderly, with 60 infantry and 20 archers quickly assembling together. In contrast, the soldiers accompanying the knights were largely hastily summoned serfs and freemen, armed with a hodgepodge of weaponry. Some were fortunate enough to wield wooden maces and wear linen armaments, while others merely donned ordinary cotton garments, brandishing wooden sticks or pitchforks as they followed their lords onto the battlefield. Each knight, aside from their retainers, brought along approximately a dozen such auxiliary soldiers. These freemen, while numerous, were woefully lacking in combat capability. They had suffered from malnutrition, their average height barely reaching 1.60 m, and while they were not emaciated, they certainly did not possess robust physiques, falling far short of the average standards of the Celestial Empire's populace. Long-standing subjugation under their lords had rendered them exceedingly timid, and without adequate training, it was unlikely they would change. Finally, after several minutes, they managed to form a disorganized line, standing distinctly beside Reiner's troops. The disparity between the two sides glaringly apparent. With the assistance of a few retainers, Reiner donned his full chainmail and placed a fur-lined iron helmet upon his head. All the knights had assembled outside his tent, awaiting his command. Once clad in armor, Reiner hung a fine long sword at his waist. A retainer brought forth his warhorse, which knelt down, allowing Reiner to mount gracefully. He accepted this feudal and decadent gesture without hesitation. Although he had initially felt somewhat uncomfortable, he had come to understand that one must adhere to the rules of the era in which they lived. Should he not step upon the back of another, he might fear incurring Baron Khan's displeasure. Reiner gazed towards the direction of the rising smoke, which was not far, appearing to be only around 2 kilometers away. The enemy has appeared. We shall vanquish them here, defend our homes and lands, and all shall earn unparalleled glory. Reiner proclaimed loudly from atop his steed, his voice somewhat muffled by the warmth of his helmet. Yet those around him heard his words. Indeed, even if they won the battle, there was little to gain. At most, they could capture a few prisoners to sell, but few would desire Clade slaves, as they were frail and difficult to tame, making it hard to fetch a good price. However, they all understood that should the enemy breach their defenses, their families and lands would face utter devastation. News of a fallen barony had already spread throughout much of the northern region, which had descended into a veritable hell on earth. Should Moorland Fortress fall, they would undoubtedly share the same fate. Even if they survived, they would become wandering knights without fiefs, leading to dire circumstances, possibly even descending into the status of brigands. The prospect of a grim existence fueled their fighting spirit immensely, and thus, Reiner led them towards the rising smoke in less than half an hour. They arrived near the smoke, where they could finally see the approaching Clade. Amidst the thick snow, the Clade, clad in cumbersome furs, shivered as they trudged forward, brandishing wooden clubs or bone weapons. The ranks of the opposing array were remarkably orderly, composed entirely of young men. Although the hardships of their existence made them appear somewhat aged, it was evident that they were still quite youthful. This was not due to the Clade people's disregard for the elderly in battle, but rather a consequence of the harsh living conditions in the boreal forests, where the vast majority of individuals seldom lived beyond the age of 40, with many succumbing in their 30s in that frozen expanse. A wisp of fine white smoke emerged from Reiner's helmet, the warm breath escaping into the frigid air. The Clade numbered approximately 800 or 900. Leading the front was an individual clad in warmer attire, mounted on a reindeer, likely the chieftain of this tribe. Accompanying him were others similarly attired, wielding bone implements or the rare iron tools. These were their warriors. Every tribe invariably required formidable individuals to safeguard their community's security. Through the knights and his uncle, Sir Code, Reiner learned that during annual raids, the most formidable adversaries were these tribal warriors. Despite their exceedingly tattered weaponry, their physical prowess could rival that of freemen or standing armies. With the majority of casualties during the siege of Moland Fort inflicted by these individuals, Reiner cautiously licked his lips, wary of the biting wind that might crack his chapped skin. He understood that the enemy's fighting spirit was resolute yet fragile. If he could inflict tremendous casualties upon them in one fell swoop, fear would compel them to retreat swiftly, for death is the greatest terror of all living beings. However, if they were not crushed immediately, hunger would drive them to abandon their fear of death, reasoning that a return without food was a death sentence in itself. Thus they might as well fight here in hopes of survival. Chapter 15. The outset of battle, an assembly of 800 or 900 men was exceedingly lavish for this era. Scarcely anyone in the north could muster such a force, which elucidated the reason for the Lord of Beijing's impotence against the Clade. Uniting to confront them was even less feasible, as the Clade's objective was not to conquer territory, but to plunder the resources necessary for their survival, thereby negating any notion of unification. Capturing the Northern Lord's castle would demand a substantial cost. They merely needed to seize the food of residents who could not flee, along with any remnants left behind, to address some of their survival issues. Furthermore, hunting and foraging for roots in the forest made enduring the 6-month winter feasible. Yet, even so, the dreaded winter would claim nearly 30% of the Clade's population, with many falling victim to tribal skirmishes, but a greater number succumbing to hunger and cold. Reiner, astride a towering warhorse, found himself at the forefront of the assembly, which was beginning to show signs of disarray upon witnessing the vast numbers of the enemy, making it difficult for them to maintain their composure. The regular soldiers fared somewhat better, managing to uphold basic formation, yet the serfs and conscripted soldiers brought by the knights faltered, initially aware that the enemy would be numerous. They did not anticipate such overwhelming dread. Upon witnessing the dense throng of adversaries, they found it challenging to quell their fear. 800 or 900 men may not seem a vast number in theory, yet it was indeed a formidable figure. Their hands gripping pitchforks and wooden clubs began to tremble slightly, the motley assortment of tattered clothing offering little warmth. However, Reiner knew their shaking stemmed from fear. The regular soldiers whispered amongst themselves, expressing doubts about their ability to defeat such a multitude. Although Reiner had led them to victory in his first battle upon his return, lingering uncertainties remained. Riding atop his steed, surrounded by several retainers and serfs, the knights gazed upon the colossal enemy force, their expressions turning grave beneath their helmets. Indeed, this year's incursion into their territory was markedly larger than in previous years. "Fear not, warriors," Reiner bellowed, fully aware that any hint of trepidation among his soldiers would significantly diminish their chances against the enemy. His greatest advantage lay in the presence of a robust and well-trained regular army, complemented by the killing machines of the cold weapon era. Knights, behold the clade before us. They are diminutive and frail. They have gone at least 2 days without sustenance, and you, the soldiers under Baron Reiner, feast daily on the meat and bread I provide. You are taller than them, stronger than them, more skilled in battle, and you possess better equipment. In every respect, you surpass them. They stand no chance against my valiant warriors." Reiner's voice rang out, aiming to instill confidence in his men, for morale is of paramount importance in any era of warfare. "The Holy Father above watches over you. Your families await your victorious news, glory, in this war. You shall earn immense honor, and your families shall swell with pride. Moreover, should we triumph, your families shall be exempt from taxation. My vassals shall not oppose this, for I will provide ample funds to offset your levies. Now, fight valiantly, soldiers, the enemy lies before you. Follow my lead. Together, we shall vanquish them." Reiner shouted, igniting a fervor among his men. Under the knight's guidance, they erupted in a cacophony of cheers. "Victory! Long live the Baron! Long live the Moland family!" Reiner's heart surged with exhilaration, though he was already a baron and bore the memories of his former life. The sight of such an electrifying spectacle stirred an unavoidable thrill within him. Nonetheless, he strove to remain composed, leading his spirited troops as they awaited the enemy's advance. The clade, clad in tattered animal skins, shivered as they pressed forward into the cold, driven by the hope of survival. Upon sighting the assembled forces of the Moland family, their hearts momentarily faltered. Among them were not a few who had participated in previous raids. Yet they had never encountered an enemy massed at the border awaiting their arrival. The clade chieftain, Highlanda, sat solemnly upon his reindeer, scrutinizing the foe ahead. He recognized that his people's individual combat capabilities were lacking, and their discipline paled in comparison to that of their adversaries, though it must be noted that the enemy's discipline was hardly commendable. In this era, the majority of lords and nobles failed to grasp the significance of discipline, rendering the armies akin to a contest of incompetence. Those who were merely less inept could be deemed elite. Yet, the clade could be considered one of the most dismal armies in existence. Utterly incomparable to a regular force, Highlanda's sorrowful visage rendered him appear older than his 30-some years. The harsh living conditions and bitter cold had aged him prematurely. He understood that if they could not defeat the enemy today and seize their supplies, his entire tribe would vanish into the boreal forest. The weight of his ancestors' legacy and the intoxicating taste of power forbade such an outcome. Resolute, he steeled himself to vanquish the enemy before him, even if it meant sacrificing all the tribal warriors in the process to secure sufficient resources. Warriors of the tribe, delicious food and fair women lie ahead. Yet these damned pretenders to an empire, the Reitka, stand in our way. If we can defeat them, we shall claim abundant sustenance and women. The iron tools they wield shall be ours." Highlanda proclaimed loudly to his kin, white vapor escaping his lips. His words galvanized the clade, instilling a greater sense of resolve, albeit lacking in overt displays of enthusiasm. "Archers, prepare," Reiner intoned in a resonant voice, the weight of his armor rendering him impervious to warmth, akin to encasing himself in ice, despite multiple layers of insulation. The clade's formation was exceedingly dense, their lack of resources rendering even animal hides ineffective for warmth. They could only huddle closely together, relying on the warmth of their comrades. The archers under Reiner's command were not melee troops, thus they were fortunate enough to don heavy protective garments and fur armor, and as former hunters, they were equipped with warm pelts. They retrieved arrows from the ground, knocking them onto the exquisite recurve bows that Reiner had provided. After months of practice, they had mastered the powerful bows and awaited Reiner's command to unleash their arrows. Chapter 16. The fierce struggle. The archers were exceptionally attuned to commands. 21 days could cultivate a habit, and although 3 months would not etch it into their bones, they would respond promptly at Reiner's bidding. Clad in leather armor with thick protective garments, they appeared robust, rivaling even the melee infantry. The act of drawing a bow required immense strength. Those lacking power could not draw the heavy bowstring, and years of practice had rendered their upper bodies and arms exceptionally developed. Through the visor of his helmet, Lena silently calculated the distance to the enemy in his mind: 200 meters, 180 meters, 120 meters. Having assessed the number of foes, he realized that the distance of 120 meters was precisely within the range of the exquisite recurve bows wielded by his archers. Without hesitation, Lena drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at the enemy before him, shouting, "Fire!" Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of bowstrings snapping reverberated in the air as arrows, akin to falcons, soared forth with a piercing cry towards the adversaries. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as a dozen clade warriors fell to the ground. Their thick fur garments absorbed most of the blood, leaving only a few droplets that adorned the deep snow like delicate plum blossoms in the winter. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet symbolizing death, the clade, clad in their warm pelts, were ill-prepared to withstand the arrows released from the finely crafted recurve bows. Weak from hunger, they could not endure such injuries and fell one after another. Struck down by the arrows, however, due to the limited number of archers under Lena's command, even amidst the densely packed enemy formation, only a handful were lost. The death of these few did little to deter the clade from their intent to defeat their adversaries and seize their spoils. They circumvented the bodies of their fallen comrades and pressed forward with the main force. The snow piled thick enough to reach their knees impeded their progress, causing them to move slowly and awkwardly. This sluggish pace afforded Lena's archers another opportunity, as their slow movement meant more time and chances to shoot. "Prepare," Lena commanded, and the archers swiftly retrieved an arrow from the ground, knocking it onto the bowstring. With their remaining strength, they could unleash 8 shots before succumbing to fatigue. "Fire!" he ordered again, and 20 arrows were loosed into the advancing enemy ranks. After 5 rounds of shooting, 70 to 80 bodies lay strewn across the snow, having sustained significant losses before even reaching Lena's front lines. Doubt began to creep into the hearts of the clade. At this moment, Lena did not instruct his archers to continue firing, for they had grown weary after 5 rounds, and the enemy was drawing closer. It was now time for the infantry to shine. "Sir Code," Lena called out, and Sir Code, standing nearby, immediately responded, "Yes, my lord." "Led your contingent alongside Sir Melon, Sir Balar, and Sir Brogen to hold the enemy at bay for 10 minutes. When you hear the sound of my horn, bring your mounted retinue to join me. We shall strike at the enemy's rear to shatter their formation. Sir Varus, you will lead all my knights in a charge against the enemy's rear, while I will bring my own troops. Once you have broken through their lines, I will direct them to continue tearing apart the enemy formation and inflict heavy casualties upon their main force." "Yes, my lord, your command shall be followed." The Moorland family possesses 10 knights with fiefs, aside from the 5 Blood Lion Griffin knights and 6 Squire knights without fiefs. During the last campaign against the Red Dwarf bandits, we deployed only 11 knights, leaving 5 to guard the castle. This time, as the fate of our territory hangs in the balance, Lena dared not hold back, bringing forth all his knights. The 5 Blood Lion Griffin knights encircled Lena, tasked with ensuring his safety and tearing through the enemy's lines during the charge. Receiving the orders, Sir Code placed his right hand over his heart and bowed, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill your command and hold the enemy." Sir Code, Sir Melon, and Sir Brogen all nodded gravely. This was indeed a perilous undertaking, pitting their combined forces of fewer than 100 knights against over 700 foes. While not entirely futile, their odds were certainly slim. Nevertheless, Lena believed they could hold for 10 minutes. Among the 80-odd men, besides the knights, were experienced retainers and capable freemen who had undergone combat training. Compared to the frail clade, they held a distinct advantage in individual combat effectiveness. At this juncture, the clade had advanced to within approximately 30 meters of the Moorland army, and Lena's direct forces began to slowly withdraw behind him. The clade leader, Highlanda, sensed this shift. Even the primitive and impoverished clade were not oblivious to the nature of war. Although their skirmishes were often chaotic, he understood that a shattered rear could lead to defeat. Moreover, clade raiders rarely encountered resistance from lords, and thus they had little knowledge of the swift and formidable cavalry that could strike terror into their hearts. "Alert the warriors at the rear. The cursed redcans will surely attempt to ambush us from behind. They may be outnumbered, but if we remain vigilant, they shall not succeed," Highlanda na Veli proclaimed, unaware that the true strength of knights lay not solely in their lethality, but in their capacity to instill fear and demoralize the enemy, capable of cleaving through forces tenfold their own. "Understood, my chief," a subordinate replied, hastily heading to relay the command. Meanwhile, Lena had maneuvered his forces to the flank of the clade, estimating that within 10 minutes, they would encircle the enemy's rear. As this unfolded, Sir Code and his compatriots engaged the clade in combat. There was no formation, merely the simplest collaboration as dozens crowded together, brandishing their weapons against foes less equipped than themselves. The snow hindered the speed of both sides, negating the force that velocity would have imparted, resulting in only a few casualties during their initial clash. Chapter 17. Stalemate. GLA stood in the rear ranks of the clade, his hands and feet icy cold, anxiety coursing through him. This was not his first incursion into the northern territories of the Redkin Empire. In previous raids, they had successfully plundered ample supplies, and by fortunate chance, he had survived several harsh winters. Gripping a wooden club embedded with spikes, GLA felt his limbs nearly frozen. He was determined to secure enough loot. Recalling the delectable Redkin delicacies and the enchanting women he had encountered last winter, igniting a fervor within him. Perpetually hungry, he could only indulge in a hearty meal upon successfully raiding the northern lands. An experience that was not just a luxury for him, but a rare pleasure for the common folk of the North. In this era of low productivity, aside from the freemen, few could afford to set aside enough food for a year after paying their taxes to their lords. They were forced to forage for wild vegetables and other sustenance to stave off hunger. This was why serfs often appeared small and frail. Yet, even so, their physical condition was markedly superior to that of the clade. "Kill them!" a tribal leader beside GLA shouted. Brandishing his weapon with fervor, his face flushed from the cold and excitement, he witnessed his kin fall, one after another, beneath the enemy's spears. With each thrust, a clade warrior succumbed, while the blows from their crude weapons barely penetrated the leather and chainmail of Lena's regular troops. Inflicting minimal damage, a few drops of blood appeared upon the snow, resembling crimson pearls cascading to the ground, adding a splash of color to the otherwise monochromatic winter landscape. As the melee continued, the clade had lost nearly 40 to 50 men. Icy palms grew damp with sweat. He had to switch hands to grip the club and wipe his right hand on his fur cloak. He licked his lips, which appeared pale from malnutrition, as the tribal warriors before him fell, and soon it would be his turn to confront the enemy directly. GLA was confident in his luck and strength. He did not believe he would meet his end at the hands of the enemy. Firmly convinced he would emerge from the battlefield once again, laden with bountiful spoils to enjoy with his family. "For the tribe," GLA bellowed, raising the wooden club adorned with animal teeth. The tribal warriors before him were already falling to the spears of the Redcans. Meanwhile, the moorland forces were also in dire straits. Within a mere 5 minutes, they had suffered nearly 20 casualties, with many more wounded. Most of the injured were unprotected serfs and some freemen. The losses to Lena's moorland army were relatively minor. GLA swung his club at an enemy before him, noticing that the leather armor of his opponent had suffered some damage, believing this strike could inflict significant harm. What has happened?" GLA stared blankly at the unharmed enemy before him, seemingly still in shock. "Damn those Cladians!" The soldier from the Milan family spat fiercely, recalling the painful thwack of the blow he had just received. However, thanks to the chainmail he wore on the outside, coupled with the insulating leather armor beneath and the thick padded clothing, he had sustained little to no injury. With such formidable equipment, even the flanged mace wielded by knights struggled to inflict damage, unless the opponent charged from horseback, leveraging the force of their steed. The wooden clubs employed by the Cladians were hardly comparable to the flanged maces, and thus they had emerged virtually unscathed. The North, in terms of population, technology, and productivity, could not hold a candle to the heart of the empire. Yet, it did possess one notable advantage: an abundance of steel. A full suit of chainmail could fetch up to 5 gold coins in the inner territories. While in the north, Lena could equip half the ordinary soldiers with iron chainmail. It was already remarkable if the soldiers of the inner lords could don any form of armor, and many knights were left to fight in leather and chain composite armor, while serfs could only wield pitchforks and wooden clubs. "To hell with you, wicked Cladians! May the Holy Father judge your sins," the soldier growled, thrusting his spear viciously into GLA's chest. GLA's face contorted in shock, as he felt a sharp pain erupt in his torso, swiftly followed by a rush of cold air, and a warm, flowing sensation coursed through him, providing an elusive comfort. Yet, after this fleeting moment of solace, An overwhelming weariness engulfed him, and his vision blurred, soon losing consciousness as he collapsed into the frigid snow that a young life faded away on the plains of the north, one among the countless fallen, in a mere 7 or 8 minutes. Over 150 bodies lay strewn across the ground. Despite this, the Chaldean forces appeared vast, and in this seemingly overwhelming slaughter, the notion that losing even a tenth of their numbers would lead to a collapse was far from realistic. The soldier who had slain Jela retracted his 2-meter-long spear, his expression impassive as he faced the relentless tide of enemies charging forth, as if the Chaldean who had just perished had never existed. The freemen fought valiantly with their spears, while the serfs and conscripted soldiers, armed with pitchforks and picks, timidly engaged the enemy. Even with the regular troops inflicting heavy casualties, their meager numbers of fewer than 200 were on the brink of collapse under the Chaldean onslaught. At this moment, Lena had maneuvered with the remaining 30 regular infantry and knights to the flank of the Chaldeans, while the leader of the Highlanders observed their movements closely. The soldiers behind had turned to face them. The banner of the Molan family, emblazoned with a red iris and lion, fluttered in the biting wind, as snowflakes were whipped into the air, brushing against the knights' armor, steeds, and the pennants atop their lances. Armed with lances exceeding 4 meters in length, they pressed forward through the snow, and none of this went unnoticed by the enemy. In such a small-scale conflict, all maneuvers were conspicuous, which was precisely why the nobility placed such importance on individual valor. Lena took a breath, glancing at the enemy now braced for battle, his brow furrowing slightly. If they were to execute the original plan of a rear assault, its efficacy would undoubtedly be diminished. After careful consideration, Lena addressed Sir Valas, "Right here. Let us launch an assault against the enemy." The knights were formidable fighters, capable of charging even without striking from behind. The enemy's flank was utterly unguarded. And now was the perfect moment to inflict significant damage. Chapter 18. The charge. Upon hearing Lena's command, Sir Valas nodded emphatically, his head encased in a crimson griffin-style helmet, declaring, "At your command, my lord. We shall charge the enemy at once." The knights assembled, with some retainers riding alongside their masters. 5 blood-red griffin knights took the lead as the spearheads of the charge, followed closely by Lena's remaining 16 knights. Serving as their support, this time, Lena had committed his entire force, leaving behind only a handful of guards and retainers in the castle. The knights' steeds pawed eagerly at the ground, snorting plumes of white vapor, while the war horses clad in red iron barding towered over ordinary mounts. Even the knight steeds from the heartlands paled in comparison, appearing remarkably formidable. The horses of the other knights, although sired from the esteemed breeds of the eastern nomads, were also commendable steeds, slightly shorter, yet they thrived in harsh conditions, exhibiting better endurance than their inland counterparts, making them well suited for the frigid and resource-scarce north. The uncastrated stallions, brimming with fighting spirit, were the optimal choice for war, despite being less manageable. They would never cower in combat and could utilize their hooves to inflict harm. Molan knights, charge. Lena pointed his lance forward, his figure standing tall against the icy backdrop. At the sound of Lena's command, the knights surged forth, the blood-red griffin knights at the forefront, with the Molan knights following closely behind. Their initial pace was unhurried, akin to a light jog, as the thick snow made swift movement a challenge. After over a month of accumulation, the snow had compacted considerably under its own weight, making rapid action an unattainable luxury. Yet, the horses' stamina outmatched that of humans. After dashing for 100 meters, their speed began to accelerate, and the momentum generated by the charge of 21 knights was monumental, with the thundering of hooves echoing throughout the small battlefield. The compressed snow was once again disturbed, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes swirling through the air, as countless snowflakes danced in the wake of the knight's charge, resembling a comet streaking toward another celestial body. That a flurry of snow descended upon the Chaldean ranks, sending chills down their spines as they cursed the wretched weather, mistakenly believing it to be snowfall, wiping the icy droplets from their necks while bracing themselves for combat. Meanwhile, the Molan knights had reached the pinnacle of speed attainable on the snow, their red griffin knights' plumes billowing fiercely in the gusts generated by their charge. "Long live the Molan family!" the knights roared, their voices resonating with unwavering resolve to defend their homeland and attain their own glory through the carnage. Their lances were raised, aimed at the unsuspecting enemies ahead, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over them, still astonished by the thunderous sound that approached. "O ancestors, protect us! What is that?" Only when the knights closed into within 100 meters of the Chaldeans' flank did they turn to behold the charging knights. They had never encountered these warriors mounted on strange reindeer, as previously, during their raids in the north, the imperial lords would gather the populace and troops within the castle for defense. The Chaldeans had occasionally opted to assault castles, but each time they had been repelled. In the absence of open battle, knights appeared to them as elite infantry akin to their tribesmen. Thus, they were wholly unprepared for the terrifying reality of knights charging from horseback. Nevertheless, the sheer might of the knights, mounted atop their towering steeds, instilled profound fear within their hearts, and panic erupted among the Chaldeans as they faced the oncoming knights. Armed with wooden clubs, the Chaldeans stared in terror at the approaching foes. While the knights brimmed with confidence, as a lifelong professional army trained from a young age, most of them had undergone over a decade of training, mastering various martial skills. Had it not been for the overwhelming numbers, they would hardly regard the Chaldeans, whose combat prowess was akin to that of serfs, as a threat. The knights spurred their steeds with their spurs, further increasing their speed, and with a resounding crash, they pierced through the Chaldean ranks like a scalding knife through cheese, effortlessly shattering their formation. The foremost blood-red griffin knights wielded steel lances weighing around 10 kilograms, a burden only those of griffin blood could bear. Their formidable strength allowed them to disregard the recoil of the lances, utilizing unbreakable steel lances point one after another. The lances penetrated through several Chaldeans, while their steeds sent the enemies flying, those struck either meeting instant demise or suffering broken bones, spewing blood and losing consciousness, only to be trampled into oblivion by the galloping horses. The onslaught of the blood-colored griffin knights nearly shattered the Chalder forces as they tore a gaping hole within the enemy ranks. The subsequent Melander knights swiftly followed suit, forming a wedge formation to further exploit the breach. Once their wooden lances splintered, they drew their longswords or mace hammers from their belts, mercilessly slashing at the enemies who brushed past them. The thick furs provided little protection. Propelled by the speed of their steeds, the longswords and maces retained their unparalleled lethality. At that moment, only 2 unfortunate souls among the Melander knights were unseated from their mounts due to the recoil of their lances. Yet the thick armor they wore, combined with the snow beneath them, cushioned their fall, leaving them merely dazed. "Cursed be it! What is happening?" The leader of the Highlanders sensed the abnormality at the rear of the ranks, where the cries and wails had drowned out the battle cries of the front line. Under the knights' relentless charge, the Chalder warriors, in a desperate bid for survival, had abandoned all hope of defeating their foes. The knights' assault had utterly demoralized them. Blood gradually soaked into the white snow, the scalding life force melting some of it away, akin to a clumsy painter splattering red paint on a pristine canvas, creating an abstract piece of art. "Charge with me! Let us entomb the enemy here," Reiner shouted fervently to the regular soldiers by his side. Chapter 19. The suspicious individual in the castle. The soldiers gazed eagerly at Reiner, who was mounted upon a towering warhorse. Prior to enlistment, they had held a deep admiration for their lord. This sentiment was genuine among the people of this era. They believed that the nobility were the exalted offspring of divine figures, and it was only natural for them to govern lives as inconsequential as theirs. They were willing to pledge their loyalty to their lord, hoping for even a slight improvement in their lot. So innocent were they that even the most fearsome individuals among them treated Reiner with the utmost respect. When they removed their felt hats and bowed before him, their simplicity moved Reiner, making him reluctant to send them forth as fodder for battle. They had grown accustomed to this way of life, and for centuries, the continent's nobility had regarded these serfs as disposable commodities. Perhaps in the eyes of the nobles, they were worth less than arrows, for arrows cost money, while serfs required none. In his past life, he had been such a person. Any kindness shown to him elicited a desire to reciprocate with utmost sincerity, and he could not fathom the idea of ruthlessly dismantling others. He recognized that with his temperament, he would never rise to prominence. Yet, character is often shaped from the moment of birth, and only time could alter it. Long live the Baron! For victory! Slay them! The soldiers shouted in a disordered chorus, Yet anyone could discern the fervent spirit woven within their voices. Armed with finely crafted spears, they formed a simple battle line and charged towards the enemy. Reiner had dismounted. Although riding would conserve energy and provide formidable impact, as a lord, he felt compelled to fight alongside his men. Lest he become detached from them, the lord is simply a landowner with a legitimate army, and he must command the unwavering support of his troops, at present. Reiner had achieved such loyalty, perhaps initially. The soldiers had followed him out of obligation, but now, they had begun to develop genuine affection and allegiance towards him, as long as Reiner could offer them greater benefits and lead them to more victories. Their support would only deepen. Clad in heavy armor, he led the charge at the forefront, flanked by several retainers in chainmail-wielding longswords, all ready to defend him. These retainers hailed from self-sufficient farming families or were the younger sons of knights under Reiner's command. They possessed commendable combat skills. If not on par with knights, certainly superior to many regular soldiers. Thus, they followed closely behind Reiner as they advanced towards the enemy, where the knights had thoroughly shattered the Clader formation. The foes before Reiner had nearly disintegrated. Panic-stricken as they sought refuge, resembling a horde of frightened groundhogs fleeing from a formidable adversary, devoid of any will to resist, only yearning to escape. Monsters! These Redker are surely monsters. Help me, I beg you. Save me. Do not abandon me. Take me home. Mother! The Clader warriors cried out in despair, their courage shattered by the sight of these unprecedented monsters. The knight's assault was terrifying. The overwhelming force and irresistible momentum rendered them incapable of even the slightest resistance. The air was filled with wails and cries, as numerous enemies suffered broken ribs, arms, and legs, clinging to their mangled limbs or dragging their exposed entrails while howling in agony. Reiner swung his one-handed longsword with ferocity, severing the head of the quaking foe before him. The enemy had yet to comprehend the situation when the arterial blood erupted from the severed neck, splattering several meters high. This gruesome display stunned the Clader warriors. Although the knight's charge had wrought significant devastation, it was merely a show of intimidation. Yet now, the sight of the bloodied, headless corpse before them was starkly visceral, with some who were too close being splattered with blood. This time, the enemy's morale plummeted further, as the stark reality of bloodshed manifested vividly before their eyes. Unlike the earlier instances where only a few drops had trickled forth, the severed head rolled about on the ground, detached from its body, akin to a tumbleweed adrift in the wind, utterly forsaken. Cursed be it, cease the assault, immediately provide support to the rear. The Highlander leader was no seasoned lord of war. His understanding of battle was not superior to that of an ordinary soldier. Possessing only basic knowledge, the Clader forces remained unmoving. The Highlander leader, albeit shrewd, ordered the foremost soldiers to hold back the Melander family's front line while commanding the remainder of the troops to support the rear. He even withdrew several of his already scarce robust tribal warriors, hoping that their strength would turn the tide and obliterate the detestable Redker. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, however, within the confines of Melander Castle. A figure clad in rudimentary cotton garments moved stealthily. Not only was he short of stature, but his hunched posture rendered him even more unseemly. He furtively scanned his surroundings, as if fearing that someone might suddenly appear beside him. Concealed in the shadows of the castle walls, he deftly avoided the scant patrolling guards and slowly made his way towards the control switch of the gate. A smile crept across his face from the depths of the shadows, for he was nearing his destination, and understanding the gate's mechanics was the goal of his endeavor. Just as he reached the shadows outside the gate control chamber, a hefty boot suddenly kicked him in the back, causing him to stumble. Had he not been nimble, he would have fallen against the castle wall. Nevertheless, he still exposed himself. The guards atop the castle promptly surrounded him. He was merely a spy, not a ninja capable of acrobatics or a knight of formidable prowess. Faced with the encirclement of 5 or 6 guards, he found himself utterly powerless, even though these guards had been hastily summoned from the territory. Reluctantly, he surrendered, cherishing his life and unwilling to meet his end here. State your name, affiliation, and purpose. The interrogator's expression was impassive, and the questioner was none other than Reiner's chief spy, Logan, the former head of the Ball Empire's intelligence network in the Reza region. A spy of his caliber was a veritable master of the craft, and unmasking such an infiltrator was remarkably straightforward. Chapter 20. A resounding victory. The Highlander leader's intentions were commendable, however. He grossly misjudged the combat prowess of Reiner's elite regulars while overestimating the capabilities of his tribal warriors. He foolishly believed that a mere handful could alter the current state of affairs, a notion that was nothing short of delusional. Before the tribal warriors could even reach their destination, the panicked Clader soldiers, having been routed, surged towards them in a frenzied tide. These terrified Clader warriors, now bereft of all composure, sought only to escape the perilous domain that threatened their lives. In an instant, the few tribal warriors were engulfed by the throng, never even nearing the site of chaos. Their formation lost amidst the retreating Clader, the knights charged forth without regard. Although the Clader had slightly impeded their momentum, they still wielded their sharp longswords to reap the lives of their foes. For the Clader warriors, who could not muster the courage to resist, the knights had transformed into merciless meat grinders, mercilessly shredding and slaughtering them. Some fortunate Clade individuals narrowly escaped the slaughter at the hands of the knights, reveling in their good fortune. Yet, at that very moment, Reiner led his infantry into the fray, their arrival undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Encountering no resistance, he commanded his troops to completely shatter the enemy's formation, not merely to tear it apart, but to induce a total rout, a catastrophic defeat. This disintegration swiftly spread from the flanks to the forefront of the Clade ranks. The knights had just breached the enemy from the side when the infantry surged through the gap, causing the adversary to collapse utterly. Long live victory! Damn those Clade! They have been vanquished. We have crushed the enemy. The soldiers cheered exuberantly, their spirits soaring with elation. There was but one victor in this battle, and they were undeniably it. The cries grew louder as the soldiers began to encircle the fleeing foes. Strangely, a mere 4 or 5 soldiers from the Merland army managed to pursue and slay several Clade individuals. The physical prowess and speed of the Clade could not possibly compare to that of the Merland soldiers, who had undergone rigorous training. Thus, after a brief escape, they were swiftly overtaken and dispatched by the ravenous soldiers. Although the Clade lacked armor akin to that of the Merland army, the multiple layers of animal hides they wore for warmth proved to be a considerable burden. Hold firm, warriors of the tribe. Our ancestors are watching. Stand your ground, for the glory of our forebears. The leader of the Highlanders bellowed frantically, striving to rally his troops' morale. However, a defeat as monumental as this was akin to a landslide. Once broken, all hope was lost, and rekindling their spirit seemed nearly impossible, and no matter how fervently he called out, failure was already a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, the knights of the Merland army, following Sir Valas's directives, dispersed into small groups to chase the fleeing enemy. However, their pursuit did not last long, as their steeds could no longer bear the strain. Galloping through the snow demanded excessive stamina. The knights' horses, burdened by the leather barding and the weight of their fully armored riders along with their gear, began to tremble beneath them. Continuing the fight risked the collapse of their noble steeds. Not just the Merland knights' horses, but even those of the Crimson Griffin knights began to show signs of fatigue, underscoring the toll such a fierce battle took on equine endurance. Horses were a scarce resource in this era. Typically, a single quality steed was worth significantly more than a full suit of chainmail. With the outcome of the battle already determined, even if they withdrew, victory was assured. Why risk the loss of a precious horse? The pursuit continued for some time, resulting in the loss of many Clade lives. With no more than 300 managing to escape, as the enemy vanished from sight, jubilant cheers rang out across the battlefield. They roared with laughter, brandishing their spears and pitchforks in celebration. This was a monumental victory. Each year, faced with the Clade's incursions, the Merland family had chosen to retreat to their castle. This winter marked the first time, in the soldiers' recollections, that they did not have to take refuge within the castle walls. They felt an immense sense of honor. Having defended their homeland, in the future, they could proudly tell their families and children, I fought valiantly on the northern frontier and emerged victorious, safeguarding our home. What a splendid honor! In the village, they would become figures of respect, not to mention the Baron would likely grant them a year's exemption from taxes. Long live the Baron! Victory! Long live the Merland family! The soldiers gathered around Reiner, surrounding the master who had led them to triumph. The red background iris lion banner of the Merlin family fluttered fiercely in the biting northern wind, carrying the victory skyward amidst the frost. In this dark age, victory represented the pinnacle of a man's success. Under the fervent gaze of his soldiers, Reiner, brimming with pride, removed his helmet, revealing his youthful, flushed cheeks, flushed from exertion and exhilaration. His joy stemmed not solely from the triumph of the battle, as the system simultaneously confirmed the completion of his mission. Ding, mission accomplished. You have repelled the Clade invasion and defended your territory, thereby earning yourself immense prestige. Rewards are now being dispensed. Reward: 300 acres of fertile land. And one chance at the hero lottery. My Lord Baron, you have made a wise decision. Your command was exceptional. Your martial prowess is unparalleled. The Clade fled from you like frightened field mice. The knights also approached Reiner, expressing their admiration and respect. At last, Reiner had won the loyalty of this proud yet devoted cadre of knights through his own merits. Gentlemen, this victory is not solely mine. Each of you has made significant contributions. Thank you, my dear knights. Reiner smiled at the knights, who had removed their helmets and bowed their heads slightly in respect. Such a victory deserves a grand feast. I shall host a 3-day banquet in the castle, my knights. This celebration is for you, Reiner declared, waving his hand to address the knights. He felt a great sense of joy at solidifying his position. He was finally able to fully command the lands of Merlin Castle. A single battle had dramatically elevated his prestige, establishing him as the undisputed lord of the Merlin region. Clean the battlefield, lads. Capture as many prisoners as possible. They could prove useful to us. Reiner instructed the soldiers. Although the Clade were exceedingly impoverished, the animal hides they wore could still fetch a reasonable price. He planned to distribute 1/3 of the proceeds to the soldiers, 1/3 to the knights, and keep 1/3 for himself. Chapter 21. Interrogation. The soldiers were busy clearing the battlefield, gathering the remains of their fallen comrades to return home for burial. Fortunately, the battle had not escalated to catastrophic levels, despite the large numbers involved. The enemy lacked metal-cleaving weapons and heavy cavalry, resulting in few severe injuries among the soldiers. After several hours of collecting the dead, as dusk approached, Reiner obtained animal hides worth approximately 8 or 9 gold coins from the Clade. This appeared substantial, piled like a small mountain, yet when compared to the 5 gold coins for a full suit of armor, which could reach 10 gold coins in the interior of the empire, it was but a trifling sum. While the hides provided warmth and minimal protection, they were significantly inferior to iron armor. Given the sparse population, it was challenging to mobilize a large number of soldiers. Thus, the formidable knights played a crucial role in determining the outcome of battles. Hence, iron armor was of utmost importance. Additionally, the scarcity of iron, or due to the low population, hindered extensive mining operations, and the number of blacksmiths was also limited, making iron armor exceedingly costly. Notably, the annual maintenance cost for a standing army of the Merlin family was only 5 gold coins. This implies that the price of a full suit of chainmail could sustain an 80-man regular army for an entire year, covering equipment maintenance, provisions, and soldiers' wages. Nevertheless, this was still a pleasant surprise for the soldiers. Each could expect to receive 3 or 4 copper coins, a sum equivalent to nearly a year's wage. Though this might not be considered a high salary, they bore no responsibilities for their own sustenance. This income was purely additional, and with this unexpected windfall, how could they not rejoice? Let us set up camp here for the night. We shall carry the news of our victory back tomorrow, Reiner instructed the soldiers. Since the Clade could strike at any moment, he had ordered the army to carry ample supplies. Thus, they settled in to rest, ensuring the wounded received proper care. However, the remaining matters were left to fate. After all, this era boasted little in the way of medical resources. Having some linen for bandaging was already quite fortunate. Reiner even had them boil the linen in hot water for disinfection, doing his utmost to ensure the survival of the injured. These veterans were rare. They were seasoned soldiers who had fought in real battles, not mere archers shooting from the walls. Such soldiers were scarce even within the empire, which had enjoyed 2 decades of peace under the emperor's reign, resulting in few conflicts. Many of the elite standing forces, hardened by countless battles, had either aged, passed away, or been lost in the emperor's campaigns against the eastern nomadic tribes, rendering them unable to fight. Meanwhile, in Merlin Castle, 3 days prior, Logan coldly observed the battered spy before him in the castle dungeon, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty, beastly intensity, devoid of any trace of compassion. Appearing utterly deranged and terrifying. State your name, your origin, the entity you serve, and the reason for your presence here. His words were void of any emotion. He was known for his merciless cruelty towards his enemies. "Pah! Nonsense! You shall descend into hell soon enough. I curse you. You swine shall never extract any information from me." "Excellent." Logan, instead of becoming enraged by his retort, let out a cackling laugh reminiscent of an owl in the night. "I relish your tenacity, for only those with such fortitude can withstand my tortures." The spy fell silent, fixing a gaze filled with hatred upon Logan. As he spoke, Logan retrieved several wooden spikes from a small backpack, gesturing with them as he addressed the captive. "Do you know? These instruments will soon be inserted into the crevices of your nails, severing them from flesh and blood. I eagerly anticipate your reaction, for I have yet to encounter anyone who can endure more than 5 fingers." With a sinister smile, Logan focused on the spy, then turned to the 2 guards beside him, commanding, "Take him to the chair. A splendid performance awaits you." He was tightly bound to the chair, his hands laid flat upon the armrests. "Are you certain you wish to remain silent?" Logan lightly tapped the wooden spike against the spy's face, the sting causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin as he looked upon the small implement in terror. Observing the spy's reaction, Logan remarked approvingly, very good, my lord. You are a commendable spy. I admire your resolve, but I must proceed with this. Please forgive me." Gradually, Logan brought the wooden spike closer to the spy's thumb, seemingly relishing the torment of manipulating his emotions, drawing out his fear. As the spike approached, the spy's breathing quickened, his pallor betraying his dread. The chill of the winter dungeon offered him no warmth, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his face in that moment. Logan appeared to him as a demon, a harbinger of unspeakable tortures he had never imagined. He had anticipated being subjected to hanging or a beating, but the prospect of dismemberment was truly terrifying. Such horrific methods reminded him of the dreadful tales recounted by wandering bards, and he now found himself on the brink of becoming one of the victims in those ghastly narratives. His body trembled violently in anticipation of the impending agony. The wooden spike was now poised at the edge of his nail, while the small mallet was ready to drive it home. The piercing sensation of the spike against his nail threatened to shatter his sanity. Although he was unafraid of death as a spy, such horrifying pain instilled a deep-seated terror within him. The psychological torment of impending torture was far more harrowing than the act itself, a truth well understood by Logan. Noticing the spy's wide eyes, his trembling form, and the rivulets of cold sweat, Logan recognized that he was but a breath away from breaking him. Raising the small mallet, he prepared to strike. "No, my lord, I beg you. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please stop." The spy could no longer withstand the pressure, his mental defenses crumbling as he cried out for mercy. "Splendid. A wise choice. I take pride in your decision. Now, please answer my forthcoming questions." Chapter 22. The Besieged Castle. First, what is your name? Logan instructed the guards to bring over a chair, seating himself with a congenial tone. "Bale, sir. My name is Bale," he answered with a trembling voice, evidently still shaken by the previous terror. "Where do you hail from? Whom do you serve? What brings you here? Should I find you lying, the same punishment will befall you." Logan's expression remained impassive, yet his words sent shivers down Bale's spine. "Please, do not do that," Bale pleaded. "Then speak the truth without concealment." Logan's face was expressionless. "I come from the nearby Gayer Castle, serving Baron Lobby Gawen. He has tasked me with discerning the location of the castle gate mechanism to discreetly open the gates for them during their assault." "Are you certain you are not lying?" Logan fixed a penetrating gaze upon Bale. Applying pressure, a liar often betrays themselves with subtle tells, and as the chief of spies, he was well versed in recognizing them. "I swear to the Holy Father that I speak the truth. It is all genuine," Bale exclaimed. Logan scrutinized Bale's expressions and demeanor as he spoke, and found him to be consistent and credible. "Well done. You have earned my trust. You need not fear punishment any longer," Logan declared before hastily departing the dungeon. He understood that if this information were indeed true, he must promptly inform the Baron. At that moment, Merlin Castle was guarded by fewer than 10 sentinels and a handful of free citizens acting as guards, leaving its defenses woefully inadequate. Should a Baron launch a full-scale attack, even the strongest castle would struggle to withstand it. Baron, mount your horse and deliver this letter to the Baron at once. It must reach him swiftly. The Baron must be informed tonight. Logan instructed, then made his way to Lady Merland, knowing that in the Lord's absence, she would preside over the affairs of the estate. And since Lena was still unmarried, it fell to her mother to take charge. Esteemed lady, Logan rapped lightly upon the door. Upon receiving permission, he entered Lady Merlin's chamber. My lady, there is an urgent matter I must report. What has transpired? Dear Logan? Lady Merland inquired, recognizing him as her son's appointed chief of spies, and sensing the gravity of his visit. It is so, my lady. Today, I captured an unidentified individual atop the castle walls, and through my interrogation, he confessed to his intentions. He is a spy from the neighboring Geyer Castle, sent by Baron Lobien to open the castle gates during the impending siege. A crisis looms before us. The Baron leads his forces to the north against the Clart invaders. While the enemy may strike at any moment, we must organize a vigilant defense. I cannot ascertain whether there are additional spies lurking within our castle. My lady, I seek your cooperation in ordering the guards to heighten their alertness. Lady Merland nodded gravely. As the former Baron's wife, she often managed many affairs. After hearing Logan's words, she recognized the urgency of the situation and replied, Very well, Logan. I shall command the guards to remain vigilant, and I trust you will maintain control over the castle situation to prevent any opportunity for infiltration. Baron was a retainer within the castle, whose father had invested a considerable sum to place him in Lena's service, hoping he would one day earn his knighthood on the battlefield, even if it meant being a knight without land. For the common folk of this era, attaining even the lowest rank of knighthood was a formidable challenge. While it might not equate to ascension to the heavens, it would certainly elevate them far above the status of ordinary peasants. Countless free citizens sold their possessions to serve nobles or knights, all in hopes of one day becoming true knights themselves. He rode swiftly, the howling wind cutting through his thick woolen garb, penetrating to his very bones. Despite the bitter cold, he did not relent in his pace. The letter sealed with wax rested against his chest, its contents unknown to him, yet he grasped its critical importance. If delivered in time to Lena, he might be rewarded. The darkness of winter nights loomed even more ominously, the moon offering no illumination, and the torch in his hand flickered erratically with his horse's gallop. Meanwhile, at the border between Geyer Castle and Merlin Castle, a small flame flickered, heralding the advance of Baron Lobien's forces preparing to assault Merlin Castle. This contingent numbered nearly 300, assembled by Baron Lobien from all able-bodied men within his domain. Aside from his 70 regular troops and 10 knights, the remainder comprised free citizens serving as light infantry or conscripted serfs. The operation was shrouded in secrecy, thus Baron Lobien forbade merchants and camp-following women from accompanying the troops, other than essential supplies. No encumbrances trailed the army. Have you noticed anything amiss? On the ramparts of Merlin Castle, Logan, clad in simple leather armor and wielding a long sword, inquired of the guards stationed along the walls. No irregularities. My lord, we have detected nothing unusual, replied the armed free citizen guard. Excellent. Remain vigilant. An ambush may be imminent. Before Logan could finish his warning, a flicker of light appeared against the dark, silent snow. What is that? By the heavens! The guard beside him gasped in astonishment, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Cursed be it! Logan struck the battlements with a hammer, muttering under his breath, These hell-bound scoundrels! They have indeed come. Sound the horn immediately. Logan commanded the guards. A soldier promptly emerged from the control room of the city gate, inhaled a deep breath of frigid air, puffed out his cheeks, and blew the copper horn that signified danger. The sharp, piercing sound resonated through the air, prompting the soldiers stationed at the arrow towers to sound their own horns. The metallic notes of the horns reverberated above the castle, instilling a sense of chaos among those who heard it. The faint echo of the copper horn spread outward, reaching the ears of the troops stationed not far from the castle, at Gore Fortress. Baron Robert furrowed his brow, realizing he had been discovered, Yet he soon relaxed his tense expression. Even if they were found out now, it mattered little, for they would inevitably be detected by the sentinels on the walls. He was well aware of the meager strength of the guards within the castle. Thus, whether they were discovered seemed of little consequence. Chapter 23. A difficult defense. They arrived in haste, their ranks devoid of significant siege equipment, save for 3 long ladders carried by the soldiers. However, the absence of siege machinery did not concern Baron Lobian. He knew there were only a handful of guards within the castle, and among them, only a few were truly trained. Even with the fortifications of the walls, they could not possibly withstand an assault by 300 men. Moreover, he had placed spies inside the castle, and the gate would soon be opened, making the capture of Moorland Castle a certainty. Prepare for defense. No one is to flee. Should anyone dare to run, I shall stuff your entrails into your mouth before you can move. Logan bellowed, instilling fear into the guards. Brandishing a longsword and clad in half-plate armor, he stood ready, knowing that the heroic unit he had exchanged for from the system was fiercely loyal to Reiner. Even in death, he would protect his lord's territory. The guards atop the walls exchanged anxious glances as they beheld the encroaching enemy below. Faced with such a multitude, they were gripped by fear. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as news of the enemy's presence at the castle spread like wildfire. This news hung over the castle like a nightmare, and although Lady Morland's suppression offered some comfort, unease still pervaded the hearts of the defenders. With the Baron leading the troops outside, the attack on the castle dealt a devastating blow to the morale within. The dim firelight flickered atop the battlements, casting a stark illumination on the anxious faces of the guards. Though they trembled in fear, they understood that should the castle fall, they too would face certain death. Conversely, if they could hold the fortifications against the enemy's onslaught, they might yet find a way to survive. Meanwhile, the Squire Baron galloped furiously on horseback, having ridden for over an hour and nearing Reiner's encampment. After all, Moorland Castle was merely a small baronial domain, easily traversable in a short time. His breath came in quick gasps, the jolting motion of the steed causing discomfort, yet he paid it no mind, for the campfires were now visible on the horizon. He could not discern whether those flames belonged to friend or foe, nor whether they indicated the triumph of Baron Reiner over the Clad, but he knew this was the last hope for the entire territory. Should the Clad be encamped there, all would be lost. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he urged his horse to greater speed. Halt! Bring your horse to a stop. Otherwise, you and your steed shall become corpses, shouted several guards outside the makeshift camp, brandishing their spears and swords at the speeding Baron. I am a squire of the Moorland family. I have urgent business to see the Baron at once. As Baron gradually slowed his horse, he drew forth a small flag bearing the Moorland family crest and waved it. Upon seeing the banner illuminated by the firelight, the guards dared not delay and promptly ushered him into the camp. 2 guards accompanied Baron, escorting him to Reiner's tent at tea that moment. Reiner was in high spirits, savoring a sip of malt liquor, having completed a mission and gained both rewards and prestige, along with a substantial amount of merit points. How could he not be pleased? Is there something amiss? Reiner inquired, slightly irked at having his leisurely time interrupted, for he was a man who cherished comfort and disliked disturbances. Indeed, my lord, it is as such. This man, claiming to be Baron, is a squire messenger from Moorland Castle, bearing a letter from Mr. Logan, the guards explained. Baron? Reiner pondered for a moment before saying, let him in. He recognized Baron, as there were not many within the military stronghold of Moorland Castle. He had met nearly everyone, and Baron was no exception. An urgent matter? Reiner was curious, pondering what kind of pressing issue could arise in the territory. Upon entering, Baron anxiously addressed Reiner, my lord, the castle is under threat of attack, and produced the now warm letter from his cloak. At the mention of the castle, Reiner felt a surge of panic. As a nobleman, the castle was his very essence. Without his domain, he would be worthless, reduced to serving another as a steward or chamberlain, an unbearable thought. In his eyes, to be anything less than a lord in this era, engaging in the pleasures of life while wielding power over the realm, was utterly meaningless. He was, after all, merely a fortunate soul who had accidentally become a lord. Perhaps possessing insights and thoughts far ahead of his time, yet his actual abilities remained at the level of an ordinary man. Taking a deep breath, He accepted the letter, inspected the wax seal, and then broke the envelope to read its contents. Ding, mission issued. Defend your territory. As a lord, losing your land is akin to losing your life. You must not allow others to take it from you. Mission reward. Paving of the territory's stone road. Castle upgrade once, 300 merit points. Failure penalty. Loss of territory. Damn it. Reiner gritted his teeth, disregarding the system's issued mission. He had not anticipated that someone would seize the opportunity to attack Moorland Castle while he was leading troops in battle. He was aware of Baron Lobian of Gur Fortress, situated directly south of Moorland, and knew that by holding the clad at the northern border, Gur benefited as well. Yet, Lobian had the audacity to launch an assault during this time. My lord, the situation is dire. We do not know when they will reach the castle. Please return swiftly to protect your subjects. Baron implored urgently. Sir Code, Reiner called out, immediately muster our troops. We must return to the castle at once. What is happening? My lord, Sir Code asked, perplexed, unaware of why the Baron would suddenly issue a command to return to the castle on such a victorious night. It was nighttime now, and after a long day of fighting, the soldiers were finally able to rest, only to be roused from their slumber. It seemed unreasonable. The castle is under attack. We must return to defend it. Gather the troops immediately. We must go back at once. Reiner stated with gravity. What? Sir Code exclaimed in shock at the news. Not pausing to question the reasons or the identity of the attackers, he immediately replied, Yes, my lord. I shall gather the troops at once. By now, the night had deepened, and the exhausted soldiers were sound asleep. Their snores filling the tent, yet the urgent call to arms shattered their dreams. Groggy eyes peered into the dimness outside, revealing the still dark sky, and they cursed the damned horn blower, yet they begrudgingly rose from their beds, donning heavy woolen garments, and formed ranks before the tent. The copper horn's call echoed. Any who failed to muster within 5 minutes would face 30 lashes. No one wished to endure such punishment. Chapter 24. A rapid march in approximately 10 minutes. All the soldiers of the Moorland family who were capable of standing had gathered before Reiner, their sleep-laden eyes quickly sharpening in the cold. In truth, had it not been for the free men and serfs summoned by the knights, as well as Reiner's recruited serfs, the entire army could have assembled in just 5 minutes. After all, the free men could not match the combat prowess and discipline of regular troops. The soldiers gathered were filled with confusion. Having just achieved victory and enjoying a restful sleep, why had their lord called them forth at such a time? Suppressing his anxiety, Reiner addressed the assembled soldiers. Soldiers, I understand that your minds are filled with questions, and you are perplexed as to why I have summoned you at this hour. I empathize with your sentiments. However, our castle is about to be attacked. Our home is on the brink of being ravaged by a pack of wolves. If we do not return to the castle to withstand the enemy's assault, then all of our homes, including mine, shall be destroyed by the foe. Women will be violated by those wretched enemies. Innocent children will be used for their amusement, and the blood of children and women will stain the ground. Their souls shall curse you. They will loathe you, loathing their husbands and fathers, despising your inability to rescue them from the clutches of the enemy. If you feel indifferent to this, then you may as well return to your tents and continue sleeping. I swear, you shall face no punishment for it. Reiner shouted hoarsely, initially overwhelmed by the impending siege of the castle, but soon he regained his composure and began to rally the spirits of the soldiers. He understood that the troops were utterly exhausted, recently roused from slumber, their morale undoubtedly low. Leading such a weary company back to the castle would serve little purpose. How could a fatigued, demoralized force stand against an intact enemy? Thus, Reiner knew he must invigorate the soldiers' spirits. Upon hearing Reiner's words, the soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. They shared a desire to defend their homeland, yet doubts lingered in their minds. Soldiers, do not question the veracity of my words. This is an undeniable truth. We must return to the castle to protect our families, defend our homeland. Knights, safeguard your fiefs, protect your honor. Do not let cowardice bring shame upon your kin. Honor is my life. I shall defend my lord with my very existence. The knights drew their swords, resting them upon their chests, their resolve illuminated by the flickering flames. Defend our homeland. Drive away the invaders. The soldiers, too, raised their spears in fervent shouts, for safeguarding their families was far more significant than a few extra moments of sleep. Very well, now, the wounded shall remain here. Those who can still fight, follow me back to the castle to defend our home. Thus, a group of over 200 set forth on the path back to the castle under the cover of darkness, their bodies weary yet determined to overcome the fatigue. Meanwhile, Baron Lob's forces had already erected ladders against the castle walls, and as they beheld the unmoving portcullis, their expressions shifted. He had initially believed this plan to be foolproof, having borrowed elite spies from Count Chibois, convinced that no one within the humble Molden fortress could possibly discern his intentions. Before him, his soldiers clambered up the ladders, driven by the promise that once the castle was breached, they could force the women within at their whim and divide the spoils of war. These were noble women whom these serfs had only dared to dream of encountering. With such a promise, they surged upwards with fervor, as if infused with new-found vitality. Baron Lob, atop his steed, exposing his head to the elements, held a whip in hand and addressed a middle-aged man clad in leather armor beside him, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to Count Chibois. I am most willing to serve him in the north. Rest assured, the Molden family and the entire north shall stir no trouble as long as our agreement endures. Indeed, dear Baron, I shall relay your words precisely to the Count. Now, allow me to depart your ranks to deliver this message to Count Chibois." The middle-aged man bowed, his bushy beard fluttering in the wind, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Baron Lob nodded proudly, permitting him to act freely, saying nothing further. The middle-aged man, with an impassive expression, turned to leave, flanked by 2 attendants. However, as he turned away, a flicker of anger and resentment crossed his face, yet he dared not express it openly, constrained by Baron Lob's authority and strength. Observing the serfs scrambling up the 3 ladders towards the walls, Baron Lob furrowed his brow, reluctant to expend the knights and his well-maintained regular army on such walls. Even sending the serfs was a difficult decision. After all, he had chosen a method that minimized losses. Yet, as it seemed ineffective, he had no choice but to send the serfs first. Knights and regular troops were invaluable, unlike the serfs, who merely fulfilled their obligations. In Baron Lob's eyes, they were akin to weeds in a field, losing a few mattered little, as they would regrow in time. Their sole purpose was to be exploited by the nobility, sacrificing everything for their lords. In his view, these individuals were worth less than arrows, which required monetary investment, while the serfs needed none. Such sentiments seemed absurd to Rainer, and indeed to all modern thinkers, yet they were the prevailing ideology among the nobility of this era. The freemen fared similarly. They had to procure their own weapons to enhance their chances of survival on the battlefield, leading many to financial ruin. Yet, times had changed. This was no longer the age where the nobility relied on strong-bodied freemen for warfare. Nobles would rather see them impoverished, enabling them to sell their lands and turn their former tenants into serfs, thus increasing their revenue, rather than treating them like lowly vassals deserving of consideration. To the nobility, only armies they had funded were worth preserving, knights included. "Quickly, warriors, we must hasten. Our families may soon suffer at the hands of the enemy. The sooner we return, the safer our families will be." Rainer, mounted on his steed, had discarded all his armor except for a few layers of warm clothing, loudly addressing the soldiers jogging behind him. The Molden soldiers were beginning to breathe heavily. Marching through the snow was a taxing endeavor. Rainer's regular troops fared well, trained and robust enough to withstand such a pace. However, the serfs were utterly spent, malnourished and weak, and sprinting through the snow nearly drained them of their last vestiges of strength. The freemen, though somewhat better off, were also panting. They could not compare to the regular troops who trained daily. Chapter 25. Holding steadfast. Upon the walls of Molden Fortress, the serf recruits were nearing the top of the ladder's point. One such serf exposed his head, poised to swiftly ascend the battlements when a sword cleaved through his neck in an instant. His head soaring away and tumbling to the ground. Blood gushed forth from his severed neck, and though he had lost his head, his heart continued to thrum vigorously, pumping blood that sprayed several feet into the air. As it fell, it scattered into droplets, resembling a dreadful rain of crimson. After severing the head, Logan brandished his sword and shouted, "Behold, soldiers! They are so feeble. Use your swords, use your spears, slay them." It is so simple. The enemy will poke their heads up one by one from the ladders, and you need only cleave them with your swords or pierce them with your spears. As easy as eating or drinking. As simple as bedding your women. Fear not. The Baron shall return shortly. Then, these accursed invaders will be as sheep for your slaughter. His words bolstered the defenders' morale. Witnessing an enemy perish before them diminished their fear. A dozen guards thus surrounded the enemy's ladder, stabbing and slashing at each head that emerged. The battle raged for about 5 minutes, resulting in the deaths of several foes beneath the defenders' weapons. In the snow below, a dozen corpses lay sprawled, the blood staining the snow a vivid red, as if a crimson carpet had been laid. The bodies quickly froze in the frigid air, their blood and the snow congealing into grotesque sculptures, exuding an eerie artistry. Yet the remaining serf recruits, witnessing the demise of their comrades, were engulfed by profound terror. Although their spirits had soared previously, it had been merely a lure of profit. Ultimately, they were but newly unshackled serfs. Timid and powerless, and after the blow to their morale, they swiftly scattered. All they desired was to flee from the place where so many had perished, yearning for the safety of their homes. In an instant, the ladders stood abandoned, all had fled, yet Baron Laban proved shrewd. The height of the ladders was just sufficient for his soldiers to ascend the walls while remaining out of reach of the defenders. Clearly, he had meticulously planned this, fully aware of the Molden fortress's height. Though the source of his intelligence remained unknown, it was evident that his decision to attack Molden Fortress was no impulsive whim. Baron Laban, mounted on horseback, observed the retreating serf recruits and calmly remarked to the knights beside him, "It seems we must provide these wretches with some impetus to attack." Beside him, the knights cast smiles, exclaiming, "Indeed, my lord Baron, we shall provide them with a surge of motivation." Several knights revealed subtle grins, evidently having grasped the intent of Baron Laban. They donned their helmets, praised the charging steeds beside them, summoned their retainers, and with a powerful lift of their hooves, they stirred a flurry of snowflakes, galloping forth in a throng of over 20. Their momentum was formidable, the tails of their horses dancing amidst the snow spray, creating a most ethereal sight. One knight brushed past a serf conscript, and with a swift motion of his sword, a round head was sent soaring into the heavens. "Return to your positions, assault the city walls. Otherwise, you shall forever lose the chance to return home." The knight pointed his bloodied sword at the 200 fleeing soldiers, his voice booming with authority. The knights and their retainers around him drew their swords, directing them at the frightened serf conscripts. Confronted by these mounted knights, the peasant soldiers felt an innate dread. They trembled in the biting wind, turning their backs to the knight's slow advance, tears streaming down their faces as they trudged toward the city walls. While the knights urged them on from behind, should anyone falter or flee, the knights would show no mercy. The knights at the forefront were rallying the troops, yet Baron Laban's spirits were far from high. He was perplexed as to why the city gate had not yet opened. Despite having placed his spies, could it be that they have been discovered? Baron Laban mused, stroking the hilt of his sword at his waist, frowning in contemplation. However, whether the city gate was opened or not had become inconsequential, for the assault on the walls had already commenced. His intent to have the spies open the gate was merely to minimize losses. Now that the attack had begun, the presence of the spy at the gate was rendered moot. "Do you see it? Soldiers, the enemy is retreating. They are frightened. Indeed, they fear us, for we shall behead them. We shall turn their heads into trophies. Look, they resemble sheep terrified of slaughter. Even the maggots and filth display more courage than they. We shall achieve victory." Logan brazenly spurred the soldiers on with coarse words atop the walls. "Indeed, my lord, they dread the thought of having their heads smashed. I have never witnessed such cowardly soldiers." The soldiers joined in a cacophony of jeers at the enemy. And amidst their laughter, they finally cast aside their fears, realizing that the situation was not as dire as they had envisioned. "Stay vigilant, lads, they are coming again." Under the intimidation of the knights, the serf conscripts climbed the long ladders once more. Hailing from various knights' fiefs and Baron Laban's domain, Morandel Fortress could very well become the final resting place for many. The brutal combat resumed. This skirmish among minor nobles would not be fierce, as sieges were rare for them. Even 20 years ago, when the empire had not yet unified, Battles among minor nobles typically involved formal duels rather than protracted sieges, which could last 6 months or more. Largely due to a lack of siege equipment and the parity of forces, the assault on Morandell Fortress by Baron Lobian was a rarity in the Northern Territories. Phew, I am somewhat fatigued. Do not say such things. We must persevere. After half an hour of fighting, the serf conscripts under Baron Lobian had retreated 3 times, leaving behind 4 or 5 dozen corpses at the foot of the walls, while the defenders atop the walls were equally exhausted. As the enemy retreated yet again, the soldiers atop the walls gasped for breath, leaning against the battlements to alleviate their fatigue. Logan, too, was somewhat out of breath. After all, he was not a knight accustomed to the chaos of battle. We will hold our ground. Baron has taken my message to Lord Nan Street. I swear, within 5 hours, the Baron will return. Trust me, soldiers. Logan declared resolutely, for he needed to ensure the morale of the soldiers. Otherwise, they could not hope to defend the fortress. Quickly, stand tall, soldiers. Lift your spirits, the enemy approaches. Logan shouted, glancing at the enemy below the walls. The soldiers rose from the ramparts. For the sake of survival, they had to endure. Even the wounded soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the impending clash. Chapter 26. Outside the castle, the winter night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single star in the sky. The moon had once again vanished from sight. Logan rubbed his reddened nose, gazing gravely at the advancing enemy below the walls. This time, the enemy was not the demoralized peasant conscripts of earlier, but rather regular soldiers clad in leather armor, with a few donning half-plate mail. Although they lacked the full-plate armor of Morandell's troops, they were still a formidable sight, for the armed forces of the Morandell family had been acquired through the cessation of iron sales by Reiner. In Baron Lobian's eyes, the type of armor the soldiers wore did not significantly impact their combat effectiveness. Only valiant knights required iron armor for protection. The deployment of regular troops was a command Baron Lobian issued through gritted teeth. These soldiers had been equipped at great expense, and each loss would weigh heavily upon him. To this juncture, he had entirely given up on the spy within the fortress. Logan bit his lower lip and squinted, feeling a profound sense of uncertainty. For these were truly regular troops, their combat prowess surpassing that of the temporarily conscripted militia guarding the walls. They were worlds apart from the previous peasant conscripts, in the earlier skirmish against those peasant soldiers. The defenders had suffered only one casualty, the result of unfortunate circumstances when a soldier was pulled from the walls by the enemy. However, now, substantial losses were almost inevitable, and Logan could only hope that the defenders could hold until the Baron returned with reinforcements. Please, let nothing go awry, Baron. Logan silently prayed. Should Baron encounter misfortune on the road and fail to deliver the message to Reiner, their steadfastness would be in vain. Fear not, soldiers. I shall stand here with you. I will die before any of you do. The Baron will be generous to your families, provided the fortress does not fall. Logan declared with resolve. Meanwhile, Baron Lobian's regular troops had begun to scale the ladders. The defenders, weary yet resolute, prepared for the worst. Should they fail to protect the fortress, Morandell would soon suffer unspeakable plunder. This was a common occurrence. Any noble would allow their soldiers to indulge following a victorious campaign, even if the land would soon become theirs. The regular troops, armed with shields, spears, or longswords, ascended the ladders, shielding their bodies with their shields overhead, not wishing to perish here. The defenders anxiously watched the enemy as they climbed the ladders, ready to slay them the moment they revealed themselves. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, as they could only hear the creaking of the ladders under the enemy's weight and the rhythmic beating of their own hearts. Suddenly, a soldier wearing a rudimentary iron helmet appeared over the parapet, prompting several defenders to thrust their spears and swords forward. Regrettably, just as they believed they had succeeded, a shield blocked the soldiers' advance. Their attack fell short. Although the soldier staggered from the blows, he clung tenaciously to the ladder with his weapon in hand. Refusing to fall, he crouched down, stepped onto the next rung, then suddenly stood to reveal half his body. Leaping forward with his shield raised, landing atop the wall, he successfully deflected a spear aimed at him, but just as he prepared to retaliate with his sword, another spear pierced his abdomen. The searing pain elicited a piercing scream, and as he cried out, 2 more spears struck him. With his head severed by a long sword, The gushing blood silenced his cries. The defenders had slain one enemy soldier, but that was only the beginning. More foes continued to surge up the walls. Help me! A defender on the walls screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his right arm, which had vanished without a trace, blood flowing like a stream across the ground. Such a grievous injury would spell doom in other circumstances. Yet the cold climate here would slow his bleeding. With timely medical attention, he might yet survive. But for now, he had completely lost his capacity to fight. The already sparse defenders atop the walls had suffered yet another loss. The cries of anguish reached the ears of the defenders, stirring their emotions, yet they were powerless to assist. Hold fast. The Baron will return shortly. You, soldier, quickly leave the walls and seek aid within the fortress. Do not let yourself perish. Logan shouted, feeling equally helpless. Once a formidable spy among the imperial colonies, he found himself powerless in this dire situation, desperately hoping for Reiner's swift return. As time progressed, the battle grew increasingly fierce and brutal. 6 guards had fallen on the walls, nearly half of their number, leaving only 6 defenders remaining, including Logan. Logan licked his lips and took a deep breath, his body drenched in blood. He had already slain 3 enemies, and the intense exertion had significantly drained his stamina. He took a moment to gaze into the distance, but disappointment washed over him. He had yet to see the arrival of reinforcements, even though over 2 hours had passed since the onset of the conflict. Soon, however, he cleared his mind, for a relentless wave of enemies surged before him, the perilous situation demanding his full focus. Raising his long sword, now marred with numerous nicks, he re-engaged in combat. The fighting was not fierce, yet it bore an air of relentless cruelty and urgency. The remaining 6 guards were positioned at the foot of the enemy's ladders, unable to control the battlements, as a continuous stream of foes had seized that ground. They were forced to retreat to the staircase of the wall, where they held their ground to prevent the enemy from advancing further into the castle. After all, the main keep of Moorland Castle was virtually defenseless, with its gate merely a wooden barrier, hardly capable of withstanding the enemy's advance. At that moment, Reiner finally brought his troops near the castle, the profoundly dark night sky illuminated by flickering flames, torches on the walls of Moorland Castle and the enemy's torches below. Reiner, anxious at the sight before him, understood that his soldiers were not in prime condition. A hasty assault could lead to dire consequences. He could not afford any missteps. Even the slightest mishap could prove fatal for him. Rest for 5 minutes. Regain your strength. Upon victory, I shall take none of the spoils. They shall all be yours. All I ask is your assistance in achieving this victory. Reiner declared as the soldiers took a moment to recuperate. Chapter 27. The return. Reiner was investing heavily. For nobles, the spoils of war were the primary source of profit, particularly for lesser nobles like him, who lacked wealthy cities to plunder. What could they possibly seize from the villages? Thus, the bulk of the gains lay in spoils and ransoms. Reiner's willingness to distribute ransoms and spoils greatly invigorated the morale of his soldiers, their breath steadily returning. As the soldiers rested on the ground, he meticulously observed the enemy. He noted that the opposing soldiers had all been dispatched to assault the castle's walls, while the knights remained mounted at the rear, overseeing the siege. Only 2 guards remained by Baron Robian's side. What an opportunity! Reiner silently mused, recognizing that Baron Robian likely never anticipated his sudden return. The Baron had plotted to launch a surprise assault on Moorland Castle during Reiner's absence. Upon his defeat of the Clade people and return to his territory, he would find only Moorland Castle adorned with the green maple leaf emblem of the Garvin family, devoid of supplies and property. Reiner's forces would inevitably falter and flee, leaving him without the strength to fight. It must be said that the Baron's scheme was astute. However, he had failed to account for the presence of a top-tier spy among Reiner's ranks. Just as his spy prepared to act, he was captured, and as a result, the Baron's plot was laid bare before Reiner. Observing the Baron's unguarded troops, Reiner seized the moment, drawing his sword and proclaiming, "Stand up! All soldiers, rise!" He pointed toward the castle, declaring, "Do you see that? Our comrades are battling fiercely to defend the castle against the enemy. They are also protecting our families and friends. We cannot allow them to perish in despair under the enemy's siege. Charge with me. Let us aid them and rescue them from hopelessness." The soldiers sprang to their feet, gripping their spears and shields, while the knights mounted their steeds with the assistance of their retainers. 5 retainers donned their gear and mounted their war horses. A dozen soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, with 5 of the blooded griffin knights forming a spearhead at the front, while the remaining knights composed the bulk of the charge behind them, with retainers flanking their lords for protection. Though the steeds ridden by the retainers were not as formidable as the knights' war horses, they bore lighter burdens, requiring no heavy armor and allowing for a lesser load of equipment. Liner positioned himself at the center of the formation, brandishing the red-flagged iris banner of House Moreland, prepared to lead the knights into the fray. The knights would serve as the main force in this battle, their sole task being to follow Liner in a direct assault on Baron Robian. Though he understood the gravity of slaying a nobleman, battlefield casualties were not in the same category. If he could swiftly send Baron Robian to his demise, it would significantly benefit the ensuing conflict. It could be said that the scales of war had tilted in Liner's favor. Indeed, when he received word from Logan and noted the enemy's failure to breach the castle, the advantage had already shifted to Liner. Although Liner's forces were fewer than Baron Robian's and thoroughly exhausted, they possessed a crucial advantage. The enemy remained oblivious to the fact that Liner had led his troops to their rear. While there were still numerous peasant conscripts beside Baron Robian, their morale had been greatly diminished by the defenders on the walls, making it a feat just to keep them from disbanding. Expecting them to retain any fighting spirit was unrealistic. The knight steeds moved in perfect harmony, making no sound at this critical moment. Baron Robian's attention was entirely directed at the walls, unaware that a formidable enemy had amassed behind him. Liner raised the banner high and, once he saw all the knights prepared, commanded, "Charge!" At his command, the foremost blooded griffin knights surged forward, their steeds adorned with fine armor, their steel lances poised toward the enemy. The knights followed closely behind, initially jogging, but after covering over 100 meters, they quickened their pace, their war horses galloping forward with tremendous force. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Failure to shatter the enemy would mean inevitable defeat. The immense inertia propelled them forward, rendering even the strongest war horses unable to halt their momentum. Should anyone falter at this moment, their fate would be to be thrust forward by the horses behind them or be trampled under the hooves of their own comrades. The sound of hooves began to resonate. They were already within striking distance of the enemy, and their pace quickened, charging toward their foes with great fervor. The biting cold wind whipped past them. Yet their resolve remained unshaken, steadfast as rock amidst the frigid gusts. The sound of hooves was unmistakable. Even amidst the thick blanket of snow, it generated a tremendous noise akin to summer thunder that made one's heart race. It's the sound of hooves. The knights overseeing the siege under Baron Robian's command heard the thunderous noise. As knights accustomed to riding daily, they recognized this sound well. It was clear that it emanated from the charging war horses, and they instinctively turned to look upon spotting the knights charging in the wake of the blooded griffin knights. They swiftly turned their mounts to engage, but of course, some chose to flee immediately. This was a reflexive action, and the entire sequence of reactions transpired in less than 2 seconds. The feathers of the griffin atop the knights' helmets fluttered, lending them an air of both valor and elegance, while the steel lances adorned with the blood-red griffin banners snapped in the wind, enhancing their ominous appearance. The distance of over 200 meters was merely a matter of 5 or 6 seconds for the galloping steeds. Just as Baron Robian processed the situation and attempted to flee, his warhorse had only just begun to gallop. Liner and his troops had no other target but Baron Robian himself, a mere 2 seconds. They closed the distance, reaching the Baron while his steed was still gaining speed. Without hesitation, the blooded griffin knights aimed their steel lances at him, having not engaged in battle for a long time. He was armed solely with a sword at his waist, lacking even a shield, and stood no chance against the 4-meter-long lances. In an instant, 2 pure steel lances pierced his body, lifting him from his horse. The knights split the lances apart, tearing his body in 2. Blood erupted in an instant, and in the frigid air, it transformed from droplets into crimson ice crystals, falling to the ground like a blooming flower. The pristine snow became tainted, adorned with a layer of impurity. The blood-red ice crystals sprouted like enchanting blooms in the snow, adding a vivid hue to the wintry landscape. Chapter 28. The death of Baron Lob, and his body lay on the ground, discarded like a torn rag doll, blood flowing into the snow and swiftly transforming into crimson ice crystals. The remnants of his nervous response caused his muscles to spasm. Thus, the life of this once powerful baron came to an abrupt end. He had not even grasped the reality of his demise before excruciating pain engulfed his mind, leading him to an eternal loss of consciousness. Through the visor of his helmet, Reiner gazed with delight upon the slain Baron Lob Un, for this signified that victory in the war was within reach. After vanquishing Baron Lob and his entourage, they did not falter but charged ahead, as a group of 7 or 8 knights approached rapidly. The steel lances of the Blood Griffin knights remained unbroken. They lowered their lances, aiming at the enemies ahead as the two sides passed each other. Opposing knights fell from their mounts, of course. Reiner's side was not without losses. One Blood Griffin knight was struck upon his shield by an enemy lance, and Reiner noted the unnatural movement of his left arm, likely dislocated. Meanwhile, 2 knights from Moorland were unseated, which was fortunate, considering the fierce cavalry clash. Had the enemy not been caught off guard and disorganized, the losses on Reiner's side would have been far greater, and no matter how skilled the technique or how superior the equipment, their effectiveness in such a charge was limited. Ignoring the enemy knights who faced imminent defeat, they pressed on, albeit with diminished speed under the enemy's assault, yet still retaining tremendous momentum. They paid no heed to the fleeing peasant levies, crashing through their ranks without even leveling their lances. Relying solely on their charging steeds, the panicked peasant levies screamed as they fled the knights' onslaught, yet inevitably, some unfortunate souls were trampled beneath the hooves of the knights' warhorses, meeting a gruesome end. Their target was the regular army besieging the castle below the walls. The regular troops under Baron Lob Un were in utter disarray, having witnessed everything, including the Baron's assassination and the rout of their knights. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated against the castle walls, resonating like the ominous toll of a bell to the defenders above. The events had been thoroughly detailed in Logan's letter. He had indeed exerted considerable effort in the defense of the castle. Had he not apprehended the infiltrating spy, the fortress might have succumbed to sabotage long ago. Without a military commander within the castle, he had bravely led the defenders, comprised of merely a dozen freemen, to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of enemies for nearly 2 hours. A commendable feat. This incident also imparted a clear understanding of the significance of spies and intelligence. The ramifications of information asymmetry were terrifying. In his previous life, he had seldom regarded such matters while gaming, but as the line between game and reality blurred, he finally grasped their importance. "My lord, we have recovered the body of Baron Lob Un." Sir Valas had just descended from the battlefield, his complexion unusually flushed, a consequence of the Blood Griffin blood coursing through his veins, a trait shared by every knight of the order. "It is truly regrettable that a noble such as he has fallen by our hands. Although he engaged in such immoral acts, I feel an overwhelming guilt over his unintended death." Reiner uttered these grandiloquent words, though inwardly he feared the Baron's survival. He had to maintain a facade of hypocrisy. This news would be disseminated by Reiner, for he did not wish to bear the burden of being labeled a deliberate murderer of nobility, a stigma that would render his existence in this era exceedingly difficult. "Let us lay him to rest, bury him as a saint of the Colon faith. Though his physical form has perished, as a child of the Holy Father, his soul shall ascend to the heavens, returning to the embrace of the Holy Father." After declaring this, Reiner continued to Sir Valas, "Ensure the captives are secured. The spoils shall be distributed among the soldiers and knights as previously agreed, and then we must retrieve our wounded and see to their proper care." He was reluctant to squander vast sums training new soldiers. If this batch of injured could successfully return to service, he would not only avoid additional expenses but also gain a cadre of seasoned veterans. Chapter 29. The heroic role of the monstrous. Ding. Congratulations, Lord. Mission accomplished. You have successfully defended your territory and vanquished the intruders who ambushed your castle. Mission rewards are now being dispensed. Castle upgraded once. 200 merit points. Reiner's spirits soared. Not only had victory been secured, but he had also amassed significant merit through the 2 battles. The rewards of the mission were now being granted, causing an involuntary smile to grace his face. "Sir Code, please assess our losses and report back to me. Allow the soldiers a 3-day respite. After that, we shall mobilize to attack Goldberg. With Baron Lob Un deceased, his castle will rightfully belong to me. To my knights, I shall duly reward them. The squire knights shall be elevated to true knights with fiefs, Reiner proclaimed before the assembled crowd, all wearing expressions of joy. The squires of the Moorland family were all firstborns of knights with fiefs, and their ascension would bolster their family's power. This was indeed a reward. Goldberg boasted a castle and 18 villages. Although its territory was not as expansive as Moorland's, its population density was greater, as the Clader people had to pass through Moorland's territory for their annual raids, resulting in less devastation to Goldberg and, in fact, a population that even surpassed that of Moorland. Moreover, and most crucially, Goldberg housed an iron mine. Otherwise, Baron Lob would not have possessed the capability to field an army comparable in size to Moorland's from such a smaller domain. With the acquisition of Goldberg, Reiner would gain yet another iron mine, allowing him to not only equip his troops but also supply the Empire's interior with iron resources. Currently, due to the Emperor's prolonged illness, the lords began to act with impunity. Those who had previously been embroiled in feuds and conflicts over interests now stood on the brink of open confrontation, with some nobles even coveting the imperial throne. The ensuing turmoil throughout the Empire had driven the prices of strategic resources, such as grain and steel, to soaring heights. Reiner had previously utilized the steel produced from the iron mine in his territory to forge armor and weaponry, thus missing out on a substantial fortune by not selling to the interior. However, having acquired another iron mine, one could only imagine the speed at which he would amass wealth. Yet, it must be noted that the economy of Moorland was still relatively primitive. The use of currency was quite limited. Lords required labor, timber, and food, and even soldiers' wages could often be paid in kind. This situation was not exclusive to Moorland. The entire northern region of the Empire largely operated under similar conditions, with currency usage being minimal outside the more developed inland or commercial areas. At this juncture, it was premature to dwell on such matters. Reiner's immediate priority was to swiftly incorporate the ownerless Goldberg into his domain. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had obstructed the roads, compounded by the Clader invasion, which had left the lords in various regions out of touch with one another. Otherwise, Reiner would not have dared to grant his soldiers a respite. After arranging these matters, Reiner returned to the castle to reassure his family and servants, while also spreading the news of his victory over the Clader throughout his territory. This would undoubtedly enhance his reputation, ensuring that all within his domain would wholeheartedly accept his rule. "Oh, blessed Holy Father, you have finally returned, my Reiner." Lady Moorland, clad in a flowing lavender gown, embraced Reiner, her voice trembling. Initially, she had opposed her son's venture against the Clader out of worry, though she was later persuaded by her son. However, as a mother, her anxiety for her adventurous son was unavoidable. With her husband having passed away from illness, the thought of losing her eldest son left her in a state of dread, rendering her existence seemingly meaningless. Reiner, having grown up an orphan, had only recently found a maternal figure in Lady Moorland. While he had initially struggled with this new dynamic, he eventually came to embrace it. However, witnessing such an outpouring of emotion from her left him somewhat bewildered. "Don't worry, mother, I have returned safely." He could only muster the scant words to comfort his mother. Overwhelmed by her tears, Reiner fumbled to manage the situation until he finally found respite. Collapsing onto his bed in an excellent mood, he felt no desire to sleep, as the dawn's light began to break on the horizon. Reiner's mind stirred, prompting him to access the system interface. "System, open the Hero Lottery interface." "At your command, my lord." Now opening the Hero Lottery interface. The system's electronic voice resonated, and a spinning wheel resembling a lottery machine materialized before Reiner's eyes. He scrutinized the 10 random characters appearing on the wheel. Upon beholding one particular character, he instantly sprang upright from his bed, utterly astonished. "Wow, I can't believe this is even an option." He was utterly stunned, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "My heavens!" The introduction of a character appeared in the periphery of Reiner's vision. General Kinchuo Apes, a formidable commander from Colradia, the legendary god of war, a common sight on the battlefield, single-handedly defeating thousands and never having tasted defeat. Loyalty, 100, personality, none, overall evaluation, top-tier hero. "General Apes, good grief," Reiner exclaimed, sitting up in bed, involuntarily cursing. Having grown up under the red flag as an exemplary youth, he rarely uttered profanities. but the overwhelming shock compelled him to let slip a couple of expletives. Who was General Aves? Any player familiar with Mount Blade would undoubtedly know him. On the battlefield, he was invincible, leaving no enemies standing in his wake. Yet, despite being a general, he was also known for his uncommon mercy. None of those who fell under his command would perish. All would be rendered unconscious rather than killed. Indeed, this was merely a cheat code, a string of commands crafted by the game developers to diminish the game's difficulty. He never imagined that the system would manifest a mere string of code into a heroic character. Gazing at General Aves before him, Reiner felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain General Aves, he would have nothing to fear, and invincibility would be within his grasp. System, initiate the lottery immediately, Reiner urged, his eagerness to acquire General Aves palpable. At your command, my lord, the hero lottery is now commencing. As the system's voice faded, the entire spinning wheel began to whirl at a speed beyond Reiner's comprehension. After a spell, its velocity gradually diminished, allowing him to discern each hero more clearly. Chapter 30. Castle upgrade. Watching the wheel slow to a crawl, Reiner's eyes widened, fervently whispering, Aves, Aves. In his haste, he mispronounced Aves as F4. Though that was indeed the correct pronunciation, as the pointer drew closer to General Aves, Reiner held his breath, an overwhelming joy flooding his heart. A radiant smile, as bright as a chrysanthemum, spread across his face, revealing teeth but hiding his eyes. Just as he basked in triumph, the system delivered a crushing blow. The nearly motionless wheel, remarkably resilient, continued to struggle against the loss of momentum. Reiner helplessly watched as the pointer slowly glided past the space occupied by General Aves. Despite his desperate attempts to halt it, he could not redirect the pointer back to Aves' position. When the pointer finally passed General Aves, it came to a gradual stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the hero character Lord Ryland from the continent of Colradia. Formerly the Lord of the Rodok Kingdom, an excellent infantry commander who has repeatedly led the Rodok Kingdom's pikemen and crossbowmen to defeat the Swadian forces primarily composed of knights. Loyalty, 80. Overall evaluation, 4 stars. The system's synthetic voice echoed in Reiner's ears, and he remained immersed in the sorrow of having lost General Aves. After a moment, he finally came to his senses. What the? Today is a Mount Blade special. Why are all the heroes from the Colradia continent? Reiner had some recollection of Lord Ryland. During his time playing Mount Blade, he had served under the Great Harless, often finding himself bested in the Rodok's endless mountains while utilizing Swadian troops. Lord Ryland frequently appeared among the armies that besieged him, so upon seeing the name Ryland, memories of his days, making waves in Colradia flooded back. As great adventurer, he had done it all. Stealing cattle, burning villages, and confronting marauding pirates. Lord Ryland. Well, he's rated as a 4-star hero, so that's not too shabby. Reiner felt a sense of loss, but could only weakly console himself. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized that this lottery was not a loss. While General Aves was indeed powerful, he was also elusive. Lord Ryland, though not as dazzling, possessed considerable talent. Upon further contemplation, Reiner acknowledged the importance of contentment. Having drawn such a heroic character left him quite satisfied. With a calmer mindset, Reiner proceeded to explore the other options, and Lord Ryland would materialize the following day, seamlessly integrating into Reiner's command. At this point, Reiner still had a castle upgrade card in use, and he was eager to discover what changes the upgraded Moorland Castle would undergo. The castle upgrade card was not a trivial item. Reiner had obtained a level 1 castle upgrade card, the most basic type, which cost a staggering 1,000 merit points in the system shop. The highest level 5 upgrade card required 5,000 merit points to exchange. Even after 2 battles and completing a merit task, Reiner had accumulated only a little over 700 merit points. He couldn't even redeem a single castle upgrade card. Yet if he were to use all those 700 merit points to exchange for blood-red Griffin Knights, he could acquire 35 of them, bringing his total to a full 40 given their combat prowess. Even a mere 40 could charge against a 1,000-strong army. However, it was evident that the system had no intention of allowing Reiner to exploit this opportunity. Once the number of blood-red Griffin Knights exceeded 50, the exchange price would increase by 10 points. In other words, after surpassing 50 knights, acquiring another would cost 30 merit points. System, how do I use this castle upgrade card? Is there a construction time involved? or does it take effect immediately? Reiner inquired. The castle upgrade card takes effect immediately upon use. Upgrading the current castle to a level 1 castle and utilizing memory alteration to ensure all inhabitants accept the castle's transformation, the system replied in its cold, synthetic voice. Reiner raised an eyebrow, realizing that this seemingly unimpressive system could wield such power, even capable of altering memories. Excellent. Use the level 1 castle upgrade card for Moorland Castle immediately. At your command. My lord, please select the upgrade direction. Option 1. Military Castle. Next level is Fortress. Option 2. Town. Next level is City. Reiner furrowed his brow, realizing this was indeed a dilemma. He felt somewhat conflicted. A military castle boasts formidable defenses, with towering walls, arrow towers, and other fortifications, yet it cannot accommodate residents, only essential personnel. Conversely, a city lacks substantial defenses, merely a single layer of walls, but it can house a large population and foster commerce. Yielding significant economic benefits to IT was a challenging choice. After thorough contemplation, Reiner ultimately opted for the military castle. After all, the Northern Empire's environment was ill-suited for commercial development. Upgrading to a city would merely allow for more inhabitants, and he wasn't currently struggling with population concerns. Moreover, given the frequent incursions from the Kurgats, choosing a military-oriented castle seemed more prudent. Upgrade direction set to military castle. Commencing upgrade, Reiner declared. Affirmative, upgrade direction set to military castle. Upgrade commencing. The system's voice faded, and Reiner felt as though time had come to a standstill. He noticed that everything, except for himself, had ceased to move. He could clearly see the dust suspended in the air. Even the flames in the fireplace remained as they were, resembling a sculpture frozen within the hearth. Suddenly, a flash of light swept before his eyes, and time resumed its flow. However, his room had undergone considerable transformation, while the basic furnishings remained unchanged. The structure had subtly altered, and the area had expanded significantly. Castle upgrade successful. Current Moorland Castle is now a level 1 castle. After the system's electronic voice concluded, a profound silence enveloped the space, and a thumbnail of Moorland Castle appeared before Reiner. Observing his entire bedroom, a triumphant smile graced Reiner's face. With such a system, he felt that his future was exceedingly bright at that moment. The area of Moorland Castle had nearly doubled, with the walls now towering 6 meters high. Though not monumental compared to the famous fortifications of his past life, it was among the finest in these small northern territories. Chapter 31. Troops advanced to Goral Castle. Thus, filled with immense anticipation for the future, Reiner gradually drifted into slumber, only to awaken the following afternoon, as sunlight streamed into his now much more spacious room. The fragmented sunlight cast patterns on his eyelids, and even with his eyes tightly shut, he could not escape the intensity of the light. Today was a rare sunny day. Throughout the entire winter, there had been few days with such brilliant sunshine. Reluctantly, Reiner opened his eyes, having slept late the previous night, leading to his current awakening. His 2 devoted handmaidens, Sophie and Lisa, had been waiting since morning, having changed their basin of warm water at least 5 times, and even the boiled water had grown tepid by now. Reiner let out an annoyed grunt, prompting the 2 maids to immediately rise from their seats. Approaching him with warm towels and tepid water point, one gently placed a warm towel upon Reiner's face, while the other stood by with a basin of water. Tisk! His breathing grew increasingly labored, his mood exceedingly irritable. The remnants of his waking frustrations had carried over from his past life into this new existence. Initially, the 2 young maids were somewhat apprehensive, but as time wore on, they grew accustomed to it, for Reiner did not take out his displeasure on anyone. Although he had ascended to the rank of Baron, the principles of egalitarianism instilled by the modern era's education had taught him to treat others with respect. While his newfound nobility did inflate his ego just a tad, he could never bring himself to chastise or punish others. After being attended to by the 2 maids, Reiner felt considerably revitalized. Despite the absence of a toothbrush that left him quite uncomfortable, he knew he must endure under such circumstances, with the maid's assistance. He donned a loose-fitting tunic, a deviation from the tight-fitting trousers customary in this world, which had been tailored to his specifications due to his fervent insistence. These garments were typically made of linen, albeit spun more finely for his noble stature, ultimately remaining just simple linen. The truly exquisite materials, such as silk procured from maritime trade routes, were prohibitively expensive, and even the more modestly priced velvet would cost the equivalent of an entire year's tax revenue from Moorland Castle to create a single garment. This understanding allowed Reiner to tolerate the coarse linen rubbing against his skin. He had initially assumed that his elevation to nobility would afford him a life of luxury, but he had now grasped the constraints of the era and the economic foundations that dictate societal structures. Even as a baron in this age, one could hardly compare the quality of life to that of a commoner in the 21st century. Reiner stepped out of his chamber, intending to dine in the castle's dining hall. He noticed that while the basic structure of the castle had remained unchanged, it felt considerably more spacious. It had also become more defensively viable. The internal fortifications were not easily discernible. Yet the outer walls bore numerous new features. Good afternoon, my uncle. What is your intention? Reiner inquired, ruffling his tousled golden locks as he addressed Sir Code before him. I am to summon several physicians from your apothecary. They are among the few in the territory with any medical knowledge. According to your orders, their assistance is imperative for treating the wounded. Sir Code replied. Reiner nodded and then said, have them adhere strictly to my previous instructions. No peculiar methods, please. During the last skirmish against the bandits to rescue Baron Riedmar, there had been numerous injured soldiers, and Reiner had sensed something amiss with the physician's techniques. It was only then that he realized it was akin to the dark medieval practices of his past life. Not employing bloodletting on the wounded was already quite generous. He promptly halted their procedures, imparting some of the most fundamental medical knowledge from the 21st century. Nonetheless, tragically, 2 soldiers from the previous campaign had succumbed to tetanus. By the way, has there been any notable change in our castle recently? Reiner asked, looking intently into Sir Code's eyes. Having undergone significant upgrades, he was uncertain whether the memories of those around him had been altered, hence his inquiry. Are you referring to the fact that the castle has become much cleaner? Yes, the servants conducted a thorough cleaning, and it is indeed much neater. Although Sir Code's response did not directly address his question, Reiner felt reassured. Their memories had indeed been tampered with, for it was inconceivable that they would not notice such a transformation in the castle. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Clad in full chainmail, Reiner mounted his warhorse and observed the assembled soldiers at that moment. The Moorland family could muster barely 60 troops, many having perished on the battlefield, while others were injured. Even if they recovered swiftly, the regular army of the Moorland family numbered little more than 50. The peasant conscripts had been dismissed by Reiner, sent back to their homes, as the garrison of Gurr Castle had essentially been entirely drawn out by Baron Lobian to besiege Moorland Castle. Apart from those who had been killed, the majority had become captives of the Moorland family. Thus, Gurr Castle was essentially unarmed. A mere handful of soldiers and a few knights sufficed to govern such a territory. For the serfs and freemen, who ruled over them mattered little. It merely changed the recipient of their taxes and exploitation. Reiner led his troops, bearing the banner of the Moorland family, as they steadily advanced toward Gurr Castle. He anticipated minimal resistance. At most, some members of the Gervin family, aligned with Baron Lobian, might attempt to resist. However, he doubted they possessed the military might to pose any significant threat in the face of his forces. It was yet another splendid day, bathed in sunshine, and the plains were cloaked in a silvery blanket of snow, with occasional snowflakes whisked from the trees by the wind, resembling playful sprites gently falling to the ground. The morale of the entire troop was high. They recognized this as a foregone victory. Even if there were some defenders within Gurr Castle, what could it matter? Baron Lobian had perished, and the garrison would not exceed the forces that had once defended Moorland Castle, making the conquest of Gurr Castle a mere formality. The two territories were not far apart. A journey of just over 4 hours brought them to the outskirts of Gurr Castle, where they occasionally glimpsed thinly clad peasants foraging for food along the roadside. Burdened by excessive taxation, their remaining provisions were woefully insufficient to last through the winter until the next harvest, compelling them to brave the biting cold while seeking sustenance. Upon sighting the passing army, they instinctively fled in terror, fearing that attracting the attention of the troops could lead to their demise. One could not expect any semblance of discipline or honor from the armies of this era, as many were merely the legally sanctioned bandits of their lords. Chapter 32. The determent beneath the walls. The 20-kilometer trek was not far, Yet the thick blanket of snow left the soldiers utterly exhausted. As Guer Castle loomed before them, Reiner ordered the troops to set up camp and rest. Standing before the castle, he scrutinized its structure. The walls rose approximately 3 meters, roughly equivalent to the height of Moorland Castle prior to its upgrades. Yet the walls were constructed of timber, a stark contrast to the stone edifice of Moorland Castle. The arrow towers on either side housed but a few sentinels, and unlike the Moorland family, who prioritized archers to face the marauding Clade, the Gervin family did not share such concerns. The Clade would primarily linger around Moorland Castle in search of food or engage in direct assaults. Those who managed to scavenge provisions at Moorland Castle would not venture further south to Guer Castle. Each year, the number of Clade raiders attacking Guer Castle scarcely exceeded 500. Such a figure posed little threat to the fortress, and thus, archers were not deemed a priority. Those stationed in the towers were merely hastily conscripted hunters. Observing the Moorland troops below the walls, the guards trembled with fear, acutely aware that Baron Lobian had led his forces to assault Moorland Castle. Now, instead of the Baron, they faced an unfamiliar army, indicating that Baron Lobian had likely met with failure and that the Moorland Baron had arrived with his troops. My lady, the Moorland Baron has appeared beneath the castle. It seems the Baron's plans have unraveled. Perhaps he has been captured by the enemy. Should we not send an envoy to negotiate, to ascertain the ransom required to secure the release of our lord? The secretary of Baron Lobian remarked within the castle to the Baron's wife. Baron Lobian's wife was a young noblewoman, not yet in her 20s, and she maintained an impressive appearance. Clad in a green gown befitting her station, her brown hair hung limply, mirroring her emotions. After a moment's pause, she replied, "Regardless of the ransom demanded, we must spare no expense to ensure my husband's return." Deprived of her husband's protection, she and her 4-year-old son would become vulnerable prey, especially with numerous relatives in the Gervin family. Baron Lobian's brother shared the same claim to the barony of Guer Castle as her son, and it was uncertain what actions might be taken against the widow and her child. "Indeed, my lady, I shall proceed to negotiate with them at once, endeavoring to ensure the Baron's safe return." Once the secretary departed, Baron Lobian's wife slumped onto the bed, exclaiming, "If only I had known better than to let him assist Baron Dubois. Now look where it has led him. My lord, the enemy wishes to negotiate with us regarding the ransom," Sir Varus announced. "Very well. While it is unfortunate that Baron Lobian has met his demise on the battlefield, we shall still demand a ransom for the other knights." Although numerous knights perished in the previous battle, some who fled were captured by Lena's subordinates, and several unconscious knights have since regained consciousness. Presently, Lena still holds 4 or 5 knights in his possession, an elderly man, clad in a black robe. His hair a mix of gray and white, and his face etched with countless wrinkles, trembled as he approached Lena, bowing respectfully before speaking. "Esteemed Lena, greetings. I am the secretary of Baron Lobian, and I wish to negotiate the release of my master, Baron Lobian. For this, we are prepared to offer 10 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Lena could not help but be taken aback. Nobles truly hold immense value. 10 gold coins equate to a year's revenue from Moorland Castle. Capturing a baron yields such a reward. One can only imagine the worth of earls and viscounts. It is no wonder that the nobility of this era is so fervently engaged in warfare. Even after the Empire's decree prohibiting duels was issued, nobles in remote regions frequently clashed, for victory brings with it a considerable fortune. However, Lena was not swayed by the allure of these 10 gold coins. His ambition extended far beyond the mere acquisition of wealth, as he sought to bring the entirety of Guer Castle under his dominion. "Regrettably, dear secretary, I do not wish to convey this unfortunate news, but I must inform you that Baron Lobian met his demise in battle against us, falling victim to friendly fire." "While what?" The elderly secretary's eyes widened in disbelief, his gnarled, wrinkled finger pointing accusingly at Lena. You dare to slay a noble? Cursed by the devil, you have killed my master, a man of noble standing." His voice resembled that of a crow caught by the throat, sharp and hoarse. "Mind your words, secretary, otherwise I shall not hesitate to sever the hand you dare to point at my lord." Sir Varus suddenly drew his light red sword, directing it towards the secretary. The phrase "a lord's dishonor begets a servant's death" is not confined to the Celestial Empire. Such sentiments resonate in this world as well. The dishonor of his master being insulted was a great disgrace for him. Enough. Sir Varus, lower your sword, Lena coldly addressed the secretary. Your master ambushed my castle while I was engaged in repelling heretics. He initiated this disgraceful act, and I merely retaliated, resulting in his accidental death. There is no shame in that. Now, I issue you my final ultimatum. Goal Castle shall become my territory, and all that resides within shall belong to me. This is the price for your master's actions. Lena stated, his expression devoid of emotion. You dare to seize my master's lands after slaying him. The secretary's wrinkled face flushed crimson, his breath quickening as he cast a venomous glare at Lena, a picture of unbridled fury. Return immediately and convey my message, lest your head be severed and fed to the dogs. Lena, growing increasingly impatient, declared. After all, their forces had been shattered, and their master lay dead. He was determined to annex this territory, and what could they do about it? Oh, cursed be you, you will descend into hell. The secretary trembled as he made his way towards the door, muttering curses under his breath. What? Lady Gawain's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the news, tears streaming down her cheeks like unending raindrops. How dare he do this? She screamed hysterically, for to a noblewoman, the death of her husband felt akin to the collapse of the heavens. Impossible. I will never surrender. My son shall be the sole ruler of Goal Castle. There shall be no surrender, she shrieked, resembling a shrew in her frantic outburst, entirely devoid of her usual regal composure. Without a doubt, had Lena appeared before her at that moment, she would have recklessly lunged at him to engage in combat. Chapter 33. Resistance, even the most beautiful of individuals, loses all semblance of grace when driven to madness. At this moment, Lady Gawain's visage was contorted, resembling a loathsome demon from the depths of hell. Resist. We must resist. Distribute weapons to everyone. This territory belongs to my son. Lena shall not take it, she commanded. Addressing the secretary of Baron Lobian, observing the frenzied Lady Gawain, the secretary felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, she was a pitiable woman. For noble women of this era, nothing could be more tragic than the death of a husband. If a noblewoman possessed sufficient strength, her plight might be bearable, but those who typically abstained from such affairs found their lives utterly desolate upon the death of their spouse. Why, yes, my lady, I shall attend to it at once, the secretary stammered. However, within Goal Castle, only a handful of guards remained. Even if the male servants were armed, their numbers would be insufficient. Deep down, he was already inclined toward surrender, yet with the Baron's death, the highest authority in Goal Castle now rested with the Baroness. He had no choice but to obey her orders. The castle's storeroom held a considerable cache of weapons, and nearly all the male inhabitants of the castle were armed and dispatched to the battlements for defense. Lena, standing below the walls, peered through the visor of his helmet to observe the enemy's movements, furrowing his brow and muttering, "Ingrates." Then, Lena issued a command. Archers, prepare. The archers, having been shielded from close combat, had suffered no casualties in the previous skirmishes and still numbered 20, armed with finely crafted recurve bows. They knocked arrows from their quivers, awaiting Lena's command to unleash their deadly projectiles upon the enemy. Draw. Lena's voice, muffled by his helmet, commanded the archers to aim their bows at the defenders atop the walls, shielded by the infantry. Meanwhile, the castle's arrow towers released a few arrows, landing among the moorland forces, but causing no harm. The archers within the towers utilized hunting bows, far inferior in power to the war bows. And with half of the moorland troops clad in full chainmail and thick padded clothing, the arrows posed no threat to them, especially with their shields for protection. Observing the throng of heads clustered atop the walls, a cruel smile crept across Lena's face. Having entered this world, he saw no reason for mercy towards his foes. He understood this all too well from his past life. Shoot. Lena suddenly swung his longsword down in a decisive motion, a sharp sound resonating throughout the battlefield. The majority of the defenders on the walls were inexperienced civilians, unaware of how to respond to such a situation. The power of the finely crafted recurve bows was incomparable to their hunting bows. The arrows, propelled by the bows, soared towards the walls, some embedding themselves in the wooden structures, while others struck the defenders directly. Goal Castle was relatively small, and with dozens of makeshift defenders crowded atop the walls, it felt cramped. Several arrows, propelled with great force, pierced through the bodies of the defenders. Even the thick, padded clothing offered little resistance against the arrow's might, akin to paper. The defenders within the clothing were equally doomed. Screams of agony echoed from the walls, piercing and helpless, as they writhed on the ground, clutching the arrows embedded in their bodies. Blood flowed along the shafts of the arrows, quickly congealing into crimson ice crystals, resembling vibrant flowers blooming upon the earth, a sight that was undeniably beautiful. However, none of the defenders wished to cultivate such lovely blooms, for they required the sacrifice of their lives to nurture them. Well done. Continue, soldiers. Do not relent. Keep them from raising their heads. Lena encouraged the archers. Set up the ladders. Knights, prepare to assault the castle. Lena intended to minimize the loss of soldiers in the siege, hoping to leverage the formidable combat prowess of the knights to swiftly overcome the defenders and seize the castle. The ladders were raised against the battlements, and Sir Varus led 4 other Blood Griffin knights as they ascended the walls. Armed with the standard longswords of the Blood Griffin Order and shields emblazoned with the Griffin emblem, they swiftly climbed the ladders. Their physical prowess was exceptional, and within mere seconds, they reached the parapets without encountering any resistance. The earlier barrage from the archers had intimidated the defenders, forcing them to cower behind the battlements in avoidance of the arrows. Completely unaware that the enemy was already upon them, following the Blood Griffin knights were the knights of the Moorland family, also wielding longswords or flails paired with shields as they climbed steadily. Behind them, the Moorland army followed in droves. Although their numbers were few, their combat strength would undoubtedly crush the motley assembly of defenders atop the walls. Sir Varus was the first to ascend the city walls. Despite several long spears piercing towards his head, he merely swayed, thanks to his exquisite helmet. In a swift motion, he struck down a guard who had fallen into a state of stupor upon his arrival, then dispatched the guard who had wounded him, before continuing his ferocious assault on the surrounding soldiers like a tiger descending from the mountains. Following closely were several blood-red Griffin knights, who rapidly climbed up, bringing a wave of carnage to the battlements. Their sharp swords effortlessly tore through the guards' padded armor, savagely shredding both fabric and flesh, leaving behind a grim tableau of severed limbs and the anguished cries of the guards rolling on the ground. The blood-red Griffin knights moved as if they had entered a flock of sheep, each swing of their blades claiming the life of an enemy. Their overwhelming strength, speed, and reflexes rendered the defenders utterly helpless. Meanwhile, the knights of the Moorland family, equipped with superior gear and honed skills from their youth, ruthlessly slaughtered their foes, with the soldiers behind them hardly needing to lift a finger as they effortlessly surged onto the walls. Faced with such terrifying adversaries, the guards were already quaking in fear, and witnessing their comrades falling one after another, limbs and bodies flying in all directions, only intensified their dread. "No, I refuse to die here," cried one guard. Collapsing in despair, he discarded his weapon and leapt off the wall, not even bothering with the stairs, plunging downwards in a desperate bid to escape into the castle's interior. Chapter 34. The burial of loyal souls. Once a single coward fled, others quickly followed suit. This first escapee set an example for the remaining guards, who, unwilling to face the horror any longer, turned and sprinted towards the stairway, hastily fleeing the walls. The knights had no hesitation in pursuing them, though their armor, while providing exceptional protection, weighed them down and slowed their pace. Although they could not catch up, the walls had already fallen into the hands of the Moorland forces. At this moment, Raynor had also ascended the battlements of Joel Castle. Despite the pleasant sunlight, the air remained frigid. He licked his cracked lips, chapped from the cold, and addressed the soldiers who had completely secured the walls. "Press onward. Once we conquer the stronghold, 30% of the spoils shall belong to you, and the women within the castle will be yours to claim at will." Although Raynor felt a twinge of shame regarding the acts of pillage and destruction, he understood that such was the nature of soldiers in this era. They were warriors in battle, yet could commit acts that even bandits would shy away from. While he aspired to instill discipline, his current lack of prestige made it difficult to command respect. Even if he issued orders, they might be disregarded. Moreover, at this moment, such promises served to bolster morale, and Raynor did not mind the soldiers engaging in such behavior. After all, most of the women in the castle were likely relatives of the Girvan family, a common occurrence, as the maids in the Moorland castle were often daughters of his relatives or local gentry. They hoped their daughters would find a good match within the Baron's castle. Even if they failed, girls leaving the Baroness estate would attract many suitors, for they possessed refinement and manners distinct from those of ordinary folk. Many knights' wives hailed from noble maidservants. Hearing this news, the soldiers were invigorated, shouting and howling as they approached the main keep with great enthusiasm. The main keep boasted a grand wooden door, equipped with formidable defenses, making it a stronghold that was easy to protect yet difficult to assail. However, even the best defenses require defenders to be effective, and with the castle's guards overwhelmed on the walls, the vast stronghold contained not a single protector. At this moment, Lady Gervin had regained her composure. Her eyes were bloodshot. Cradling her son with Baron Lobian, she turned to the trembling scribe beside her and said, "Go negotiate with Baron Rainer. I am willing to pay any price to preserve our territory. I must ensure my estate is handed down intact to my son," she insisted. "Yes, my lady, I shall attend to it at once," replied the scribe, his voice hoarse, yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Negotiation requires leverage, and only parties with relatively equal standing can engage in discourse. With not a single soldier left capable of fighting in the castle, they had no grounds to negotiate. He glanced at the trembling maids huddled together in the hall, his heart heavy. He had served the Gervin family for 40 years, and now this once mighty house faced impending doom. "Let me serve the Gervin family one last time," he sighed inwardly, resolutely stepping out of the sorrowful hall. "Greetings, esteemed Baron Rainer. I trust you remember me." The scribe used a basket to descend from the window to the outer keep. Landing before Rainer and bowing with a raspy voice, "Yes, Mr. Scribe. What brings you here?" Rainer replied, intrigued by the scribe's arrival. "It is as follows. My lord, my mistress, the wife of Baron Lobian, wishes to negotiate with you. She deeply regrets her husband's actions and hopes you will forgive everything. For that, she is willing to pay any price." Rainer let out a mocking laugh, responding, "Please understand, my venerable scribe, your master launched a surprise attack on my territory, and I am merely reciprocating his actions. The Holy Father has said that my people must face hatred with tooth for tooth, eye for eye, and blood for blood. I am simply adhering to the will of the Holy Father. Joel Castle will undoubtedly become my domain. Is there truly no room for negotiation?" he asked, his face desperate, yearning for a favorable reply from Rainer. Watching the elderly man's plight stirred Rainer's compassion. Yet he steeled his resolve, knowing his own interests were at stake. "There is no room for negotiation. Joel Castle is mine for the taking." Upon hearing Rainer's words, the scribe seemed to lose all strength. Replying heavily, "Very well, I understand your position that I have served the Gervin family for 40 years, and I have no children, and my entire life has been devoted to the Gervin family, since it is on the brink of destruction. I shall accompany it to its demise." With that, he drew a dagger from his waist and bowed to Rainer, saying, "I beg your pardon, my lord." Rainer watched as the dagger approached his chest. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, he could not utter a word. Though he had only been in this world for 4 months, he understood this was the loyalty and principle of a knight. He neither comprehended nor could replicate the so-called codes and ethics of knighthood. Yet, he recognized that this was as vital as life itself for knights. While many scoundrels might inhabit this class, numerous knights remained true to their oaths, and individuals like the scribe were not rare. He pressed the dagger to his chest. Having once been a knight himself, and in his old age, he had voluntarily relinquished his fief to return to Joel Castle as a scribe for the Gervin family. "My life has been devoted to the Gervin family. Please forgive my impudent act before you." With a firm grip, the veins on his hands bulged, revealing that he had once been a valiant knight. As blood flowed, a fleeting expression of pain crossed his face, followed by a hint of relief. Ignoring the sorrow in his eyes, he finally found closure. Perhaps this was his most fitting end. Slowly collapsing to the ground, his breathing gradually ceased. For a knight, this might be the most dignified death, not languishing in illness, but facing death directly, akin to falling in battle. The knights present drew their swords, aligning in formation, holding their weapons before them, and those without helmets donned them, a somber atmosphere enveloping the main keep. The blood-red Griffin Knights mirrored this. Though they were manifestations from another realm, they too were knights, valuing honor and loyalty above life itself. Rainer slowly unsheathed his sword, placing it before him. Though he did not grasp the principles of the other, such individuals were always deserving of respect, for reasons unknown. He felt a twinge of sorrow as the scribe plunged the dagger into his chest. Chapter 35. The capture of the city. Once the battle concludes, let us bury him, Rainer remarked, somewhat wistfully. In the name of the holy faithful, let the epitaph read, a loyal knight. Soon, Rainer cast aside his melancholy and addressed the knights and soldiers. Prepare yourselves. The enemy may continue to resist. Archers, intimidate them with arrows through the windows. The rest, assault the gate. The grand entrance of the main fortress is crafted from thick timber. While it is not impossible to breach it through force, a prolonged assault with a longsword would eventually reveal the internal bolt. Furthermore, the castle is devoid of any guards, thus conquering this solitary stronghold is not a formidable task. My lady, the assailants outside have commenced their siege. What shall we do? A maid, in a state of panic, flung open the door to Lady Gu-wen's chamber, forsaking even the customary decorum. What? Lady Gu-wen, her hair disheveled, rose to her feet, her hands trembling slightly as she cradled her child. She exclaimed in a voice choked with disbelief, "Why? Did negotiations fail? How could he let this happen? Enough of this, my lady. We must focus on how to respond. They are about to breach the fortress, and our forces are non-existent." The maid and Lady Gu-wen shouted in unison, both in a state of hysteria. Lady Gu-wen was momentarily taken aback, not only by the maid's insolence but also by the grim reality of her predicament. Ignoring the maid's rudeness, she turned her gaze to the child in her arms, her eyes filled with profound affection. "Linda." Lady Gu-wen called the maid's name softly. "Yes, my lady." Linda, flustered by Lady Gu-wen's sudden composure, felt a pang of guilt for her earlier disrespect. "Take this." Lady Gu-wen removed the necklace from her neck and handed over the family crest ring to her. "What are you doing?" "My lady?" Linda inquired, astonished. The necklace was a cherished possession, and the ring symbolized the family's legacy. Both were invaluable treasures now entrusted to her. "Take Su-la, leave this place, escape the castle, and raise him in a land where no one knows you. Ensure he grows up well." As she spoke, Lady Gu-wen retrieved a pouch from a chest in the room. "Here are 10 gold coins, the remaining income of the Gu-wen family for this year. It will suffice for you to nurture him and teach him the arts of combat." Linda's expression shifted, torn between fear and temptation. The allure of 10 gold coins, an entire year's income for a baron, was undeniably strong. After much deliberation, she ultimately acquiesced to Lady Gu-wen's request, realizing that with those coins, she could secure a life free from want. All she had to do was take Su-la and raise him. "Very well. My lady, I shall take the young baron and raise him," Linda replied, accepting the items from Lady Gu-wen, including the pouch of gold coins. Lady Gu-wen cast a meaningful glance at Linda, then urged, "You must flee swiftly. The enemy is upon us. Take Su-la and escape before they break through." Linda glanced at the child in Lady Gu-wen's embrace and affirmed, "Understood, my lady. I shall depart at once." With that, she took Su-la from Lady Gu-wen, who, sensing the separation, began to wail inconsolably. Hearing her son's cries, Lady Gu-wen felt her heart wrench in sorrow. Covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face, she leaned against the wall of the chamber, appearing utterly helpless. She approached Linda, gazing deeply at her son, as if to engrave his tiny visage into her memory. "Quickly. Silence him, then leave," Lady Gu-wen urged through her sobs. Linda bit her lip, covering Su-la's mouth, and after a final glance at Lady Gu-wen, she hastily opened the door and exited. Meanwhile, Lady Gu-wen was already in tears. Watching as Linda carried Su-la away, from a drawer, she retrieved a beautifully crafted dagger. With determination, she bit down on her lower lip, her heart filled with turmoil. She could not bear the thought of enduring the indignities that awaited her at the hands of the lowly soldiers. She was acutely aware of the implications of her status in their eyes. A noblewoman, revered yet now rendered powerless. After the fall of the castle, she would be nothing more than a plaything. An object of scorn, even the baron would hardly restrain his men for the sake of a baroness. She wrestled with her thoughts, her lips split, droplets of blood trickling down. Suddenly, she drew the dagger, swiftly slicing across her neck, crimson flowing forth like a fountain. Yet, this was not enough. She felt no release from the grip of mortality. Raising the dagger once more, she pressed it against her throat. Enduring the excruciating pain as she carved a deep gash into her flesh, blood erupted from the wound, cascading like a small stream, her strength waning as she felt herself growing lightheaded. Eventually, she lost her balance and collapsed to the floor, her life ebbing away as she beheld the blood pooling around her. Outside the fortress, the Blood Griffin Knights relentlessly hacked at the wooden door with their swords. The door had begun to splinter under their assault. But without captives to use as leverage, it remained intact. After a half-hour of vigorous strikes, a significant breach appeared, revealing the bolt within. Sir Valas wedged his sword into the gap, prying upwards until the bolt flew free. As if a rider had been unceremoniously tossed from their mount, the now unprotected fortress lay exposed before the ravenous knights, its fate sealed. Sir Valas kicked the door open and charged inside, followed by his compatriots who surged through the breach like a tidal wave. Once within the castle, they met no resistance. Soldiers were either chasing terrified maids or scavenging for valuables. The air was filled with the piercing screams of the maids. And while Laena wished to impose some order, he had no time to spare. His sole objective was to swiftly capture Baron Lo Bayan's wife and child to prevent further complications. Chapter 36. Reflection. A dozen knights trailed closely behind Laena as he sprinted towards the Great Hall and Lady Gwen's chamber. Bang! Laena kicked open the hall door, revealing a cluster of trembling maids, grooms, and cooks huddled within. Tell me, where is Lady Gwen's room? Laena growled, seizing a man dressed as a groom who cowered in the corner, terrified of being discovered. It's over there. Without hesitation, the man divulged the location of his mistress's chamber, choosing life over loyalty. Lead me to her quarters, and do not dare deceive me, for if you do, I shall have your entrails. Laena commanded. Leaving 2 men behind while taking the rest with him in mere minutes, they arrived at Lady Gwen's room, the modest baronial castle proving easy to navigate. Laena's chest heaved under the weight of his armor. A mere 16 years of age and still not at his physical peak, he felt somewhat feeble compared to the seasoned knights. As he approached the closed door, he tilted his head and stretched his limbs, gathering his strength before delivering a powerful kick. Yet, to his dismay, though the door shook with a resounding thud, it did not yield, clearly barred from within. Heat rose to Laena's cheeks. He felt embarrassed before his followers for failing to breach the door. Fortunately, he had kept his helmet on for safety, concealing his expression from the others. Lady Gwen, I am Baron Laena of Morlander. Please, open your door in the name of nobility. I swear I shall not harm you, and I will ensure your safety and that of your son, providing you with the respect you deserve. Laena called out from outside, hoping his words would encourage her to open the door. Yet, the silence that followed was deafening, with no response from within. After a moment of quiet, Laena's frustration boiled over. In his past life as an orphan, he had been looked down upon. Now, as a nobleman, how could anyone dare to disregard him? The silence within stirred Reiner's fragile sense of self-esteem. Though he typically exuded an approachable demeanor, he harbored an almost perverse pride within. Life had previously eroded his self-worth to near oblivion. Yet upon arriving here as a noble, the remnants of his dignity and pride began to resurface. Valas, open the door for me, Reiner commanded, his voice laced with a hint of fury directed at the nearby Sir Valas. At once, my lord, Valas responded, sheathing his long sword, drawing back his right leg for momentum, and then unleashing a forceful kick that resonated louder than the noise Reiner had created moments before. Valas's immense strength was astonishing. Reiner barely caught a glimpse of his swift movement before he was jolted backward by the recoil, and the door merely warped under the impact of Valas's powerful strike rather than being flung open. After stepping back, Sir Valas charged towards the door with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent both doors crashing to the ground like decayed wooden planks, leaving only a small fragment clinging to the frame as a testament to their previous duty of barring intruders. As the doors swung open, the knights surged inside, and Reiner hastened to enter the room. Oh, may the Holy Father bless us! Before he could even survey the room's furnishings or search for Lady Gwen's whereabouts, the voice of Sir Code reached his ears. Furrowing his brow, Reiner turned towards the source of the sound, only to be struck motionless by the sight before him. There lay a lifeless female body on the ground, her neck marred by 2 grotesque wounds, still oozing blood like a gentle stream. Reiner approached slowly, removing his heavy helmet, crouching to inspect the corpse. He addressed the nearby stableman. "Is this Lady Jerwin? I warn you, do not attempt to deceive me." "Yes, my lord. I swear this is Lady Jerwin." The stableman stammered in fear, his sorrowful gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Lady Jerwin. Reiner nodded, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded the body in the 3 months since arriving in this world. He had yet to take a life, and this marked his first close encounter with a corpse. The sight of her wounds unsettled him, an inexplicable itch prickling at his own neck as he observed the grotesque damage, eliciting an unfounded terror within him. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he exclaimed, "Where is her child? Where is her child?" In that moment, only Lady Jerwin's body lay before him, while her son, Sula, was nowhere to be found. Reiner could not allow such a loose end. If someone were to exploit the situation, it could lead to considerable complications. Grasping the stableman by the collar, he demanded, "Where has her child gone? Tell me, or you shall wish for death." "I don't know, my lord. I swear I truly do not know." The stableman, barely 16 yet tall and imposing due to good nutrition and training, appeared utterly panicked under Reiner's intense scrutiny. Reiner, still frowning, was about to retort when Sir Code interjected, "Enough. Reiner, the Lord should be merciful. Do not treat an innocent in such a manner. He has not wronged us. I do not wish for you to become a tyrant. Nor does your father. Moreover, he is just a child. He cannot pose any threat to us. Our purpose has been achieved, has it not?" Sir Code remarked, removing his helmet with a casual air. He wished to prevent his lord, his brother's son, his own nephew, from becoming a cruel and unyielding ruler. Upon hearing this, Reiner glanced at the trembling stableman, his heart softening, and he released his grip. He surveyed the surrounding knights, who, upon meeting his gaze, quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to hold his stare. Their expressions registered in Reiner's mind. He could not fathom why, despite his usual affable nature, they regarded him with such trepidation, as he observed the grateful stableman before him. Confusion washed over him. He was not accustomed to such sentiments. Even towards a mere cat or dog, he would not have acted thus. "What is happening to me?" This question echoed in Reiner's mind. For he prided himself on his kindness towards others, yet today he was branded a tyrant, prompting him to question the righteousness of his actions. Aha! I certainly shall not become a tyrant. "Rest assured, my uncle." Reiner chuckled nervously, glancing at the surrounding knights. He sighed, then declared, "Let it be so. We shall bury Lady Jerwin, though her death was by her own hand and she cannot be interred as a saintly figure. She still deserves noble treatment." "Yes, my lord. May you be merciful," Sir Code replied with a bow. Reiner exited the room, finding the castle engulfed in chaos, with alluring moans and heart-wrenching screams resounding from various corners. His soldiers continued their accustomed actions as if nothing had changed. Though he had anticipated such tumult, witnessing it firsthand stirred discomfort within him. Perhaps he had unknowingly altered his approach, though his innermost beliefs remained largely unchanged. Frowning, Reiner observed a soldier violently assaulting a seemingly young maid. The soldier's frantic movements were relentless, while the maid lay limp on the ground, lacking any resistance, akin to a lifeless dog. Bruises marred her body, and her neck bore signs of swelling, indicating a violent encounter. "Is it appropriate for us to allow the soldiers to behave thus?" Reiner questioned, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene. "What is inappropriate about it? We are the victors. It is only right that the soldiers indulge in the spoils of victory, is it not?" Lord Lombardy replied flippantly, only 16 himself yet already experienced in the ways of women, viewing such actions as entirely justified. Reiner nodded without further comment, yet he resolved to rectify this situation. Strict military discipline must be enforced. Inform the soldiers to conclude their actions promptly within 2 hours. There are many things yet to be moved from this castle. Reiner instructed Sir Valas. Seizing the opportunity, Reiner made his way to Baron Robian's study. He held no interest in the maids, and such behavior was difficult for him to condone. Admittedly, this felt hypocritical. He had previously taken liberties with 2 of his personal maids without such moral conflict. In the study, Reiner found himself alone, having dispatched the other knights to scavenge the castle for spoils. He yearned to examine the collection of books in Baron Robian's study, as the scant few volumes he had gleaned from Moorland Castle had proven insufficient for acquiring knowledge. The art of papermaking had yet to proliferate in this world, rendering books exceedingly expensive. Even with the income from the Moreland family's holdings, Reiner's own library contained merely a handful of volumes, most of which were family genealogies and heraldic tomes of the northern lords and the great noble families within the kingdom. The remainder were predominantly historical narratives and biographical novels. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of the world, Reiner aspired to acquire as many books as possible from Galbert's collection in this world, where paper and printing technology remained unrefined, aside from the scriptures of the Colon Church, meticulously copied and disseminated by monks. Most books were confined to limited circulation due to production constraints and prohibitive costs, with many existing as unique manuscripts. Thus, if Reiner desired a deeper insight into this world, he must endeavor to amass these texts. However, Baron Robian was merely a minor lord with modest income, and consequently, his collection was on par with that of the Moreland family. Reiner's excitement quickly dissipated, as he realized why Baron Robian possessed such esteemed tomes, yet could not enhance his strength. Many pages of the book were torn and irregularly shaped, rendering it nearly impossible to read, and the text was rife with obscure characters resembling an indecipherable cipher. Even a renowned scholar from the Empire would likely struggle to comprehend it. Disheartened, Reiner gazed at the book in his hands, unable to decipher its contents. Nevertheless, due to its formidable title, he resolved to keep it. Just then, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly, delivering an immense surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered the item A Partial Edition of the Wealth of Nations, 17. The manifested aura grants a 5% increase in the overall development speed of your territory, a 10% boost in commercial development. Each complete volume of the partial edition accumulated similarly, with a maximum cumulative effect of a 35% increase in territorial development speed and a 70% increase in commercial growth. This message filled Reiner with uncontainable joy, completely overshadowing his frustration at not understanding the content of the Wealth of Nations. Even if he could comprehend the text, what difference would it make? Could it possibly offer such a formidable positive buff? In his past life, as a mere slacker who spent his days immersed in games and novels, he was only acquainted with rudimentary economic concepts, such as the idea that the economic base determines the superstructure. Even if he had read The Wealth of Nations, he might not have grasped its significance. Instead, this potent buff was of far greater value to him. Such a powerful enhancement was terrifying. To put it plainly, the overall development speed encompassed various factors: agricultural productivity, steel output, and even the number of lambs born would increase by 5%. The commercial buff was even more formidable, drawing an influx of merchants to his territory. Of course, this was contingent upon a reduction in warfare within his territory, the absence of incursions by the Clader people, and a burgeoning population with abundant specialties, all of which would maximize the effectiveness of this commercial buff. Chapter 38. The Great Purge. In summary, Reiner was exceedingly satisfied with this acquisition. Not understanding the Wealth of Nations was inconsequential. As the system had bestowed upon him an extraordinarily powerful buff, he felt that this buff far surpassed the value of the book itself. Content. He stowed away the Wealth of Nations and began to peruse other tomes. However, much to his disappointment, these books did not trigger another buff like the Wealth of Nations had. Most were knightly tales or poetic histories, akin to epics. After casually flipping through them for a while, Sir Varus knocked on Baron Lobian's study door. "My lord, the soldiers have assembled. All prisoners are confined in the dungeons of Gur Fortress, guarded by 2 soldiers. We can now take action. Their morale is exceedingly high." Reiner nodded and replied, "Excellent. Our next course of action is to eliminate the remnants of the Gervin family and their supporters. Every element that poses a threat to my rule must be eradicated. I plan to divide the troops into 3 groups. I will lead one. You will command another, and Sir Code will lead the third. You must restrain the soldiers and prohibit them from acting recklessly in the villages." "Yes, my lord, the soldiers are all prepared. I will keep them in check. Remember, while I permit such behavior within Gur Fortress, if they act similarly in the villages, I shall have to punish them. I desire the residents of Gur Fortress to wholeheartedly accept and support my rule. They cannot continue their pillaging. You must convey my message to Sir Code, so he understands my intentions." "Yes, my lord, I will relay your words immediately." After Sir Varus departed, Reiner surveyed Baron Lobian's study, ensuring he had not overlooked anything before exiting the room and making his way to the castle hall. At this moment, the castle was entirely under Reiner's control. Nearly all of Baron Lobian's subordinates had been led out to ambush the moorland fortress, while those left behind had been slain or captured during the siege or after the castle fell. Upon entering the hall, Reiner observed nearly 60 soldiers standing in a small formation. While they were not perfectly aligned, they at least resembled a military assembly. Soldiers, I now command you to root out the remnants and supporters of the Gervin family. You are to cleanse the villages of their presence. Once you succeed, you shall receive 30% of the spoils. However, I must clarify that aside from the remnants of the Gervin family, I will not allow you to behave as you did in Gur Fortress. They will become your fellow townsfolk, my subjects. Should I discover any of you acting inappropriately, you will face the full wrath of the family's remaining forces, which will be more than sufficient. The snow-covered rural paths had vanished, completely buried beneath the accumulated snow. Only when the sun regained its dominance in the spring would the melting snow allow them to fulfill their responsibilities. Marching through the snow proved arduous and slow. After nearly an hour, they had advanced less than a kilometer. Oh heavens, run! Get away from here! As they neared Hongwa village, some villagers foraging for food in the surrounding snow spotted them and cried out in panic, fleeing the scene. For the people of this era, an army was far more terrifying than bandits. The army of their own lord was far preferable. However, encountering another lord in a hostile situation could lead to a grim fate. To paraphrase a saying from Reiner's previous life, bandits are like combs, whereas soldiers are like fine-toothed rakes. They are far more ruthless in their killing and pillaging. My lord, shall we deal with them here to prevent them from warning the village? Inquired a moorland knight beside Reiner. Revealing their disregard for the lives of these lowly serfs, easily expendable in their eyes. Yet Reiner considered them with more value. Not only had his previous education shaped his worldview, but he also understood that a lord's most essential assets were not his army or wealth, but rather the population and food supply he could command. These two elements were crucial for a lord's development and focus. No, we need not concern ourselves with them. Even if the villagers attempt to resist, we have no reason to fear. A single charge from you all can easily scatter them, and besides, they lack the courage to do so. Reiner confidently waved his hand. The knight nodded in understanding, though it was unclear whether he truly grasped Reiner's intentions or felt compelled to comply due to Reiner's authority. Chapter 39. A sudden uprising. The weather remained pleasant, although the air still held a biting chill. The sun's rays provided a touch of warmth. Reiner and his entourage soon reached the outskirts of Hongwa village. The village was surrounded by low wooden fences, presumably erected to deter wild animals from wreaking havoc. However, these barriers were utterly ineffective against the regular army Reiner commanded, akin to mere paper. The villagers who had fled to forage for food had already returned with news of Reiner's arrival. Although fear gripped the hearts of the villagers, they did not flee en masse. It was winter, and the outdoors offered no respite like the spring or summer. Fleeing would lead them to the cold, barren snowfields where homeless serfs would struggle to survive. Thus, persuaded by the village elders, the villagers chose to remain and await Reiner's arrival, hoping that he might not resort to slaughter and would leave if they surrendered their food and valuables. Gathering anxiously in the village center, a spacious clearing where events typically unfolded, the villagers awaited his approach. Soldiers opened the wooden gate, and Reiner, along with his knights atop their majestic steeds, rode into the village. The sight of well-equipped, robust soldiers, coupled with the imposing figures of knights clad in formidable armor, evoked clear expressions of fear and avoidance in the villagers' eyes, especially the most elegantly dressed knight at the forefront, whose armor rendered him nearly unapproachable. For these humble serfs, the disparity between themselves and the knights from another world was stark. Reiner scanned the villagers gathered in the center, estimating their number to be around 200. It seemed the entire population of Hongwa village had assembled. Among the ragged and emaciated serfs, he also noticed a few individuals who appeared healthier and dressed more respectably, likely the village's free farmers or landowners, perhaps even relatives of the Gervin family. As a noble family that has thrived in the north for over a century, the Gon family boasts numerous relatives. At the very least, every village hosts at least one branch of their lineage. Reiner's objective is to eradicate these individuals, for without doing so, it would prove exceedingly difficult to govern the entirety of Gon Castle. After all, Rayner's acquisition of Gone Castle hinges on a singular purpose: the population, land, and productivity it encompasses. The castle itself, standing in this region, holds little significance for him. It is not a bustling metropolis or a thriving town, but merely a military stronghold that lacks importance. With the upgraded Molander Castle at his disposal, he finds no need for another fortress merely 30 kilometers away. Thus, Rayner's true focus lies on the vital resources of population, land, and productivity in this era. Productivity predominantly resides within villages, with towns and cities being scarce. Economic foundations dictate the superstructure. Without a sufficient yield of food and other essential resources, it is impossible to sustain workers who have departed from agricultural labor to engage in crafts. A man, appearing rather well-dressed and robust, who seems to be a village elder, steps forward and respectfully bows to Rayner. This type of individual is often referred to as a rich peasant, a minor landowner, or perhaps a country gentleman. They typically serve as the village elder, managing various affairs of the village, and the lords acknowledge their status, relying on them for governance. Greetings, esteemed lord. I am Ram, the elder of Hongwa village. Hailing from the illustrious Gone family, is there anything we may assist you with? As a kin of Baron Labian Gone, I believe I could be of service to you. The elder employs a mix of deference and veiled threat in addressing Rayner. Though his demeanor is humble, the underlying message is unequivocally menacing. He consistently emphasizes his affiliation with the Gone family, hoping to intimidate Rayner through the family's reputation, instilling caution in this unfamiliar noble with formidable subordinates. Gone family members? Rayner does not remove his helmet. Responding in a deep voice, upon hearing Rayner's words, Elder Ram mistakenly believes he has successfully intimidated the noble, and his tone loses its previous humility. Indeed, my lord, I am a member of the Gone family. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Rayner regards him as one would a jester, refraining from an immediate answer. Instead, he casts a glance at Ram, swiftly drawing his sword and slicing through the elder's throat. Ram scarcely has time to react, collapsing to the ground as Rayner's strike cleaves through half of his neck, leaving his head precariously attached by a strip of flesh. The severed artery erupts like a fountain, gushing forth a copious amount of blood, cascading to the ground like an exquisite work of art, reminiscent of plum blossoms in the snow. Rayner's sudden outburst plunges the villagers into chaos, prompting them to jostle each other in a desperate bid for escape. Observing these frightened villagers, Rayner removes his helmet and proclaims loudly, "I shall not harm you, but those who flee shall die." The knights beside him and the soldiers behind echo his command, their synchronized voices overpowering the villagers' terrified cries, gradually restoring a semblance of calm. As the villagers recover from the turmoil, they cast fearful glances at Rayner, who has just slain a man while mounted on his steed. Awaiting his next move, I, Rayner Molander, Baron of Molander Castle, have come here today seeking your allegiance to my rule. Your former master, Baron Labian Gone, despicably ambushed my lands, but his treachery has been thwarted. It is regrettable that he met his end on the battlefield due to friendly fire. However, I must reciprocate the grievances he inflicted upon my territory. The Gone family's dominion over Gone Castle now lies in my grasp, and you have become my subjects. I demand that you swear fealty to me and, by your own hands, eliminate all who are connected to the Gone family, ensuring the stability of my domain. Rayner intends for the villagers to personally execute those associated with the Gone family, thereby cultivating enmity between the villagers and these individuals. With their hands stained with the blood of the Gone family, should the Gone family attempt a resurgence, they would pose no threat to Rayner. The villagers, fully aware of this, understand that their own lives are at stake, leaving them with no choice but to pledge unwavering loyalty to Rayner. Upon hearing Rayner's declaration, the villagers engage in fervent discussion, some questioning the truth of his words, while others ponder whether it is indeed wise to pledge their allegiance. Ultimately, their commitment to Rayner remains uncertain, as the authenticity of his claims has yet to be verified. Previously, they had encountered wandering knights who spun similar tales, proclaiming victory over the Gone family, only to later reveal themselves as mere destitute vagabonds. Although this man before them has just slain their elder and appears somewhat formidable, accompanied by knights and well-equipped soldiers, the villagers remain skeptical, fearing they may be deceived into paying taxes only to see him depart without consequence. Noticing their doubt, Rayner remains silent and signals to his knights, who promptly tossed the Gone family banner, recently seized from Gone Castle, onto the ground. This is the banner of the Gone family. Gone Castle has fallen to my might. This is the most irrefutable proof. You are now under my dominion. The villagers, witnessing the Gone family banner, are left in shock. For over a century, the Gone family has ruled here, their ancestors having been serfs to the Gones. Now, this man, who claims to be Baron Molander, has cast the family's banner to the ground without a shred of respect. After a brief moment, the first individual kneels, placing his right hand upon his left breast, declaring, "Great Baron, I swear my fealty to you. My family and all that I possess shall belong to you, and I shall present myself before you whenever you require." This young man, appearing notably healthier than the other serfs, seems to be a self-sufficient farmer of some means. The phenomenon of the herd instinct is evident among humans. Upon witnessing this young man's pledge, others quickly follow suit, kneeling before Rainer, while even the naive children are urged by their parents to submit to him. Almost 200 villagers kneel before Rainer, and it must be said that he feels quite elevated. Although he has been in this world for merely 4 months, it is the first time he has witnessed such a unified display of submission. Some children cautiously lift their heads to gaze at the knight on horseback, a mixture of curiosity and admiration in their eyes, oblivious to the implications of nobility in their lives. "Excellent. You are now my subjects. You shall pay me taxes and fulfill military service, adhering to my laws, in return for my protection against lawless elements and the assurance of your livelihoods." "What is your name?" Rainer inquires of the young farmer who first pledged his loyalty. "Respectful Baron." "My name is," the young man replies with reverence. "What?" Rainer, his expression somewhat bemused beneath his helmet, asks, "Is your surname Ben?" The young man is momentarily taken aback by this question, responding, "I am but a self-sufficient farmer." "My lord, I possess no surname." Rainer nods, relieved that the young man lacks a surname, for otherwise, he would have contemplated forming a counter-terrorism unit within his domain. "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be the elder of Hongwa village. I require you to lead the villagers in identifying and removing all those connected to the Gone family. You understand my intention?" "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once," the young man declares, turning to the villagers and announcing, "Now, we must fulfill our master's first task. Let us root out those with ties to the Gone family." The young man appears quite adept at rallying the villagers. And soon, with their assistance, the Gone family supporters are apprehended. A total of 5 individuals associated with the Gone family are brought forth, all appearing well-dressed and robust, clearly enjoying a prosperous life. Rainer surveys these captured members of the Gone family's influence, inquiring, "Are you certain there are no others?" "Indeed, my lord, all of the Gone family's minions are present." With unwavering conviction, he declared, "Very well, let the execution commence. It is for you to carry it out." After half an hour, these 5 individuals became mere corpses. Thus, Lena meticulously repeated the process, executing the other 2 groups in the same manner, and the 18 villages of Jelbao subsequently fell into his grasp. As all the armies converged with him. The system's notification resonated once more in Lena's mind. Ding! Detected that the Lord has conquered new territory. Main quest activated. Main quest: establish an empire belonging to the Morande family. Time requirement: 50 years. Population requirement: 10 million. Status requirement: the Lord must possess the title of emperor. System requirement: the Lord must control over 60% of the national population's wealth. Food and military. Territory requirement: 500,000 square kilometers or more. Chapter 41. The significance of the system's existence, TSKS. Lena was somewhat taken aback. This main quest was quite displeasing to him. He merely wished to carve out a small corner of this world for himself, allowing him to continue living a comfortable life as a noble. He understood that he was no chosen one and lacked the capability to support such ambitions. He did not want to become entangled in this series of intrigues and risk his own demise. To possess a piece of land here and marry a noble lady of similar lineage was his simple aspiration. In his previous life, he had lived like a dog, toiling endlessly. Thus, being able to live carefree in this life would not be in vain for his transmigration. He was aware that the current era was tumultuous, and the empire might be on the brink of a protracted war, but he had no desire to get involved. he was quite clear about his own limitations. Although many lower-tier nobles were largely uneducated and ignorant, the top-tier nobles had been educated in the arts of power and strategy since childhood, making them far beyond Lena's reach. If he were to seek benefits in this environment, he would likely end up being ensnared and losing his territory to those great nobles. It would be wiser to wait until the war reached the northern territories and then ally with a certain faction. Although he had initially felt immense excitement upon receiving the system, time had tempered his enthusiasm significantly. The system was not omnipotent. It was merely a tool to ensure his own security. He had long since transitioned from the lofty ambitions he held upon his arrival to the present state of having no grand aspirations. His ideal was simply to be a stable little lord in the northern territories of the empire. Thus, when he encountered this main quest, he felt quite impatient. Lena continued to read, and beneath the main quest, it stated, Quest completion reward. Increase lifespan by 20 years. Quest failure penalty. Decrease lifespan by 30 years. Now commencing deduction of 30 years from the Lord's lifespan. The quest is divided into 5 stages. Completing each stage will restore 6 years of lifespan and slow the aging process. Upon completion of the quest, lifespan will officially increase by 20 years. Damn it! Lena cursed vehemently. This was nothing short of a coercive contract of servitude. Moreover, having already deducted 30 years from his life, who could tell how many years he had left? What if he were to meet his end next year? System! Lena shouted inwardly, summoning the system panel. Yes. My lord. The system's emotionless electronic voice responded in Lena's ear. Explain to me the nature of this non-negotiable main quest. Lena's heart brimmed with resentment towards this compulsory demand that jeopardized his leisurely existence. My lord. The purpose of this system is to assist the lord in gradual development and growth, with the ultimate goal of becoming an emperor. If it cannot aid the lord in achieving this, then the system has no value. Can I not refuse this task? Lena's face contorted in frustration as he questioned the system. You may refuse. However, this system will experience a catastrophic failure leading to an explosion, and the safety of the lord cannot be guaranteed. The system maintained its cold, mechanical tone. Were it not for Lena's understanding that it was devoid of emotion and thought, he would have unleashed a tirade against it. This was blatant coercion. While Lena had indeed accepted the system's offerings, it did not alter his reality of having no grand aspirations. His acceptance of the system's gifts and tasks was not without reason. He needed to ensure his strength was sufficient for self-preservation in this chaotic world. Yet now, the system's main quest had thrust him into the limelight, forcing him to contend for survival against the capable figures of this tumultuous era. The system's cold voice echoed in his ears, and the string of pale blue text lingered in his vision. With a heavy heart, he gazed at his arm adorned with armor and resolutely declared, Accept the quest. Quest accepted, commencing countdown. Current time, 0:50. Current quest completion progress, 0:5. Regardless of what the system claimed, controlling the entirety of Jelbao was certainly advantageous. His lack of ambition was genuine, yet he still needed to maintain a FAAD. It would be unbearable to confine himself to a small territory of merely several kilometers and live as a minor baron. To put it bluntly, even if he were to bully the local populace, what could a tiny domain possibly yield? At the very least, he needed to accumulate some capital for his future marriage. My lord. Jelbao is now entirely under the jurisdiction of the Morande family. You may do as you please with any individual on this land, Sir Keith exclaimed, removing his helmet with a look of exhilaration. After all, he too was a member of the Morande family, and the family's expansion brought him great joy, signifying an elevated status within the empire. Excellent. It is time for us to return home. After 3 battles, I am sure everyone is weary that a grand banquet will be held in the hall of Morande Castle, and I hope all of you will bring your families to join us. Lena removed his helmet, allowing his nearly shoulder-length hair to dance in the cold wind. The march had left beads of sweat on his forehead, and he indeed appeared as a strikingly handsome youth, one must admit. Lena was quite pleased with his physique. Perhaps it was due to the Morande family's bloodline tracing back to the imperial lineage, resulting in exceptional genes. Both Sir Keith and Lena's cousin, Revered, possessed remarkable looks. They shared a common trait, their soft, flowing golden locks, which enhanced their striking appearance. The acquisition of Jelbao had faced no significant obstacles. they proceeded with the spoils obtained from the Gowen family, of which 30% belonged to the soldiers, another 30% to the knights, and the remaining 40% was Lena's. After this series of battles and tasks, Lena had amassed over 800 merit points, allowing for numerous exchanges. Indeed, Lena had already decided what to exchange for. The Mirande family was now severely lacking in military strength due to the recent conflicts, so he needed to procure soldiers from the system. The soldiers, burdened with their pots and pans, significantly slowed their march. Reluctantly, Lena could not issue an order to discard these items. From the perspective of his past life, these possessions were hardly worth anything. But in this world, they represented a considerable gain for a household. Even the knights were unwilling to relinquish them casually. This disparity in productivity highlighted the limitations of the era. Lena had no means to change this reality. By evening, the group had covered only around 10 kilometers, and he had no choice but to order a halt for camp. The soldiers clutched their spoils as they drifted into slumber, seemingly more attached to these trinkets than to their wives. The following day, around 9 o'clock, Lena lazily rose from his low military cot. He had fully acclimated to this decadent lifestyle devoid of the morning rituals typical of nobility. This was the life he had yearned for in his previous existence, where he could wake naturally each day. However, he was bound to early morning toil, and only a few rare holidays allowed him to indulge in such leisure, suddenly transitioning from a life of hardship to a veritable paradise. It was no wonder he had become complacent and lost his lofty ambitions. Chapter 42. The celebration banquet. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lena, with the assistance of his attendants, donned his garments, layering on a piece of leather armor before lazily stepping out of the tent. By this time, the soldiers were already up, having kindled fires and prepared their meals. The ceramic pots hung over the flames, and they casually tossed in some snow to boil water, while the deshelled oats were added to the pot along with a bit of salted meat. Thus, breakfast was served. This was already quite a commendable meal. Meat was a precious commodity. Currently, they dined on the dried provisions obtained from hunters in the forests during autumn and summer, as well as the flesh of aging sheep. Before Lena had improved their rations, they had never even tasted such fare. Lena was also presented with a portion of this meal. As for the taste, it was not exceptionally delightful, yet it was far from inedible. The slightly salty jerky was quite chewy in his mouth. He was not a picky eater, so he consumed it rapidly. After breakfast, under Lena's command, the soldiers gathered once more and resumed their journey homeward. The remaining distance was short, and that afternoon, Lena led the army back to Mirande Castle. Strangely enough, although they had only been away for 3 days, it felt as if an entire era had passed. As the modest yet sturdy fortress of Morlenburg emerged upon the white horizon, the soldiers could not help but erupt in a chorus of cheers. Within the confines of Gorlberg, Reiner had stationed 10 soldiers to maintain control. Yet his forces were stretched thin. However, maintaining a regular army of several dozen was already the limit for Morlenburg. The prospect of conscripting even 1 out of 10 adult males from a territory posed a considerable risk, teetering on the brink of collapse. Currently, Reiner could directly oversee a mere 1,500 residents, and sustaining such a standing army was already commendable. Although he had acquired Gorlberg and its inhabitants, transforming them into a military force proved to be a formidable challenge. An armed army requires substantial funds, and for a lord of this era, it suffices to maintain a modest regular army to ensure they are not swiftly vanquished by surprise attacks. The occurrence of such ambushes, however, was rare. After all, the Empire had prohibited duels for 2 decades, and even if clandestine conflicts arose, they were predominantly conducted with formal declarations of war, parading all troops for a grand engagement. Yet, Reiner found this approach intolerable. Imagine, for instance, when playing a game of Mount Blade, leading a band of Swadian recruits against another faction of Swadian recruits, resulting in chaotic skirmishes. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. He was uncertain of other strategies in the game, but he preferred the overwhelming might of 50 cavalry sweeping across the battlefield. Moreover, he recognized that it was far more prudent to conserve precious production manpower for continued cultivation rather than depleting them in combat, thereby forming a well-equipped, professionally trained standing army for warfare. Many nations and lords, despite securing victories, found themselves increasingly impoverished, a phenomenon easily comprehensible, as the able-bodied workforce was diverted to warfare, leaving no one to till the fields or engage in labor. To risk a significant portion of his labor force merely to save a few coins seemed unworthy to Reiner. the establishment of his elite standing army must be prioritized. However, the immediate task at hand was to exchange for a troop from the system. Reiner harbored no concerns about affording their wages. The surplus iron produced by the iron mine at Gorlberg could easily be organized into caravans for trade within the empire, or even fashioned into chainmail for sale, each piece fetching a handsome price of 10 gold coins that he simply hoped to command a formidable army to safeguard his territory. After receiving their due rewards, the soldiers feasted heartily in the barracks before returning home. Granted a 3-day leave, after which they were to report back to camp. Determined to overhaul his military, Reiner had merely tossed the basic infantry drills at the troops for self-training, yielding results, albeit not particularly remarkable. This time, he intended to personally oversee the training of his soldiers. The recent events served as a stark reminder that he required a stronger army, especially considering the main quest issued by the system awaited completion. Without a formidable military, how could he accomplish his objectives? Even if one were to consider a hypothetical scenario, ensuring one's safety amidst such tumultuous circumstances necessitated a powerful military force. Wind, upon Reiner's return, appeared elated, having been in awe of his brother who, since embarking on adventures in his youth, had returned to secure 3 consecutive victories. This had instilled in the young lad an utmost admiration for Reiner. "You're so awesome, brother. Those clad people were utterly routed by you," Wind exclaimed, waving his fists and nearly leaping from the ground, his features animated with excitement as he addressed Reiner. Reiner chuckled, patting his shoulder, and replied, "One day, you too shall wield your own sword and don your armor upon the battlefield. Cherish this tranquil time while it lasts." "That's wonderful, brother. I should be achieving great deeds on the battlefield right now. Next time, I want to join you in combat." Wind beamed, mimicking the motions of wielding a long sword. Reiner, "Well, it seems this young one has been waiting for me, having grown quite cunning." Amidst the laughter shared between the two brothers, the evening's banquet was prepared. Following the victory in war, a celebratory feast was imperative. The servants bustled about, the cooks tirelessly laboring in the kitchen to prepare the evening's dishes, while maids assisted, bringing forth jars of honey from the storeroom and layers of dried meat to adorn the dining table. Precious spices mingled within the simmering broth, and for this banquet, Reiner had seen to the slaughter of 5 sheep. The hall was filled with the rich aroma of wine, enticing enough to intoxicate anyone with a single whiff. The knights had brought their families from their fiefs to partake in the celebration, all eagerly anticipating the highlight of the evening, the distribution of rewards for their deeds. Some aspiring knights were particularly eager for their accolades. Unlike previous years, even though they had earned recognition during the battles against the Clad, the lack of available lands for distribution had limited them to mere monetary rewards. However, this time was different, with Gorlberg now under the Moorland family's banner. A portion of the villages would undoubtedly be allocated as fiefs for the knights, transforming them into true lords rather than mere knights dependent on the Moorland family for sustenance. Chapter 43. Distribution of rewards. The main hall thrummed with an air of joyous celebration. As the newly upgraded Moorlandburg boasted a significantly more spacious hall, doubled in size. Servants navigated between the tables, continually arranging the food, and of course, the options were not particularly extravagant. A low-born noble such as himself had limited access to lavish delicacies. The constraints of productivity dictated the meager array of dishes available. Apart from a few delectable northern specialties, the offerings were primarily honey, broth, roasted meat, and in this season, they could scarcely afford fruit, rendering the table rather monotonous. Nevertheless, the knights under Reiner's command did not mind. Simply having such provisions was already a considerable treat for them, especially since the focus of the banquet was not merely the food, but rather the forthcoming rewards. The servants swiftly arranged the dishes, for hosting a banquet was a costly affair. Typically, a baron would hold only 1 or 2 such events per year, while the wealthier nobles might host more frequently to curry favor with their numerous vassals. Yet even they would not exceed 5 or 6 gatherings annually, as their finances could scarcely accommodate more. Reiner's banquet, however, was a more intimate affair, exclusively for the knights and their families under the Moorland family's banner. Had he invited other nobles, the expenses would have escalated significantly. It was worth noting that, at this time, the majority of the northern lords had retreated to their castles. Even those slightly further south remained cooped up, biding their time until winter passed for renewed activity. Thus, once winter set in, news would stagnate. Otherwise, the swift defeat of Baron Lobian would have spread, prompting other nobles, like sharks sensing blood, to converge and seize the fruits of Reiner's victory. As all the guests settled, the torches around the hall blazed brightly, the flickering sparks casting ghostly shadows and creating an air of eerie mystique. Yet, the guests paid little heed to this, for in their minds, a banquet ought to resemble just this. Approximately 50 guests filled the hall. Apart from the knights, their families occupied the remaining seats. Each donned their finest attire. Although knights were the lowest tier of nobility, their kin were not reduced to tatters, as they were supported by 100 or 200 individuals. The Knights of Morlenberg enjoyed relatively stable finances, for the chainmail crafted by Reiner's blacksmiths was sold to them at low prices, and other equipment could be exchanged for minimal costs. Naturally, he would not provide them with gear for free, as their fiefdoms justified their self-funding for equipment. Only the aspiring knights without fiefs would receive gear from Reiner. Seated at the central long table of the hall, Reiner was flanked by members of the Morland family, with knights possessing combat capabilities surrounding him. A dozen knights gathered at the table, with Reiner seated at the head. Beside him his mother, Lady Morland, while to his left sat his uncle, Sir Code, and to his right, the commander of the Blood Griffin Knights, Sir Varus. The Morland family boasted 10 knightly houses, signifying that 10 villages had been allocated as fiefs. With only 12 villages under Reiner's control, in truth, the population of Morlenberg should have been considerable. However, the annual incursions by the Clad had severely hampered population growth. Otherwise, Morlenberg's populace would have long surpassed that of Gorlberg, as 22 villages could not possibly yield a lesser population than Gorlberg's 18. Noticing that everyone had quieted down, Reiner stood to raise his goblet, proclaiming, "We have triumphed, not merely in our war against the Clad. The Gu family has also succumbed to our onslaught, and Gorbold has now become the territory I command. This achievement is not solely mine. I must concede the truth of this. It is also the merit of my knights. It is you." Reiner cast a sweeping glance over the assembled knights as he spoke. "You were the ones who initiated the most formidable charge, shattering the ranks of the Clad, leading to their utter defeat. Moreover, it was you who overcame physical exhaustion to march through the night, arriving promptly at Moorland Castle to vanquish Baron Lobian. I am deeply grateful to you, my brothers, and I must acknowledge your contributions. Let us raise a toast to the valorous prowess of the knights. Cheers," Reiner proclaimed, lifting his goblet high. Everyone present flushed with excitement, especially the knights at the long table, who all eagerly raised their goblets and stood from their chairs. Even young Wind, seated at the back, lifted his cup, filled with a mild malt beverage suitable for a lad of his age. He appeared utterly enthralled by Reiner's words, as a boy of 13 or 14 often finds the battlefield to be an irresistible romance, feeling exhilarated even by the tales that bear no relevance to him. "I must reward your contributions. Gorbold now belongs to me, and I shall grant you the villages under its jurisdiction." Reiner unsheathed the longsword at his waist and approached Sir Runbear, as a fellow 16-year-old. This was his second experience on the battlefield. Yet his upbringing had instilled in him a lack of discomfort with killing and warfare, and he had performed admirably in combat. "Sir Runbear." "Yes, my lord." Sir Runbear immediately knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his left breast in a gesture of fealty. Reiner rested the sword upon his right shoulder and declared, "Sir Runbear has displayed remarkable valor in battle, showing no signs of retreat and providing immense assistance in combat. Therefore, I bestow upon you the village of Cabbage as your fief, where you may levy taxes, recruit soldiers, and protect its inhabitants or exploit them as you see fit. This is the authority I grant you. In return, you must honor the oath you have sworn to me, utilizing the population and resources there to serve my interests. When I summon you, you shall gather your forces without delay and adhere to the laws I designate. Can you comply?" "Yes, my lord. I shall obey all your commands and protect you with my life. Wherever your sword points, that shall be my charge." Sir Runbear responded fervently, for at 16 to possess a fief was a rarity among knights. After hearing this, Reiner tapped his shoulder 3 times, saying, "I hope you will uphold your oath. Now, Cabbage Village is your fief." Subsequently, Reiner conferred fiefs upon the remaining 5 knights without land, while the Bloodlion Griffin Knights received material rewards, as their troops were exchanged from the system and fiefs were not essential for them. Chapter 44. A conversation with Sir Cord Reiner had allocated 6 villages, granting all knights without fiefs their own lands, while those who did not receive fiefs were still rewarded with Reiner's treasures. However, the quantity was modest, as they had amassed considerable spoils on the battlefield, rendering Reiner's meager gifts less valuable than their loot. Nonetheless, every knight present was thoroughly satisfied, and amidst the jovial atmosphere, the banquet reached its zenith. With all beginning their assault on the dishes before them, bonds among the nobility were deepened through such indulgent feasting, as banquets were some of the few social gatherings of the era. Nobility existed only in the presence of their equals. Otherwise, they were merely armed landlords hiding away in their castle estates. Reiner was equally pleased, indulging in a few more cups, though the beverages were merely low-alcohol malt drinks. He still found himself pleasantly intoxicated. The festivities continued until midnight, at which point the knights' families had departed, leaving behind a raucous assembly of inebriated knights reveling in their excess, boasting of their battlefield bravery, and even discussing their exploits in the bedroom as though they were worthy tales. Reiner, tipsy and unsteady, was assisted back to his chamber by a servant, where 2 young maidens in the adjoining room hurriedly helped him to bed. His consciousness was somewhat hazy, yet not completely lost. He merely felt his body pressed against 2 soft, warm forms, and a fragrance reminiscent of youthful femininity wafted into his nostrils, stirring a sense of excitement within him. With a firm pull, he toppled the 2 figures onto the bed. After all, how could 2 delicate maidens withstand the might of a seasoned warrior? Amidst their soft gasps of surprise, Reiner began to loosen his garments. Yet in his intoxicated state, he found the intricate attire unfamiliar and struggled to unfasten it. Ultimately, it was the maidens who extended their slender hands to assist in removing his clothing, driven by primal instincts. He pounced upon the 2 frail maids, who lay as if pinned to the bed, too timid to resist. Their pitiable demeanor only fueled his fervor. The fragile little rabbit would not coax the fierce tiger into gentleness, but rather provoke its brutality. With a surge of passion, he charged forth, and the maiden's delicate whimpers of supplication filled the air. Yet Reiner, on the brink of triumph, would not so easily grant them mercy. After a prolonged struggle, he finally succumbed to slumber amidst their languorous moans. The following morning, Reiner awoke groggily, rubbing his aching head. The 2 maidens remained curled together, their brows slightly furrowed, rising and falling gently like 2 tender kittens. Evoking a sense of affection, sighing, he realized he would have no one to assist him in his morning routine. Having grown accustomed to a life of decadence, he found the absence of servitude disconcerting. However, it was not entirely the fault of the 2 maidens, as he had exerted them quite thoroughly the previous night, making their inability to rise at dawn quite understandable. It was a consequence of his own actions. Treading lightly, he found a garment and dressed without disturbing the 2 exhausted maidens. To his delight, the kitchen staff had anticipated Reiner's habits, having been a reclusive homebody in his past life. He preferred minimal movement. Breakfast had been laid out on the table in his bedroom. The meal appeared quite sumptuous. A pot of fragrant meat broth, likely made from lamb, accompanied by 2 strips of cured meat and 2 slices of white bread, along with a small bowl of oatmeal. While the presentation and flavor might not be exceptional in this era, such fare was indeed a rare delicacy. Not one to be fussy, he savored the meal with delight. At that moment, the 2 maidens awoke, hastily donning their garments before kneeling before Reiner, in the hierarchy of servitude. Rising later than their master was a transgression severe enough to warrant a whipping in other noble households. Observing the trembling maidens, Reiner raised an eyebrow and said, "Rise, I bear no grudge against you." He gestured towards the food on the table. "Join me. I cannot consume all this alone. How shall I say it?" Reiner found great satisfaction in the meal, reclining in his chair and emitting a long, contented belch before lazily returning to bed, picking up a nightly novel to peruse. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door, and the maid named Qingshu opened it. "Good day, esteemed Sir Cord." Qingshu greeted the knight with a timid, soft-spoken demeanor. Sir Cord nodded, saying little, before turning his gaze to Reiner, reclining on the bed. "My lord, the value of the spoils has been tallied, and I wish to report on the expected tax revenues for the coming year." The 2 maidens, recognizing the cue, curtsied and exited Reiner's chamber, returning to their own quarters. "Ah, very well, uncle. Please proceed with your report," Reiner replied. rising from the bed and pulling out a chair for Sir Cord to sit. Once seated, Sir Cord glanced at the parchment in his hand and stated, "After calculations, the spoils belonging to you are valued at approximately 4 gold coins. Given your acquisition of Gorbald and its 10 villages, excluding the iron mine within your territory, your income for the next year should range between 15 and 20 gold coins. Additionally, your assets include 113 sheep, 10 plow oxen, 15 draft horses, 7 mills, 20 draft horses, and 5 war horses. 5 sheep were consumed during the banquet, and 2 others were slaughtered due to old age." Reiner nodded. "Understood, thank you." After a moment of hesitation, he finally broached the subject. "Uncle, do you think I am perceived as a tyrant by those beneath me?" Sir Cord paused, taken aback by Reiner's inquiry. He chuckled lightly and replied, "No, Reiner. I merely wish for you to maintain kindness in your heart. I fully comprehend your actions. When I was a youth, I received my first fief. I was quite cruel to my subjects, believing they must fear me to respect me, and thus my whip was stained with blood on a daily basis. Everyone fears me. Whenever I appear before them, they invariably kneel trembling at my feet, singing my praises. This brings me great joy, as I once believed it to be my desire. However, it was only later, when those ignorant children expressed their terror and uttered sentiments wishing for a different master, that I realized it is far better for all to respect and cherish you rather than cower in fear. Such admiration requires your benevolence, though maintaining an air of authority is equally essential. Ah, your father was much like me in his early days, but he swiftly grasped this truth. As a result, the inhabitants of our domain still fondly remember his virtues. What does it matter if they tremble at your presence? When outsiders arrive, they will be eager to find a new master and reluctant to assist you. I hope you comprehend the wisdom in this." Chapter 45. The new military main force. Sir Cord's words were unmistakably clear, encapsulated in a saying of the Celestial Empire. Those who possess virtue will garner assistance, while those who stray from the path will find little support. After listening, Reiner nodded thoughtfully. Observing his contemplation, Sir Cord sighed and refrained from further elaboration, rising from his chair and quietly departing the room. Indeed, he was acutely aware of his own arrogance. Having attained unprecedented power and status, he had become lost within it in his past life. He was merely an ordinary individual, but now he had ascended to the rank of Baron. Inadvertently, he might cause harm to others, as evidenced by his previous actions, which Sir Cord had condemned as tyrannical. He had once believed himself to be transformed from the ineffectual person he once was, constantly yearning to showcase himself before others. In his pursuit of immediate success, he had forsaken even the most basic virtues of his former self. He needed to learn to temper his temper, balancing benevolence with the need for his subjects to perceive his authority. The unyielding kindness of the past or the impulsiveness he had previously displayed would no longer suffice. This is the essence of excess. A harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness is the optimal choice. Having come to this realization, Reiner felt considerably uplifted, no longer plagued by the anxieties that had once consumed him. The system had assigned him the main quest of becoming an emperor. Perhaps prior to that, he must first learn how to be a superior, a baron, in a more buoyant mood. Reiner picked up the knight's novel he had previously been reading, only to set it down again shortly thereafter as he accessed the system panel. Character: Reiner Moreland. Age: 16. Politics: 50, max 100, health: 95. Current territory building: Moreland Castle, level 1 military fortress, current reputation: 200, somewhat notable, current subordinates: Servalas, Logan, Leyland, not yet materialized, current title: none. Current army: armed soldiers 32, archers 20. Current territory: Moreland Castle, Gear Castle. Current family: Moreland. Reiner found himself reasonably satisfied with his current situation. His reputation had risen from nothing to a modest recognition, indicating that his name was gradually spreading. He estimated that once winter passed and spring arrived, his reputation would further swell alongside the whispers of bards. Reputation is not a trivial matter. While it may not yield tangible benefits within the system, it serves as an accurate gauge of his standing. System: summon the hero Leyland. Lord? Reiner commanded the system. Shall I summon him on the spot? The system inquired. Yes, summon him here. Before him, a flash of light materialized, revealing a middle-aged nobleman with slightly graying hair, a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, clad in exquisite armor. "Good day, esteemed Baron. I am your most loyal subject," Leyland said, removing his helmet and bowing to Raynor. "Excellent. Leyland, I am thoroughly pleased with your capabilities. From this day forth, you shall serve as my infantry commander, and I trust you will lead my infantry valiantly into battle." To the eyes of the Celestial Empire's subjects, Raynor's casual appointment of a newcomer as the commander of an army appeared recklessly hasty, potentially inciting discontent among others and leading to soldiers' lack of respect for their commander. Yet Raynor remained unconcerned. The regular troops he commanded were all private soldiers of the Moreland family, leaving the knights without reason or qualification to question Leyland's authority. Those who might dissent would be the lower-ranking officers, whose opinions Raynor deemed inconsequential. Moreover, Leyland was a seasoned warrior, renowned for leading the Rhodoc kingdom's spearmen and crossbowmen to triumph over the formidable Swadian knights. His military prowess was among the finest in all of Colradia. "Indeed, my lord, that I shall command your infantry and vanquish all who dare challenge your authority," Leyland pledged, bowing deeply. "Very well, then seek out Sir Code. He will arrange a room for you within the castle." After dispatching Leyland, Raynor resumed his examination of the system. The 300 acres of arable land could wait, as winter rendered farming impossible. He scoured the troop categories for a suitable army. The options were plentiful, ranging from infantry to cavalry and archers, amounting to several hundred types. Prices varied significantly, with the expensive blood-red Griffin Knights costing 20 merit points, and an additional half point for every 50 men. Conversely, lower-tier soldiers could be acquired for as little as 1 merit point. Though Raynor dismissed such shabby militia as unworthy of consideration, after careful deliberation, Raynor's gaze fell upon a particular troop type. Rhodoc soldiers, the elite forces of the Rhodoc kingdom, played a crucial role in resisting the Swadian kingdom during the war. Discipline, extremely high, physical fitness, superior to most infantry, combat skills, average. Unit price, 10, with an incremental increase of half a point for every 100 units. Raynor assessed the basic attributes of the Rhodoc soldiers and found them quite satisfactory. They possessed remarkable physical fitness and discipline, and at a unit price of only 10 merit points, they represented an excellent value. While their combat skills were not particularly exceptional, their strength lay in formation, thrusting their spears toward the enemy rather than charging haphazardly. Even the formidable blood-red Griffin Knights, the system's most elite troop type, boasted basic attributes of high discipline, double physical fitness, and high combat skills, nearly rivaling the Rhodoc soldiers' attributes. Although they fell slightly short, their restrictions and lower costs made them an undeniably wise choice. While Raynor also coveted the Nord Paladins, a powerful infantry unit, their exorbitant exchange price deterred him. He recognized that the Rhodoc soldiers better suited his current needs. Exchange for 50 Rhodoc soldiers. Materialize in 3 days. Please select a location for materialization. Raynor pondered, realizing he had no means to justify the sudden appearance of an army. The rationale for summoning the blood-red Griffin Knights could not be repeated. So he decided to adopt a mystical pretense. Materialize in the open space at the castle's center, Raynor instructed, deducting 500 merit points. In 3 days, the Rhodoc soldiers will materialize. The system's voice resonated, and Raynor's balance diminished by 500 points, leaving him with just over 200. After acquiring the Rhodoc soldiers, Raynor opened additional exchange options, spending 75 merit points to summon 5 junior blacksmiths. His territory was rich in iron, with the mines producing daily output. While lacking a blast furnace, small workshops could still yield 1 to 200 kilograms of iron each day, especially since Gear Castle housed another iron mine. Raynor was aware of the Rhodoc soldiers' equipment, merely emblazoned chainmail. While decent by Colradia's standards, it was comparable to that of his current troops. He intended to have the blacksmiths forge additional armor to enhance the soldiers' survivability. For at 15 merit points per unit, the cost was steep, and he needed to be prudent with such resources. Chapter 46. Winter cultivation. Raynor lay languidly on his bed like a heap of discarded flesh, idly perusing the knight's novel in his hands. One could not deny that the life of a noble in this era was remarkably dull. Devoid of smartphones or computers, even this novel had been read no less than 10 times. Frustrated, he tossed the book aside, donned a cotton garment, and stepped out of the warm room warmed by a roaring fireplace, making his way to the castle's open space, which served as a training ground for himself and others. Armed with a wooden sword, Raynor exited the castle, exhaling breath that crystallized in the frigid air, forming wisps of mist. The snow covering the open ground has been meticulously cleared by the servants. While it cannot be said that not a single flake remains, at least it no longer poses a risk of causing one to slip and fall. Upon entering the training grounds, Reiner discovered that he was not the sole individual training at this hour. His younger brother, Wind, was also clad in heavy armor, vigorously wielding a wooden sword against a training dummy. The small figure swung the almost towering wooden sword with remarkable vigor, striking the dummy with an array of sharp sounds. Reiner's robust physique and keen combat instincts, inherited from this body, allowed him to nod approvingly at Wind's actions. Though merely 13, Wind's physique was already comparable to that of a young calf, clearly indicating that he had diligently practiced martial arts since he was old enough to understand. Reiner strode forward, exclaiming, "Very well done, Wind." Engrossed in his practice, Wind did not immediately notice Reiner's presence and was startled by his brother's voice. "Oh," he exclaimed, instinctively stepping back and adopting a sword stance. Upon turning to see his brother, he sheepishly lowered his sword and scratched his head, saying, "Brother, it's you. You startled me with your sudden appearance. Why, can't I come to observe your training?" Reiner replied, his face betraying no hint of a smile as he feigned seriousness. I didn't mean it like that. I just, Wind stammered, nervously rubbing his head. It was evident that he held a mixture of respect and trepidation towards his elder brother. Although they had shared a close bond in their youth, the fact that the former owner of Reiner's body had ventured out into the world at the age of 13 meant that they had inevitably grown somewhat distant since their separation when Wind was merely 10. Reiner burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you." He waved his wooden sword in front of Wind and declared, "Come at me. Let me offer some guidance on your technique." 5 minutes later, Wind, looking dejected, stared at the wooden sword resting against his neck, resignedly admitting, "I lost." Reiner chuckled softly, reclaiming his sword and addressing Wind. "Do not fret. You are still young. It is entirely natural for you to be bested by me." Ahahaha. As Reiner reveled in his triumph, Wind's expression grew increasingly glum. Noticing Wind's furrowed brow, Reiner placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to meet his gaze. "Listen, Wind. You are my dear brother and my most trusted ally. You must hasten your growth. In the future, you shall become my right hand. For now, study swordsmanship under Sir Valas, and later, I will arrange for you to have the finest tactical instructor. You, my brother Wind, shall undoubtedly shine alongside me." Upon hearing this, Wind's previously despondent face lit up with excitement as he inquired, "Will that truly be the case? Will I follow you like Duke Raven followed His Majesty the Emperor?" This reference harkened back to the old tales of the Empire's founding, where Duke Raven, the Emperor's younger brother, had fought valiantly to unify the realm, becoming a celebrated figure in the Empire. However, he had passed away shortly after the Empire's establishment due to old injuries. Reiner was well aware of the lofty ambitions swirling in Wind's youthful mind. Young boys often harbor unrealistic dreams that, with time, they come to abandon, often feeling embarrassed about their past naivety. "Indeed, you shall become a figure akin to Duke Raven, I assure you," Reiner vowed, fully intending to keep his promise. The tasks set forth by the system loomed over him, and regardless of the current turmoil afflicting the Empire, he was bound to seize the throne. Thus, the two brothers continued their training, sharing moments of camaraderie. Meanwhile, the residents of Moorland Castle resumed their agricultural endeavors, having been ordered by Reiner to cultivate the land. All the land they farmed belonged to the Moorland family, making them effectively the residents' private lords. Consequently, every command issued by Reiner was to be heeded without question. Although the Moorland estate boasted a substantial area of arable land, 30,000 acres in total, the actual yield was limited. The northern territories, while relatively fertile, yielded approximately 50 kilograms of grain per acre, yet the land required fallow periods. Under the current rotation system, the Moorland family could only work 1,000 acres annually, yielding a mere 500 tons of grain. Despite the seemingly impressive figure, with a population of over 1,500 individuals under their direct control, this translated to a mere 330 kilograms per person. Furthermore, 60% of this harvest was owed to Reiner in taxes, which were far from exorbitant, illustrating the dire plight of the serfs. Reiner harbored hopes of expanding the cultivated land and increasing grain yields through fertilization and other methods. aiming to alleviate the residents' hunger and bolster his own tax revenues. The grain output from his estate, when compared to the great lords of his past life, would barely qualify him as a mere provincial nobleman, let alone a significant landholder on the continent. His aspirations reached for the stars, aiming for the imperial throne. Thus, he understood the necessity of diligent effort from this point forward, previously paralyzed by the fear of war. The residents had ceased their agricultural activities after consulting with Reiner. However, with victory now secured, they eagerly took up their tools, praising Reiner's valor and wisdom as they resumed their farming. It must be noted that working outdoors in the biting cold of winter was a most arduous task. Even with the heat generated from labor, the frigid wind reddened their faces, and they frequently wiped their noses on their sleeves. The farming initiative progressed swiftly. Over the 2 months of winter, they had already cultivated more than 4,000 acres. Reiner estimated that by the end of winter, this could rise to between 30 and 40,000 acres. At this juncture, more than 20 soldiers under the Moreland family had fallen under the command of Rayland, who possessed Reiner's hand order. As a distinguished general of the Rhodoc kingdom, his prowess in infantry command was unparalleled. While he may not rival legendary figures, he was certainly among the foremost leaders in the north. Moreover, he had no cause to worry about loyalty. While he could not guarantee the soldiers of Moreland Castle's allegiance, he had summoned troops loyal to Reiner through the system, ensuring they would not betray their true master at the behest of a commander. Rayland's appointment as the infantry commander perplexed many, particularly the knights who could not fathom why their lord would entrust an outsider with military command. The few small leaders within the army harbored some discontent. They had previously served under their baron with full acceptance. But the sudden change in leadership left them feeling uneasy. Yet, Reiner remained unperturbed, confident that Rayland would navigate these challenges adeptly. After all, Rayland was a 4-star hero character within the system, having previously commanded thousands on the Colradia continent. Reiner's days had been fulfilling, as the residents celebrated his string of victories, elevating his prestige within the territory. He meticulously appointed tax officials from the Moreland family to indoctrinate the populace, all while scouting locations for the 300 acres of fertile land promised by the system. It was evident that while this land held immense potential, its steep price was a considerable hindrance for Reiner, whose cost-benefit analysis deemed it unwise to expend merit points on such an exchange. Back on the training grounds, as he sparred with wind using wooden swords, Reiner heard the system's notification chime and hastened his movements, swiftly besting wind. That will be enough for today. I have matters to attend to. Continue your practice under Sir Valus, he instructed, leaving the training grounds before Wind could voice his confusion. What excited him so was likely the successful arrival of the summoned troops. As the system's manifestation countdown began, Reiner hurried back to the castle. Sir Cord, a close relative of the Moreland family and one of Reiner's chief executors, resided almost permanently in Moreland Castle alongside his son, Rambert. Uncle, gather everyone in the castle center. I have an announcement to make, Reiner called out to Sir Cord. In regard to Reiner's words, Sir Cord invariably adhered to them, displaying no arrogance due to his familial connection as an uncle, and he dutifully obeyed Reiner's commands, almost to the letter, upon receiving the orders. He promptly conveyed Reiner's intentions, and within 20 minutes, nearly 200 individuals, comprising the male and female servants, chefs, and the station guards within the castle, stood shivering in the courtyard, clad in cotton garments. Reiner exited the main fortress and glanced at the time within the system. There remained approximately 20 minutes. Ample enough for him to don the guise of a prophet. Although the religions in this world were not as formidable as those in Western Europe of his previous life, they still held considerable sway over the hearts of both the common folk and the nobility. He planned to feign divine inspiration, proclaiming that the troops summoned through the system were a gift from the Holy Father, and as the most devout disciple of the Holy Father, he was chosen as an emissary to spread his blessings to distant lands. This would not only earn him greater respect from the populace, but also instill unwavering faith in Reiner's words upon witnessing the arrival of the Holy Father's army, thereby mitigating any concerns regarding the sudden appearance of troops and strategically positioning himself for the future. He felt a sense of pride in this clever stratagem that served multiple purposes. With determined strides, Reiner approached the assembly, observing their expressions of confusion, and he smiled as he proclaimed, I understand your skepticism regarding my commands, but rest assured, my actions are not without purpose. I had a dream last night, a vision of ascending to the heavenly realm, a land overflowing with milk and honey, surrounded by countless holy angels, resonating with laughter and joy, where I experienced pleasures beyond even those of His Imperial Majesty. Subsequently, I encountered our benevolent, omniscient, and supremely majestic Holy Father. He caressed my brow and said, "My child, your devotion and reverence please me greatly. Yet I implore you to extend my blessings to even further lands. I created all beings, yet they have forgotten me, the very essence of their creation." Reiner mimicked the non-existent Holy Father's voice. Continuing, "They have forsaken my glory, worshipping instead those deities that either do not exist or are merely the guise of demons. Go forth, spread my blessings to distant horizons. You are my most cherished child on earth, and I shall send my emissaries to assist you in proclaiming my existence. Upon the completion of this task, you shall dwell eternally in paradise, relishing in all its splendor." After delivering this proclamation, Reiner observed the astonishment on the faces of those present, declaring, "Soon, the time spoken of by the Holy Father will arrive, and his emissaries shall descend. Kindly step aside, ladies and gentlemen. Do not hinder the arrival of the Holy Father's emissaries." Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted towards the edges of the clearing. Surely, the Baron cannot be mad. Such a thing cannot truly occur. Silence. The emissaries will soon arrive. Show some respect. The Baron is indeed favored by the Holy Father. He has sent emissaries to assist him. Praise be to the Holy Father. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some expressing disbelief in Reiner's words, while many remained in a state of cautious skepticism, awaiting the actual appearance of these emissaries. Young Winder was filled with curiosity, eager to discern the true nature of these Holy Father's emissaries. Did they possess wings or radiate a divine luminescence? Meanwhile, Sir Code furrowed his brow in contemplation, having initially assumed that Reiner summoned everyone for an official decree. Never anticipating such a spectacle, he remained skeptical of these so-called emissaries of the Holy Father, having never witnessed any divine manifestation himself, a sentiment shared by most, hence his doubts regarding the matter. Chapter 48. Divine troops descend. Reiner stood confidently in place, while the others regarded him with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. Why have they not yet appeared? Could it be that the Baron's dream was merely a figment of imagination? Doubts began to stir among the crowd. Observing the murmurs, Reiner refrained from providing further explanations. The appearance of the troops materialized by the system would speak louder than any words, and their astonishment would only deepen at that moment. As seconds turned into minutes, the time for the manifestation of 50 Rodok soldiers finally arrived. A dazzling white light appeared before all, emanating a gentle warmth that enveloped the onlookers in a comforting embrace. Reiner was taken aback by this occurrence, recognizing it as the system's assistance, realizing that it possessed a remarkable level of intelligence and human-like qualities. As the radiant light flickered, all present fell to their knees, disregarding the biting cold of the snow beneath them. Their reverence for the Holy Father was deeply ingrained, and such miraculous phenomena could only be attributed to his divine handiwork. The kneeling individuals murmured indistinctly, though Reiner could not discern their words, suspecting they were merely expressions of praise for the Holy Father, beseeching him for protection. Moments later, the light dissipated to reveal a regiment of 50 soldiers, not clad in the green emblazoned armor of the game, but adorned in the crimson standard of the Moorland family, featuring the emblem of the iris lion. Beneath their tabards, they donned exquisite full chainmail, with iron bracers on their arms and silver full-face helmets atop their heads. Each soldier stood tall, with heights exceeding 1.70 meters, their muscular physiques reminiscent of the fearsome Scarlet Griffin Knights. And though they bore no weapons, finely crafted longswords hung from their waists. They formed a remarkably orderly rectangular formation before the assembly, a sight reminiscent of the disciplined armies of the Celestial Empire from Reiner's past life. The ranks were utterly silent, devoid of any whispers or murmurs. Upon materializing, they knelt before Reiner with fluidity, their movements as synchronized as if rehearsed countless times, the sound of clanking armor merging into a brief, harmonious symphony. With their hands over their left chests, they proclaimed in unison, "Please accept our loyalty, our great master. You shall be the sun of our existence. The sole purpose of our lives is to fight for you." All eyes were drawn to the appearance of these 50 formidable soldiers. The emissaries of the Holy Father were indeed remarkable. Although they did not embody the eternal, winged angels of their imaginations, this army was surely a privilege reserved for the Holy Father and his favored Baron. Reiner felt immense satisfaction at the sight of these Rhodoc soldiers, and a rare surge of ambition stirred within him as he gazed upon them. Perhaps becoming an emperor and reaching the pinnacle of power is not such a bad option after all, he mused silently. Though he quickly dismissed the thought. Never mind, what a burden that would be. Besides, with my humble stature, I would be no match for those great nobles. Better to enjoy a quiet life here. A lifespan of 20 years. Perhaps I could even live to 100, even if I forfeit 30 years, that still leaves me with 80. Thus, Reiner engaged in this internal struggle, simultaneously deceiving himself, entirely forgetting the trepidation and panic associated with the prospect of losing 30 years of life. Nevertheless, he found immense joy in the manifestation of the 50 Rhodoc soldiers. Excellent. I accept your loyalty, Reiner declared to the kneeling soldiers without further contemplation. Ryland, amidst the crowd, observed the disciplined and robust Rhodoc soldiers, his heart aflame with excitement. Although they donned the Moreland family's insignia, he recognized them instantly as the elite troops of the Rhodoc kingdom. Even during his tenure as marshal commanding the entire Rhodoc kingdom, he had only ever commanded 100 soldiers at most. To now witness 50 arriving all at once filled him with exhilaration. Setting aside the commotion stirred by the Rhodoc soldiers, Reiner instructed Ryland to accommodate them within the barracks. Their wages were not insubstantial, requiring a full silver coin each month to sustain them. 50 soldiers would amount to 5 gold coins monthly, totaling a staggering 60 gold coins annually, a sum that would necessitate a 60% increase in the annual income of the Moreland family to sustain them. It appeared imperative to manufacture armor and transport it into the Empire for sale. As for the junior blacksmiths, their arrival was rather understated. They appeared quietly within the Moreland Fortress's blacksmith workshop, and within a matter of days, the Fortress of Gear had also fallen under Reiner's control. With iron mines resuming operations, however, the blacksmiths there were unable to meet Reiner's anticipated output. Assigning 2 out of 5 junior blacksmiths to the nearby workshop, Reiner began to address the soldiers' equipment needs. The attributes of the Rhodoc soldiers are commendable, although they cannot be compared to the monstrous blooded Griffin Knights that embody the essence of Griffin blood. They stand as one of the foremost armies in the mundane world. After all, the blooded Griffin Knights exist within a fantastical realm, capable of suppressing formidable foreign races. However, the equipment of these soldiers leaves Reiner somewhat discontented. As an aficionado of strategy games, he harbors a fervent admiration for the strategy of heavily armored elite troops, believing that the optimal approach is to crush the enemy with the finest gear and the most potent combat prowess. Even in playing Red Alert, he would ensure that his military strength was overwhelmingly dominant before launching a decisive strike against the adversary. Thus, his dissatisfaction with the soldiers' chainmail is palpable. While chainmail offers commendable defensive capabilities, Reiner inexplicably feels a sense of irritation, especially considering that the blooded Griffin Knights are protected by a layer of plate chain composite armor on the surface. Even in such circumstances, he insists they wear a layer of leather armor lining to enhance protection. This reveals the extent of his obsession with military defense. Within the blacksmith's workshop of Moreland Castle, Reiner is currently engaged in a discussion with junior blacksmiths regarding the optimal armor to equip the Rhodoc soldiers, or perhaps they should now be referred to as Moreland soldiers. He deliberates over whether to augment their armor with scale armor or lamellar armor, both of which present distinct advantages. He finds himself torn between the two options, uncertain which would be the more suitable choice for the Moreland soldiers. The scale armor features smaller plates, necessitating a greater number of them for full coverage. It provides excellent resistance against slashing attacks. However, when faced with blunt force, it offers resistance comparable to chainmail, virtually none. Moreover, scale armor has a critical flaw. It is prone to flipping up under upward strikes, thereby compromising its defensive capabilities. Conversely, lamellar armor, with its wider plates, boasts superior defense against blunt attacks and, due to its double-layered rope fastening, does not suffer from the same catastrophic flaw as scale armor. Both types share a commonality. Their strength is derived from a layered construction of double or even triple armor. Nonetheless, this results in a significant drawback: excessive weight. Without formidable physiques, one cannot bear such burdens. Fortunately, the Rhodoc soldiers, now Moreland soldiers, are all robust and capable of enduring this weight. Liner finds himself at an impasse. As scale armor is more economical, yet inadequate against blunt attacks, while lamellar armor, though pricier and more resource-intensive, offers a commendable enhancement against such strikes, complementing the chainmail of the moorland soldiers. Ultimately, he opts to forge full lamellar armor. The higher cost is inconsequential. Should a soldier perish, the loss would far outweigh any expense. Each soldier represents a significant investment on Liner's part, their worth far surpassing that of mere armor. Thus, he begins drafting the armor design on his desk, drawing upon his previous life as a strategy game enthusiast, which has afforded him some insight into armor construction. With a piece of charcoal in hand, he meticulously sketches on a sheet of yellowed parchment, dedicating several hours to perfect the design. It resembles the iron lamellar armor of the Song dynasty from his former life, albeit with certain modifications to reduce weight. Replicating it entirely would render it excessively cumbersome. Combined with the existing armor of the moorland soldiers, the protective gear alone would weigh a staggering 50 kilograms, an impractical burden on the battlefield. In his design, Liner does not excessively augment the chest area with armor but opts for a streamlined approach, providing simple coverage across the torso, arms, and legs, with the lamellar segments suspended from the main armor, resulting in a visually appealing aesthetic. Satisfied with his design, he rolls up the parchment and departs the castle, accompanied by 2 attendants, heading toward the blacksmith's workshop. The blacksmith's workshop is distinct from the iron smelting facility, which is situated outside the castle near the iron mines. There, the iron is processed, and once transformed into usable materials, it is sent to the castle's storerooms for the blacksmiths to retrieve as needed. Currently, Moorland Castle's storeroom contains over 3,000 kilograms of iron, an accumulation from the previous Moorland family stockpile. While the value of gold remains relatively stable, steel and grain continue to serve as a more resilient form of currency. The iron stockpile at Goel Castle is also substantial. Combined with Moorland's reserves, they total approximately 6,000 kilograms. Goel's iron mines yield an abundant supply, ensuring that even after considerable sales, a significant surplus remains. As Liner enters the blacksmith's workshop, he finds several blacksmiths engaged in crafting chainmail or struggling to forge 30-centimeter spearheads. When the Moorland soldiers were summoned, they were not equipped with polearms. Often, they served as a guard within the castle, wielding large cleavers or longswords as ceremonial weapons. One cannot help but lament the squandering of such formidable combatants for castle defense. Liner, however, has no intention of perpetuating this waste. He aims to return these fearsome warriors to the battlefield that rightfully belongs to them. Thus, the reforging of high-quality polearms becomes imperative. He envisions the Moorland soldiers wielding 4-meter-long spears in combat, their discipline and formation resembling that of steel. Such polearms will prove immensely effective in their hands. Liner strides into the workshop, presenting his design to a blacksmith, inquiring, "Is this iron armor feasible to create?" The blacksmith, with calloused and scarred hands, respectfully accepts the parchment from Liner, scrutinizing it intently. After a moment of contemplation, he responds, "Indeed, but it will require a considerable amount of iron. To achieve the desired strength, we will need at least double the amount of iron material compared to the finished product." Liner nods in agreement, recognizing that material loss during production is entirely normal. Though these novice blacksmiths may not be master craftsmen, they are certainly competent. After entrusting the designs to the blacksmiths, Liner departs, accompanied by his 2 attendants, heading towards the barracks, where the Moorland soldiers are currently undergoing training under the command of Sir Revered, who has been appointed as a knight. The soldiers, exhibiting remarkable discipline, awareness of formation, and obedience, are tirelessly transitioning between formations, wielding long-forgotten polearms. At this moment, their spears are being forged in the blacksmith's workshop. Given the current forging efficiency, it is estimated that it will take several months to fully equip them. "How are these lads faring, my knight?" Liner inquires of Sir Revered, observing the soldiers as they line up. "Splendidly, my baron. They surpass the soldiers I once commanded. They execute my orders with remarkable ease. They are an exceptional and formidable group." Sir Revered responds, his tone imbued with admiration. "Excellent. They will serve as my main force on the battlefield. Not only them, but I also wish for you to train my original soldiers. They must evolve into roles akin to those of the Moorland soldiers. Even if they cannot reach the same level, they must not fall too far behind. Indeed, my baron, I shall train them using the same methods employed for the Moorland soldiers." Sir Revered affirms, That evening, Liner returns to the castle to partake in dinner. At the table, young Winder, brimming with excitement, exclaims to Liner, "Brother, were those truly the envoys dispatched by the Holy Father? They appeared so robust and fierce." He gestures animatedly towards Liner, his fervor evident, clearly captivated and incredulous by the events. "Indeed, it was the Holy Father who spoke to me in a dream, assuring me that envoys would be sent to assist me, and they have indeed arrived." Liner replies with a shrug. "How splendid! If there is a battle next time, I wish to partake." Young Winder glances around the dinner table, addressing Liner. The child is astute. He recognizes that only Liner, his brother, holds sway over this matter. Chapter 50. The birth of standard lamellar armor. In recent days, Liner has enjoyed a measure of tranquility. The castle soldiers have been dispatched to assist the settlers in their cultivation efforts. Although the Clade were defeated, some remnants linger around Moorland Castle, seeking sustenance. Perhaps they await the arrival of spring, when the game in the frigid forests re-emerges, before returning to their tribes. Over the past few days, soldiers have captured 30 to 40 Clade prisoners. Liner, lacking any humanitarian inclinations, has consigned them to the iron mines for labor. Previously, mining was the responsibility of Liner's vassals, although they were not compensated with wages. Provisions were necessary. Moreover, employing dozens of individuals in the mines inevitably diminishes the agricultural workforce. Since these individuals are invaders of the territory, it seems prudent to assign them to the mines, thus sparing the residents from such burdens. More than 10 days have elapsed, and finally, news has emerged from the blacksmith's workshop. The iron armor designed by Rainer has been completed. This time, Rainer brought along Lunbear and Windy. Lunbear, his squire, naturally assumed this role due to their close bond. Windy, upon hearing the news, insisted on accompanying Rainer to see the new armor. Upon arriving at the workshop, several blacksmiths immediately bowed to Rainer, and one presented the newly forged armor, stating, "My Lord Baron, the armor you requested is ready." Rainer examined the armor and nodded, finding the finished product quite satisfactory. At least in appearance, it bore little deviation from the iron armor he recalled. "What is its weight?" he inquired. 18 kilograms. "My Lord Baron, it weighs a full 18 kilograms, replied the blacksmith. 18 kilograms is indeed heavier than chainmail, yet this weight would likely not impede the combat effectiveness of the robust Melon soldiers. Speculation cannot match experience, so Rainer instructed Lunbear to don the armor for a practical assessment. It must be said that the armor does possess certain flaws. While the torso can be slipped on directly over the head, the arm guards must be donned separately and secured with belts, as does the rear section, which also requires a series of belts for fastening. Although chainmail also necessitates a multitude of belts for support, it remains significantly simpler in comparison. In the event of an ambush, soldiers might find themselves unable to don the armor before engaging the enemy. However, in a frontal battlefield confrontation, soldiers clad in heavy armor would undoubtedly exhibit formidable strength. With the assistance of the blacksmiths, Lunbear successfully attired himself in the full suit of armor. This particular armor was designed to be used in conjunction with chainmail, and upon wearing it, Lunbear appeared remarkably gallant. The armor has a somewhat voluminous design, unlike the form-fitting nature of chainmail, imparting a sense of bulkiness and grandeur. Lunbear's muscular physique only enhanced this impression. "How does it feel?" Rainer asked. Lunbear moved his limbs and rotated his neck, responding, "It's manageable, though I feel considerably weighed down. Prolonged wear may become exhausting." Rainer nodded in understanding. A suit of chainmail alone weighs several kilograms, and with the additional 18 kilograms of this armor, the total burden exceeds 30 kilograms, certainly a source of fatigue. "Do you believe this armor will hinder your movements?" Rainer was keen to ensure that the design of this armor would not render soldiers stiff and immobile, risking their lives on the battlefield. Lunbear attempted several swordplay movements and found no obstruction, replying, "There is no hindrance. While it lacks the flexibility of chainmail, it indeed provides me with a substantial sense of security. Previously, I would not dare face a mace head-on, but now I feel bold enough to confront it directly." At this, Windy, who had been eagerly observing, could no longer contain his excitement. "Brother Lunbear, let me try it on." Lunbear chuckled, refraining from further comment, and turned to William, saying to Windy, "I cannot decide that. You must ask Brother Rainer for his approval." "Brother, please, just let me wear it once." Windy implored Raynor, adorned in a finely crafted leather armor despite his tender age of 13. Standing tall enough to nearly match Raynor's height. Raynor nodded, then give it a try. Elated by Raynor's consent, Windy eagerly donned the armor, and several blacksmiths assisted in fitting the remaining components and adjusting the size. Once fully adorned, he waved his arms, marveling at his armored reflection, and exclaimed, "This is magnificent! When will I possess armor like this?" He then turned his gaze to Raynor. "Not for a while." Raynor replied with a raised eyebrow, shaking his head. "You're still quite young. Practice for a few more years. But you left home at 13 too. Don't tell me you weren't wearing armor back then. I distinctly remember." Windy retorted, his face flushed with indignation, clearly unsatisfied with Raynor's response. "Can you best me as I was at your age?" Raynor teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. Windy, feeling somewhat cornered, found himself at a loss for words and could only lower his head in resignation. Lunbear watched the banter between the two brothers with amusement. Though not brothers by blood, their cousinly bond was nonetheless close, filled with playful jests. Finally, Raynor instructed the blacksmiths to secure the armor to a wooden post, then drew his long sword and struck it fiercely against the post. The sound of steel clashing echoed throughout the workshop as Raynor set down his sword to inspect the armor's condition. The 3 layers of protective material had been cleaved through, an unavoidable consequence, as the steel of this era has yet to reach the industrial standards of later times. Upon removing the armor, Raynor observed only faint scars on the wooden figure, nodding in satisfaction. The residual force, had it struck flesh, would have merely resulted in a superficial wound, especially considering the chainmail lining that the soldiers wear beneath. Not to mention the leather armor. Surrounded by the frigid forest and abundant in timber, the Melon stronghold was not lacking in hides, for leather armor could be crafted from more than just cowhide. Otherwise, how many cattle would be required? "Wow, so strong!" Windy exclaimed, astonished by the damage to the armor. The dent from the impact is quite deep. It appears to have absorbed considerable force, demonstrating remarkable resistance to blunt weaponry. Though only 16, Lunbear had seen his share of combat. Despite the Empire's long-standing peace, the remote region in which he resided remained a backwater, where skirmishes still occurred. Thus, he possessed a keen understanding of such matters. Chapter 51. The dire state of Khan Fortress. Raynor set the armor aside and inquired of the blacksmiths, "What is the production capacity for this iron armor? How long does it take to forge a single set?" My Lord Baron, while this armor is less intricate than chainmail, it still requires a considerable amount of time to produce. Here, with 5 blacksmiths, we can forge 15 sets in a month," the blacksmith responded, glancing at Raynor with a furrowed brow, hesitant as he spoke. This output struck Raynor as somewhat low, but he could comprehend the reasoning. Handcrafted armor inevitably progresses at a slow pace. He understood this was already the limit. Had he assigned the 2 blacksmiths he had dispatched to create farming tools to armor production, the progress would have been even slower. Raynor nodded, saying, "Do not worry. I am quite satisfied with this pace. Strive to produce 50 sets of armor within 3 months, but do not rush. I require quality craftsmanship." After arranging this matter, Raynor recruited a contingent of soldiers from the free folk of Go Fortress, replenishing his ranks with 50 ordinary soldiers. This caused him a pang of financial discomfort, as their wages would be drawn from the autumn harvest and the 10 gold coins provided in the initial system starter pack. By the end of the first month, Raynor would need to disburse 6 gold coins as military pay. With his current funds, he could only sustain this for 2 more months. After that, even the military salaries would become untenable, at that point. While the summoned soldiers would not desert or betray him, the system would forcibly liquidate Raynor's assets to cover their wages. To avert such a predicament, he refrained from tasking all the blacksmiths with forging armor. Instead, he assigned 2 to Go Fortress to weave chainmail. Once they completed 2 sets, Raynor would dispatch them to sell in the Empire's heartland, hoping to alleviate his financial strain. Nevertheless, this would only serve as a drop in the bucket. The spoils from previous battles were intended for sale in the Empire, in hopes of securing additional funds. All he needed was to endure until spring. Once spring arrived, he could organize hunting expeditions into the forest, as merchants who had abandoned the north for the entire winter would return, bringing valuable hides to sell to the affluent nobility. Moreover, some wealthy nobles would pay handsomely for iron materials. though Rayner had no intention of selling it least until he discovered new sources of revenue and amassed sufficient funds. He did not plan to continue recruiting soldiers. With the system and merit points offering a mechanism for army exchange, he aspired to sustain his forces through warfare, catalyzing the formation of a formidable and sizable army. However, financial constraints limited his ambitions. If he attempted to expand his forces recklessly without developing his territory to support them economically, all efforts would be futile. The challenge of insufficient funds loomed large. And despite his worries, he resolved to set aside his concerns and embrace life. Periodically inspecting the condition of his troops, he entrusted the newly recruited soldiers and former infantry to Sir Revered. Finally grasping the financial burden of maintaining an army. Not only must he pay soldiers' wages, but he must also equip them, and beyond that, provide them with nutritious food to ensure their training. Upon calculation, it becomes evident that as long as Rayner sustains them for a year or two, each of these individuals will transform into soldiers valued at 12 gold coins or more. However, it is worth noting that only those soldiers procured through the system command higher salaries. His previous soldiers received a meager monthly wage of merely 1 copper coin, amounting to just over a silver coin annually, which totals around 7 to 8 gold coins in salary per year. With the sale of some iron materials, he could manage the operations of his entire territory smoothly. Yet, after acquiring soldiers from the system, his financial expenditures escalated dramatically, necessitating an increase in other revenues to alleviate the strain. In stark contrast to the bustling scenes of Morande Castle, the state of Caen Castle is one of despair. Columns of black smoke rise from the ground, coloring the monotonous white sky with darker hues. Yet these colors belie the cruel reality beneath. At this moment, Baron Caen stands atop the castle's arrow tower, his face ashen as he surveys the ravaged lands. The billowing black smoke indicates the remnants of numerous villages reduced to ashes. Had he not relocated the majority of his residents to the castle before the battle, he would find himself a mere figurehead. Believing he could resist the Claydon people at the borders of his territory as Baron Rayner did, Baron Caen faced a devastating defeat. He ordered his serfs and conscripts to engage the Claydon forces first, wishing to wear them down. However, the poorly motivated conscripts proved no match for the Claydon warriors, who fought with a ferocious will to survive. The battle was lost in an instant, and despite leading his knights into a charge against the Claydon, he could not reverse the tide of defeat. Had he been more impulsive and directly led his knights into the fray, he might have had a chance to shatter the enemy's ranks before his cavalry was exhausted. Instead, he, in his misguided prudence, feared for the safety of his knights and sent the serfs into battle, whose subsequent rout only bolstered the morale of the Claydon. Thus, Baron Caen suffered a crushing defeat, returning to the castle with merely 40 to 50 soldiers out of the hundreds he had led forth, and only 5 knights accompanied him back. The Claydon now ravaged his lands, pillaging every possible source of sustenance and leaving no grain untouched. He stood in sorrow atop the arrow tower, gazing over his territory, still unaware of the fate that awaited his distant relative, Baron Rayner, who chose to resist the Claydon. His mood was as bleak as the winter day. With the northern regions already unstable, and now with the emperor gravely ill, the lack of imperial authority raised concerns over what chaos would ensue come spring. Caen Castle, having lost numerous troops and knights, would undoubtedly become a target. He pondered how to safeguard his territory and family in the future, contemplating where nearly 2,000 residents would reside once spring arrived. These thoughts haunted him like a nightmare. The elderly knight Bantu, who had previously advised him, ascended to the arrow tower and addressed Baron Caen. "My lord, the Claydon will not attack us again. We must now reassure the residents, who are in a state of panic, uncertain of where they will reside." Listening to Bantu's words only intensified Baron Caen's agitation, yet he restrained his emotions and responded, "Tell them I shall aid in the reconstruction of their homes. They need not worry." Chapter 52. A commercial vision at this moment. More than a month has passed since the control of Go Castle and the summoning of the Morande troops, indicating that winter has now enveloped the land for over 3 months. With the chill beginning to wane, heralded by the increasingly radiant sun. During this month, 2 junior blacksmiths in Go Castle have forged 5 sets of chainmail, yet Rayner's finances are nearing depletion. After dispersing this month's and next month's salaries, he will have not a single coin left. For a lord, the inability to pay his soldiers and officials represents a significant blow to his dignity, prestige, and authority. Rayner is determined to prevent such a scenario. Thus, he promptly dispatched the 5 sets of chainmail to the empire's interior for sale that if all goes well, based on the internal military supply prices, these 5 sets could fetch 25 silver coins. In addition, Raynor hopes to discover other revenue streams to alleviate his financial pressure. With an annual salary of 72 gold coins, alongside additional expenses, this constitutes the entirety of Moranday Castle's income over 7 years. Lombardy and his father, Code, concluded their urgent mission, tasked by Raynor to transport the 5 sets of chainmail, along with previously stored hides and spoils from battles against the Claydon and Baron Lobian. He aspires for this sale to yield substantial profits to sustain his army. However, he is acutely aware that relying solely on producing equipment for sale within his territory is not a sustainable path. He must devise a strategy to foster commercial prosperity in his lands, particularly by introducing high-profit goods that would entice merchants from across the empire to flock to Moranday Castle. With such a development, Raynor could establish taverns or inns, and the locals, seeing opportunities, would engage in trade with these incoming merchants, thereby stimulating the economic growth of Moranday Castle. Over time, even if Raynor does not directly engage in business, the taxes extracted from his territory alone could sustain the system's army. Nonetheless, it is premature to contemplate such matters. He must first navigate the immediate challenges before considering how to foster commercial growth. Lombardy and Sir Code are accompanied by 15 Moranday soldiers and 5 Scarlet Griffin Knights, who are the first to don the armor designed by Raynor. Although their existing full chainmail provides substantial protection and is quite heavy, their physical prowess is rated as one of the high-tier soldier categories by the system, and donning an additional 18-kilogram iron armor poses little difficulty. Lombardy, as a knight, may not exhibit the utmost steadiness due to his youth, but he is undoubtedly reliable, especially with his composed father alongside him. While they cannot guarantee absolute safety, the likelihood of unforeseen events is minimal, particularly since Raynor has also dispatched 5 Scarlet Griffin Knights for protection. It is difficult to envision what danger could befall the group. This is not an instance of Raynor being overly cautious. Rather, he must exercise extreme vigilance. Should any mishap occur, it is conceivable that the system might liquidate some of his assets, including possibly the castle itself. The territory of the Redka Empire is vast, spanning over 1,100 kilometers from north to south and 800 kilometers from east to west. If one calculates the journey at a pace of 25 kilometers per day, the expedition would require approximately a month to reach the imperial capital of Limanda, at present. Raynor searches within the system for opportunities to generate income. However, most rapid revenue-generating options come with exorbitant costs, far beyond the 100 or so merit points he has remaining. Frustrated, he peruses the exchange shop within the system, seeking items he can afford that could still yield profit. Silk Weaving Workshop, price, 15,000 merit points. Without a second thought, Raynor continues scrolling. The notion of 15,000 merit points is preposterous. He would need to slay 15,000 individuals to acquire such a sum. Moreover, while he is uncertain about many other aspects, he is aware that silk requires silkworms, and currently, he possesses neither silkworms nor the necessary skills. Even if he had the silkworms, they would likely perish in the northern winds, rendering them unsuitable for his current situation. Raynor has reviewed no fewer than 100 items, techniques, and workshops, finding none that could assist him. He even considered abandoning the idea altogether, opting to accumulate some merit points before making exchanges. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Ice sugarcane, a hunger-satisfying plant from the frozen Earth continent. This region, characterized by its enduring frigid winters, is inhospitable to most flora and fauna. Yet, the inhabitants of this continent have discovered ice sugarcane, a consumable plant rich in sugars and starches, illuminating a glimmer of hope for them. Utilizing the soups, powders, and starch derived from ice sugarcane, they can sustain livestock to supplement their protein intake, thus surviving with the aid of this remarkable plant. Ice sugarcane seeds 500 unit acres. Sowing period, summer, harvest time, spring of the following year, exchange price, 80 merit points. Upon reading the description of ice sugarcane, Raynor felt a surge of excitement. Though he grew up in the city, he was not lacking in culinary experiences, having perused numerous historical fiction novels that detailed the art of soup making, brewing, and salt curing. 3 lucrative ventures for time travelers. Even in the advanced 21st century, sugar is primarily extracted from sugarcane and sugar beets, with sugarcane requiring specific environmental conditions to thrive, typically in tropical or subtropical regions. Sugar beets, while more adaptable to cooler climates, do not yield as high a sugar content as sugarcane. Now, the astonishing ice sugarcane, a plant from another world, had manifested before Rainer, presenting an unforeseen opportunity. Furthermore, not only does it provide sugar, but it also contains starch, suggesting the potential for noodle production. Rainer's imagination began to wander, and he decisively exchanged for 500 acres of ice sugarcane seeds, planning to sow them come summer. Within the confines of Rainer's warehouse lay 10 bags, equivalent to 2,000 acres of cold climate wheat seeds. These seeds promised yields significantly superior to the grains presently cultivated in Milan Castle, with estimates suggesting an impressive output of over 100 kilograms per acre. This figure could potentially soar even higher with the addition of manure-based fertilizers. Having alleviated the economic burdens of his territory, Rainer found his spirits considerably lifted. He hummed a tune as he embraced 2 young maids, planting a kiss upon each of their cheeks, reveling in the indulgent and decadent lifestyle of a feudal aristocrat. Meanwhile, Sir Code, Lombardy, and Servalas had departed from the vicinity of Milan Castle, traversing the snow-covered landscape towards the verdant heart of the empire, where spring had already arrived. They aimed to return to their territory within 2 months. Bringing back funds to resolve their financial crisis. Chapter 53. Observations in the imperial capital. It was now March of the 22nd year of the empire, and the snow in Milan Castle had begun to melt, albeit the process would likely take considerable time. Thus, agricultural activities were hindered. Although Galberg had recently come under Rainer's command, it diligently followed his orders to cultivate farmland in the wilds. Winter tillage was inherently challenging, necessitating the removal of snow to expose the hardened frost beneath, followed by the use of heavy iron plows to break the soil, transforming barren ground into arable land. The melting snow rendered the earth somewhat muddy. Yet paradoxically, the frost became slightly more pliable. To date, the newly cultivated land around Milan Castle had expanded to approximately 10,000 acres, increasing Rainer's directly controllable farmland by 2/3 to a total of 25,000 acres. It was anticipated that his grain yield could double by the following year. This period proved to be the most arduous. The melting snow led to a damp and chilly atmosphere, in stark contrast to the dry cold of midwinter. The pervasive dampness infiltrated even Rainer's room, where a roaring fireplace offered little respite, causing his bed and linens to become uncomfortably moist. He had dispersed a month's wages. Yet the next payday loomed just 20 days away, leaving him anxious about the status of Sir Code and his companions and the uncertainty of their return. He earnestly hoped that he would not face the embarrassment of failing to pay his employees on schedule. At this moment, the interior of the empire was already basking in the warmth of spring. Despite lingering traces of chill, verdant shoots of wild grass had begun to sprout from the slightly muddy earth. Sir Code and his entourage had successfully transported their goods to the empire's core, passing through several bustling towns along the way. Unfortunately, due to the nature of these urban centers as commercial hubs for the imperial court, demand for their goods was limited. Moreover, with the tense political climate, most cities and castles were under strict lockdown, compelling them to abandon plans to sell armor and instead proceed directly to the imperial capital for trade. The old emperor's health was waning, and the internal atmosphere of the empire had become increasingly tumultuous, with various lords, including the imperial family, augmenting their military forces, making armor indispensable. During the empire's more stable times, a full suit of chainmail cost around 2 gold coins, with fluctuations rarely exceeding 3 coins. Now, however, a complete suit commanded at least 5 gold coins. No lord would consider selling armor, and blacksmiths, those strategic artisans, were under tight control, needing to amass sufficient strength to safeguard their interests and secure maximum profit before the impending storm. Consequently, many sought armor without success, while the price of iron, a strategic resource, skyrocketed, yet availability remained scarce. Most of the empire's iron mines were located in the northern regions, with few in the heartland or other areas. The major iron mines in the north were predominantly under royal control, leaving other lords reliant on small northern lords for purchases, which, although substantial, were limited. The royal family held only a handful of large iron mines, whereas the northern territories boasted dozens of smaller mines spread across a 200-kilometer expanse, firmly in the hands of lesser lords, who were willing to sell iron at exorbitant prices to wealthy nobles. Now, It had been approximately a month since Sir Code and his companions departed from Milan Castle, and they found themselves a mere 20 kilometers from the imperial capital. Armed with Reiner's writ and emblem, they were exempt from any tolls or taxes, as the exemption from noble transit taxes was a prevailing understanding among the empire's nobility. Unchallenged thus far, upon nearing the capital, they felt the vibrancy of the area. Despite the current political climate causing a contraction in commerce, bustling merchant caravans filled the vicinity, creating an air of activity. Sir Code and Lombardy, having never ventured beyond the confines of Milan Castle, were astonished by the spectacle before them, akin to rustic bumpkins suddenly thrust into urban sophistication, bewildered by the surrounding opulence. Upon reaching the market outside the capital's walls, their astonishment deepened, revealing their unacquaintedness with such grandeur. They had indeed never set foot in a city, having spent their youth in the impoverished northern hinterlands, far removed from the splendor of a metropolis that, of course, the so-called splendor of the imperial capital housed only about 50 to 60,000 residents, with most structures being commonplace dwellings. Aside from the central royal citadel and the palace estate outside the city, there were few remarkable edifices. Should Reiner have visited, he would likely have scoffed at the notion of grandeur. The economic foundation dictates the superstructure, and with the empire's population barely exceeding 10 million, even the capital's populace paled in comparison to that of a single county in later times. If Reiner were present, he would not deride the capital, but his demeanor would certainly differ from that of Lombardy, who appeared as a country bumpkin in the city. Conversely, the contingent led by Servalas, comprising the blooded Griffin Knights, exhibited no surprise. Being an army hailing from a fantastical realm, even their encampment was far more expansive than this imperial capital. The soldiers of Milan shared a similar sentiment. As the elite force of the Rhodoc kingdom, they often safeguarded the realm's most vital strongholds, such as Veluga and Grainward Castle. Notably, the city was swarming with patrols. Within half an hour of entering the capital, they encountered 2 fully armed patrol units. Numerous merchant caravans faced scrutiny, including their own, as they were deemed prime targets for inspection due to their well-equipped and seemingly trained appearance. Only after presenting Reiner's noble writ were they permitted to proceed. Many residents hurried along the streets, their expressions a mix of urgency and trepidation, intent on completing their errands swiftly before retreating to the safety of their homes. Observing such scenes, Sir Code and his companions felt a chill of realization. The Empire's situation was indeed perilous. With even the capital under tight security, presenting Reiner's writ, they sought an audience with a patrol officer. Reiner had instructed them to prioritize selling armor to the imperial family, confident that their wealth would ensure fair compensation, especially considering the Milan family's ties to the royal lineage, which might afford them certain privileges. Upon encountering the patrol officer, who noted the emblem of the royal family adorned with a single iris flower, he inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "We are from the northern branch of the royal family, the Milan family, and I am one of its members. The Baron has tasked me with bringing a shipment of armor to the royal court, hoping to contribute to the Empire's efforts." Chapter 54. Reception by members of the royal family in the bustling streets. The seasoned Sir Code articulated, "It is as such." The patrol officer scrutinized the writ bearing the Milan family crest and Reiner's seal, replying, "Very well, my lord, but this is not the place for discussion, and I lack the authority to address this matter. Please accompany me to meet my superior." Nodding in agreement, Sir Code and his retinue followed the officer. The patrol leader remained quiet, initially taken aback by the quality of their equipment and the splendor of the blooded Griffin Knight's armor. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, they arrived at a modest building. The officer declared, "My lord, this is our outpost. My 100-man commander is within." After knocking and receiving permission, he turned to Sir Code and his companions, stating, "Only the 3 of you may enter. The rest must wait outside." He gestured towards Sir Code, Lombardy, and Servalas, recognizing their higher status. The trio nodded and followed him inside, finding the interior of the outpost rather unremarkable. Sparse furnishings with little decoration. Seated at a table was a young man, seemingly no older than 20, possessing golden hair akin to Lombardy's. Though his skin bore signs of sun exposure, the strong lines of his face exuded a sense of masculine vigor. "What brings you here?" the young man inquired of the patrol officer. "Indeed, my lord, they claim to be from the Milan family of the north, sent by their baron with a shipment of military equipment intended for sale to the royal court." hoping to render service to the royal lineage. Sir Code interjected, performing a respectful gesture. The young man nodded thoughtfully after hearing the words, stroking the non-existent beard on his chin, and remarked, "Do you claim to be a branch of the Moreland family?" "Indeed, Your Excellency the Baron. My grandfather was the 6th prince of the Kingdom of Retica, who was enfeoffed as a baron in the northern territories before the kingdom unified the entire empire." The young man nodded again, saying, "In that case, I suppose I ought to address you as uncle. I am the eldest son of Count Wesley, brother to His Majesty the Emperor, which makes me your nephew by lineage." It made sense. If he were not of royal blood, he could not have achieved the rank of a captain commanding 100 men at such a tender age. Sir Code remained silent, for he had nothing to contribute. Observing the taciturn and cunning Sir Code, Revered smiled and continued, "Very well, sir. Do enlighten me on the quantity of arms you have brought. If the number is not overly substantial, I can take matters into my own hands. You see, the Emperor's ailment is but a minor one. Yet the wretched lords across the lands have begun to entertain unwarranted ambitions. We are currently in the process of expanding our forces, so the more armor we acquire, the better," Revered declared. "Your Excellency the Baron, we have brought 5 sets of exquisite 5-ring chainmail, 12 sets of standard 4-ring chainmail, and 25 sets of leather armor from Moreland Fortress." The prices of these armors had been previously calculated by Reiner when they were at Moreland Fortress, and it was estimated that the total value would reach around 70 to 80 gold coins, sufficient to cover a year's wages for the soldiers. However, Sir Code had inquired about the market prices of armor along the way, discovering that the 5-ring chainmail typically sold for about 7 gold coins per set, with none priced below 6, while the 4-ring chainmail could command 5 gold coins each. The leather armor was considerably cheaper, fetching at most a single gold coin, and that was after a significant surge in price. When he heard Sir Code's words, Revered furrowed his brows. Indeed, this batch of armor was not particularly large. Yet it was adequate to equip 5 10-man squads or 5 cavalry units. Such a transaction was beyond his authority to authorize, as even for a noble like him, the amount of gold involved was quite considerable. Merchants who traversed over 100 kilometers to the imperial capital would be fortunate to earn 1 or 2 gold coins per trip, and that was only for larger transactions. "I shall take you to meet my father. Regrettably, I cannot authorize a transaction of this magnitude. You must speak with him," Revered stated. Thus, under his guidance, Sir Code and his companions entered the royal stronghold. The royal stronghold was vast, housing not only royal family members but also numerous visiting nobles, as well as male and female servants and other individuals permitted to roam the palace freely. As a royal count, Count Wesley not only possessed his own territory, but also had a designated chamber within the palace. With the emperor gravely ill, he had brought his elite forces into the capital to bolster the royal family against the other powerful lords. Upon arriving at Count Wesley's opulent chamber, adorned with various valuable decorations, several oil lamps flickered on the table, and sunlight streamed through the windows into the room. "Father, they are a branch of the royal family in the north, seeking to sell us a batch of arms. But due to the considerable amount involved, I dared not make the decision myself, hence I brought them to you," Revered explained. "I see." Count Wesley nodded. "For your armor, I can offer 7 gold coins per set for the 5-ring chainmail, 5 gold coins per set for the 4-ring chainmail, and 5 silver coins per set for the leather armor. Are you agreeable to this?" Sir Code feigned contemplation, yet his heart was already rejoicing. They had not anticipated such a generous price upon arriving in the capital. Based on the offer, they would receive a total of 107 gold coins and 5 silver coins from this transaction, significantly more than their initial estimate of 70 to 80 gold coins. After a moment of deliberation, Sir Code nodded. "Very well, esteemed Count. We accept your offered price, for we too are a branch of the royal family. The gold will be delivered to you in 2 hours." Count Wesley spoke briefly, perhaps unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse with a lesser noble like Sir Code, and soon dismissed them. Just as they were about to push open the door to leave, Count Wesley suddenly called out to them, "Inform your master that should he possess any more fine arms, he may sell them to me. I wish for him to consolidate the power of the north. He shall receive his due recognition." Having said this, he ran his fingers through his golden hair and added, "Advise your baron to remain vigilant of Count Chibois. He has always been at odds with the Moreland royal family." and he may have some schemes against you. Chapter 55. The arrival of spring. A chill ran through Sir Code's heart. Count Gibois was undoubtedly the most formidable noble in the north. Previously, restrained by the royal decree against private duels, he had refrained from acting recklessly. However, with the emperor gravely ill, although the royal family could not be deemed weak, their influence had diminished in the north. Where the skies were high and the emperor far removed, the royal power was primarily focused on suppressing the lords in various regions, making it difficult for the imperial court to intervene should Count Gibois decide to make a move. Sir Code nodded. Although the north was not prosperous, the land was exceptionally fertile, yielding a considerable amount of grain, not to mention the vital military resources of the noble's army and iron mines. Should he annex territories of such significance in the north, he would become one of the most powerful lords within the empire. He believed that such temptation would be hard to resist. With this thought in mind, Sir Code felt an urgent desire to return to his territory and inform Reiner of this development. Very well, esteemed Count. I shall convey your message to my lord. Baron Reiner. Sir Code bowed and added, Please allow me to take my leave. Very well, sir. You are free to depart at any time. Count Wesley replied. Upon exiting, Lumberay and Sir Code exchanged glances, the Count's warning instilling a sense of trepidation in them. If Count Gibois truly harbored intentions to annex the north, they would have no means to resist. Sir Valas, however, remained unfazed, his pride unyielding as the elite troops of the magical world he had exchanged for within the system in his view, as long as the Baron could summon another 100. No, 50 comrades, there would be no need to fear the likes of Count Gibois. 2 hours later, Count Wesley's men delivered 107 gold coins and 5 silver coins, filling an entire small pouch with gleaming gold. However, it should be noted that such gold coins were rarely used for direct transactions. Aside from large dealings, the realm was predominantly governed by silver and copper coins. Nevertheless, they did not convert the gold into silver and copper, as this more portable form of currency was the best means of transport to avoid potential loss. Thus, they departed the imperial capital. Lumberay felt a pang of longing. The allure of such a bustling metropolis was hard to resist for a young man. As they journeyed northward, the well-equipped and well-trained moorland army soon came into view, eliciting astonished gazes from the city guards. After a period of tense vigilance, the armored outsiders finally made their way out of the city. Continuing their northward trek, the weather grew colder with each passing day, and after nearly 10 days of travel, they were approaching the northern territories, where puddles formed from melting snow dotted the ground. Advancing further north for another 10 days and covering approximately 200 kilometers, remnants of snow could still be seen along the roadside, albeit in diminished quantities compared to the depths of winter. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Lumberay could not help but revel in the moment, urging his steed to trot joyfully around the ranks, much to Sir Code's chagrin. The muddy roads proved challenging to traverse. Yet fortunately, their carts were unburdened, sparing them from becoming mired in the muck. Reiner was thoroughly dissatisfied with the current state of his territory. The previous heavy snowfall had severed communication, and now the treacherous terrain hindered his commands. He understood well the adage that to attain wealth, one must first pave the roads. Many emperors from his previous life, particularly the first emperor, had constructed thoroughfares, albeit for political rather than commercial purposes. Yet the importance of roads was undeniable. However, the cost of building stone-paved roads was exorbitantly high, and he lacked the manpower required for such arduous construction. He yearned for the acquisition of cement to facilitate connectivity within his territory. Alas, the system did not provide him with such an opportunity. The technology for cement required a staggering 1,500 merit points for exchange, and the absence of lime deposits in the entire northern region meant that obtaining lime through the system would demand an even greater price. With his current savings dwindling to just over 100 merit points, he was unable to afford such luxuries, leaving him to lament his predicament in the courtyard of the castle. Winder remained steadfast in his practice of swordsmanship and horsemanship, currently demonstrating his considerable equestrian skills as he rode a warhorse, executing impressive maneuvers. As a member of the noble class, it is imperative to maintain a formidable martial prowess, regardless of their stature. Children of the grandest aristocrats typically commence their combat training around the age of 8, gradually diminishing their courses in etiquette. Strolling across the open ground, a refreshing breeze caressed his face, while the melting snow bestowed a much-needed moisture upon the arid air, alleviating the dryness that winter had imposed upon each breath. The day for the disbursement of wages was swiftly approaching, inducing a slight unease within him. He feared that Sir Keed and his companions might encounter unforeseen mishaps on their journey back, thereby plunging him into a dire predicament. Days passed, and the snow on the ground had almost vanished, rendering the countryside paths and fields exceedingly muddy. At this juncture, Sir Keed and his entourage had already entered the vicinity of Gur Fortress. Estimating their arrival at Moland Fortress the following day, they resided within Gur Fortress for a night, departing before dawn on the morrow, bearing gold coins acquired from the imperial capital as they hastened towards Moland Fortress. That evening, they appeared at the gates of Moland Fortress. "My lord Baron, Sir Keed has returned," announced a servant, accompanied by a guard who addressed Lena. Upon hearing this, Lena leapt from his chair in excitement. At last, they have returned. He hoped that Sir Keed would bring him a delightful surprise, a truly magnificent one. Sir Keed, now clad in a light yellow tunic after shedding his armor, entered Lena's chamber and declared, "My lord Baron, we sold the armor we crafted in the imperial capital, along with our spoils, to the royal family member, Count Wesley of Moland. We have garnered a total of 107 gold coins and 5 silver coins." "Excellent. Splendid." Upon hearing this sum, Lena's joy knew no bounds. The price exceeded his expectations. With this wealth, he could sustain his army for over a month. In truth, as the lord of Moland Fortress, he had little else to spend on besides maintaining his troops. This sum of over 100 gold coins was sufficient to support his army for more than a year. Furthermore, Count Wesley has requested me to convey a warning to you, Sir Keed said, locking eyes with Lena. "What is it?" Tilting his head, Lena observed the seriousness of Keed's expression with growing apprehension. Chapter 56. Spring Plowing. Count Wesley indicated that the royal family currently lacks adequate control over the remote northern territories. Baron Dubois, being the most powerful lord of the north, is likely contemplating the unification of the northern regions, so we must exercise caution. Sir Keed squinted slightly as he spoke. He also mentioned that should we manage to consolidate the entire northern region, the royal family might bestow upon you the title of Duke. "My lord Baron, you are favored by the Father of Saints. The divine messenger sent from the heavens serves as the finest testament. I believe you are destined to be the unifier of the north, yet we must remain vigilant against Baron Dubois. For the people of this era, religious belief held immense significance. Whether emperors, commoners, or lords, all held an unwavering faith in the existence of the Father of Saints. Likewise, Lena was a firm believer in the theatrics of the saintly messenger, leading both Sir Keed and those who witnessed the scene to regard Lena as the chosen one. Very well. I comprehend. Lena nodded slowly, lowering his gaze to examine the lines on his palm. Baron Dubois. Does this imply that the unidentified individual who accompanied Baron Lobian may have been in league with Baron Dubois? Was it Baron Dubois who instigated Baron Lobian's attack on Moland Fortress? Lena pondered to himself. It is highly probable. Otherwise, Baron Lobian would have certainly enforced martial law within his territory, never daring to venture into Moland Fortress on such a snow-laden day, risking an encounter with the Clade Raiders. Could it truly be that Baron Dubois intends to unify the North? Lena mused, gently tapping his fingers upon the table. The North is abundant in iron. Indeed, 70% of the Empire's iron is sourced from this region, making it one of the few strongholds for military production. Should he gain control over the iron mines, he could forge an extensive array of chainmail-clad troops, providing a significant advantage over other noble armies that cannot afford such armor due to financial constraints. Delving deeper, the royal family's iron materials predominantly originate from the north, and the armor for the royal army is largely crafted from northern steel. Thus, if he were to unify the north, it would mean that the royal family's iron lifeline would rest entirely within his grasp. He could leverage this to extort greater benefits from the royal family, potentially even attaining the title of Duke of the North. Should his ambitions grow bolder, he might resort to seizing the royal iron mines by force, severing the royal family's supply of steel, thereby compelling them to deploy troops to the north. In such a scenario, other great lords might well disregard the royal army's formidable might and launch an assault against the beleaguered forces. This presents a dilemma. As long as he could unify the north, it would place the royal family at a severe disadvantage. Lena held no particular concern for the fate of the royal family. He was not a true-born noble himself. And given the widening chasm between Moland in the north and the imperial capital, he felt little connection. Should the royal family thrive, he might seek to enhance his own standing, but if misfortune were to befall them, he would undoubtedly distance himself. What truly occupied his mind was Baron Jibwa's potential aspirations for unification. Even if he were to escape death or retain his territory, the difficulty of his main quest would undoubtedly multiply. Having accepted the task, he was compelled to see it through. The thought of losing 30 years of his lifespan was unbearable. He had previously indulged in idleness and self-deception, yet if the North were truly unified, his opportunities would dwindle significantly. With furrowed brows, Lena recognized that his expansion plans must be expedited. Sir Keed and Lena deliberated extensively, yet they failed to devise any fruitful strategy. After some idle chatter, Keed took his leave. This moment, the snow in the north had nearly melted away. Although the weather remained slightly cool, the season for spring plowing had arrived. After a full winter of cultivation, Lena now directly controlled nearly 40,000 acres of arable land, almost doubling his previous holdings. This meant that he could cultivate 30,000 acres this year, with only 10,000 acres designated for fallow to plant alfalfa. Consequently, this year's grain yield was poised to triple in this era. Having ample food signified possessing an army and wealth. In fact, had Lena not needed to convert his resources into currency for military salaries due to the system's requirements, the soldiers could have relied solely on provisions as their pay. After all, this was the desolate and remote northern region, where the populace sought only the essentials of food, clothing, and shelter, devoid of extravagant goods or commodities requiring expenditure. The cold-resistant wheat seeds were those Lena had initially acquired from the novice gift pack of the system. These seeds were a modified variety thriving in frigid climates, yielding higher outputs than ordinary wheat and suitable for cultivation in cold weather. However, the quantity was limited to only 2,000 acres, necessitating that he await harvest to plant the cold-resistant wheat in the following year. Most significantly, the 500 acres of ice sugarcane seeds commanded Lena's utmost attention. Representing his most anticipated source of income. It is worth noting that throughout the entire Redka Empire and its neighboring nations, individuals seeking sweetness could only rely on honey, fruits, or fruit juices. The concept of granular sugar was entirely foreign to them. Thus, once he successfully refined sugar, the potential profits could be astronomical, with prices soaring to hundreds of gold coins per kilogram. At that point, he could potentially amass an army through warfare funded by the spoils of battle. Of course, he understood that sustaining an army could not rely solely on a single industry. The royal family expended 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins annually to support over 8,000 direct troops, not to mention the higher salaries required for his system's soldiers. In such a scenario, even if he produced copious amounts of sugar, it would be futile if there were no buyers. Over the course of the winter, the 3 blacksmiths he had dispatched to create agricultural implements yielded remarkable results. Crafting farming tools proved far simpler than forging long swords, spearheads, or armor. The trio, having worked tirelessly for 3 months, each received 1 or 2 iron agricultural tools, significantly accelerating the labor of the serfs. Otherwise, Lena would have genuinely worried whether they could sow all the seeds before the conclusion of the spring plowing. At this moment, the atmosphere in Moland Fortress was bustling with activity. The serfs rolled up their sleeves and toiled barefoot in the fields, while the once emaciated sheep, under the guidance of Lena's shepherds, wandered towards the northern forests of the territory in search of the tender grass that had begun to sprout from the thawing earth. With the prayers and blessings of the clerics of the imperial state religion, the Colon Church, the spring plowing, symbolizing the lifeblood of a territory, officially commenced.